We've all watched a show so good that when it finally ends, it leaves you with that weird, empty feeling of not knowing what to do with your life. And if there's one thing that unites practically every TV fan out there, it's the feeling of having witnessed a regular guy transform into an absolute monster. Well, that's exactly what happens in what many consider to be the greatest story ever told on television. And when I say story, I'm not exaggerating, because what seems like just a bald chemistry teacher turning into a drug kingpin is actually a massive web. One that begins years earlier with a crooked lawyer just trying to get by, runs right through the height of an empire, and ends in the middle of nowhere, with a kid driving off into the snow looking for redemption. Today on the channel, I'm going to give you the complete timeline of this saga, from the very beginning to the final breath. Every betrayal, every explosion, and every single choice that turned ordinary men into legends. Sit back, because this journey is a long one, but it is absurdly good. We meet Gene, a Cinnabon manager in Omaha, living a life of pure paranoia in black and white. At night, he digs up an old VHS tape and cries while watching commercials of his former identity, the flamboyant lawyer Saul Goodman.
I'm Saul Goodman, and I will do the fighting for you. No charge is too big for me. When legal forces have you cornered, better call Saul.
Fast forward to 2002. Jimmy McGill is just a broke public defender. He attempts the impossible in court, convincing a jury that 3 teens decapitating a corpse was just a harmless, boys will be boys prank. The prosecution says nothing, just hits play on the crime video, and Jimmy's defeat is immediate. The reward for this? A miserable check and a drive home in a Suzuki Esteem that looks like it's held together by duct tape. Jimmy tries everything to get his career off the ground. He nearly hooks Craig Kettleman, a county treasurer accused of embezzling $1.6 million, but Craig's wife pulls the brake. Additionally, he bills the giant firm HHM for his older brother Chuck's $17 million buyout. But Chuck is a recluse in a house with no power, claiming to be allergic to electricity, and still has the audacity to ask Jimmy to change his professional name so as not to tarnish the family brand. Desperate, Jimmy goes into full con man mode. He hires 2 skater twin brothers to fake a hit and run with Betsy Kettleman's station wagon, planning to swoop in and save the day, thus becoming their lawyer. The plan was simple, but the twins follow the wrong station wagon. They end up at the house of a harmless old lady and go inside to extort her. Jimmy arrives shortly after, knocks on the door armed with his best performance. But the person who opens it is Tuco Salamanca, who pulls him inside at gunpoint, the worst GPS mistake in history. The offended old lady is Tuco's abuelita. While he's making salsa in the kitchen, the twins make the fatal mistake of insulting the elderly woman in front of him. Result? Tuco beats them unconscious with his cane. At gunpoint, Jimmy uses every ounce of his smooth-talking ability. He plays the cartel game, strokes Tuco's ego, and almost walks away until one of the twins wakes up and spills the beans about the hit-and-run scam. The scene shifts to the middle of the desert, with everyone gagged. When Tuco threatens to cut off his fingers, Jimmy makes up a lie that he's FBI, but Nacho, Tuco's right-hand man, sees through the lie immediately. Cornered, Jimmy drops the truth. He's just a broke lawyer trying to scam the Kettlemans. Nacho finds this honesty useful and convinces Tuco that killing a lawyer attracts the wrong kind of attention. Jimmy is let go, but Tuco still wants the skater's blood. This is where Jimmy delivers the best defense of his life. He negotiates like he's in a courtroom and manages to reduce the boys' sentence from a desert execution to just 1 broken leg each, a true master of the plea deal. After dropping them off at the hospital, the trauma takes its toll. At a bar, the simple sound of someone snapping a breadstick sends Jimmy running to the bathroom to throw up. He promises his brother that his scamming days are behind him and returns to his backroom office in an Asian nail salon. But the underworld already has his address. Nacho shows up wanting Jimmy's help to steal the Kettleman's million. Jimmy tries to invoke attorney-client privilege to stay out of it, but Nacho just leaves his number written on a matchbook. He knows the bait has been cast. 10 years earlier, Chuck bailed Jimmy out of a Chicago jail on the promise that he'd walk the straight and narrow. Now, in 2002, Jimmy is sweating bullets knowing Nacho has his eyes on the Kettleman family. Trying to prevent a tragedy, Jimmy uses a payphone with a disguised voice to leave an anonymous warning for the family. The next morning, the Kettleman's house is surrounded by cop cars. Everyone has vanished. Convinced that Nacho kidnapped and wiped everyone out, Jimmy panics. The police find blood in Nacho's van and arrest him. In the interrogation room, Nacho swears he was only casing the house and leaves a message. If Jimmy doesn't clear his name, the cartel will take care of the lawyer. Looking for a way out, Jimmy visits the empty house house and notices the daughter's favorite doll is missing. It dawns on him. The Kettlemans faked their own kidnapping to run off with the stolen money. With no proof to convince the cops, Jimmy ends up losing his temper in the parking lot with Mike, the parking booth attendant. He tries to poke the old man, gets taken down with a single move, and ends up arrested again. The detectives try to use Mike to press Jimmy, but surprisingly, Mike refuses to press charges and backs up the lawyer's theory. Drawing on his baggage as a Philly cop, Mike warns that people on the run usually hide right in their own backyard. Following the advice, Jimmy hikes a desert trail right behind the Kettleman's residence. He finds the entire family hiding in a tent, singing camp songs. Jimmy demands they go back, tempers flare, and in a tug of war over a gym bag, the zipper bursts. The $1.5 million spills into the dirt, ruining the family vacation. In 1992, Jimmy and a guy named Stevie stumble upon a passed-out drunk in an alley. Jimmy swipes the guy's Rolex, Stevie takes the cash from his wallet, and they end up negotiating the loot right there. Stevie pays a premium for the watch and walks away thinking he hit the jackpot. Cut to reality, the drunk is Marco, Jimmy's best friend, and the whole thing was a brilliantly rehearsed con. Back in 2002, the Kettleman couple tries to buy Jimmy's silence with $30,000. The protagonist tries to turn it into a legal retainer, but they turn him down flat, saying he's the kind of lawyer guilty people hire. Honest but painful. Jimmy then takes the money, deducts imaginary service fees, and starts planning what to do with the remaining $1,000. Meanwhile, Nacho gets out of jail wanting Jimmy's blood, but the lawyer defends himself with pure smooth talking, shifting the blame to the criminal's own carelessness. With the Kettleman cash, Jimmy goes shopping. He buys new suits and rents a billboard blatantly ripping off his brother's firm's visual identity, HHM. Howard and Kim try to shut the stunt down, and a judge orders Jimmy to take the sign down within 48 hours. But he was banking on that. Jimmy hires local college film students to shoot a dramatic plea in front of the billboard. In the middle of the shoot, the worker taking down the sign slips and is left dangling. Jimmy climbs up and saves the guy like a true American hero. All staged, of course. Howard and Kim see through the theatricals instantly, but the damage is done. Jimmy's phone won't stop ringing. He just needs to hide the news from Chuck. Jimmy ditches the house's newspaper, but his brother gets paranoid, walks to his neighbor's porch, and steals her copy, leaving $5 for the inconvenience. Stealing the paper comes at a steep price. The neighbor calls the cops, and when the officers arrive, they find Chuck's house without power and full of camping fuel. Their instinctual diagnosis: they conclude Chuck is a meth addict, kick the door in, and tase him. While his brother ends up in the hospital, Jimmy is dealing with the fruits of his fake billboard. The problem is that fame attracts the worst possible clients. First, a rich guy who wants to secede from the US and pay his fees in a made-up currency. Then, an inventor with a potty-training toilet that spouts double entendres. Salvation comes from an elderly woman who wants to divide her porcelain figurine collection and pays the full amount in cash up front. At the hospital, the doctor proves that Chuck's allergy to electricity is purely psychosomatic, turning on his bed without him noticing. Howard shows up, making Jimmy think the suit wants to commit his brother to steal his share of HHM. Jimmy bluffs that he'll fight it, but in the end, he just takes Chuck back home. When Chuck wakes up, he sees the newspaper on the floor and connects the dots. His symptoms always flare up when Jimmy is up to no good. Jimmy swears the billboard was a one-time thing and that he's found his true legal calling, elder law. The guy takes it so seriously that he studies episodes of Matlock to copy Andy Griffith's white suit, going around handing out Jell-O with his slogan at nursing homes. At the end of the day, Jimmy hands his new business card to Mike at the parking booth. After his shift, Mike drives to the suburbs and watches a woman leave a house. They exchange a heavy look, saying nothing. Shortly after, the ex-cop gets a very unfriendly visit from two detectives at his doorstep. We jump back in time to witness Mike's arrival in Albuquerque. The guy gets off a train, goes into a women's restroom, buys a maxi pad, and uses it to patch a bullet hole in his own shoulder. Pure pragmatism. He meets up with Stacy, his daughter-in-law, and his granddaughter. Stacy is distant, suspicious of a tense phone call her husband Matt received before being killed in the line of duty. Mike dodges the subject, gets a black market vet to stitch his shoulder, and turns down offers for dirty work. In the present, the Philly detectives are interrogating Mike. He demands demands Jimmy as his lawyer. Mike's tactic is peculiar to say the least. He instructs Jimmy to spill coffee on one of the detectives to create a distraction, allowing him to steal the cop's notepad. Jimmy tries to refuse the crazy stunt, but eventually caves because he owes the old man a favor. The detectives lay their cards on the table. They explain that Matt, Mike's son, was killed in an ambush. His partners, Hoffman and Fensky, were executed the same way months later. The theory is that all three were dirty. Jimmy listens to it all, feels the weight of the tragedy in the room, and, in a masterstroke, fakes a stumble. Coffee flies, and Mike pockets the notebook without anyone noticing.
Sorry, I need
I can get most.
You know what? Hey, I got it. Thank you.
Reading the notes, Mike discovers it was Stacy who called the cops, suspecting Matt was hiding dirty money. He goes to her place, blows up in anger, and swears his son was clean. The truth comes out in a chilling flashback. In Philly, Mike pretends to be drunk, accuses Hoffman and Fensky of his son's murder, and lets them take him to an empty lot to kill him, except the ex-cop had already emptied their guns hours earlier. He pulls a hidden piece and executes them both in cold blood, taking a graze wound in the process. Back in the living room with Stacy, Mike drops the reality. The whole precinct was dirty, including him. Matt didn't want to take the bribe, but Mike convinced him to accept it so he wouldn't be killed by his peers. Even after taking it, Matt hesitated, and Hoffman and Fensky killed him just to be safe. Broken and crying, Mike confesses his revenge. The ball is now in Stacy's court. Can she live with this truth? At the precinct, Jimmy and Mike wait for the detectives. Mike acts like it's a walk in the park. Jimmy returns the notepad he found on the floor and ignores the cop's pressure. He tries to warn him that he's going to need a real lawyer since he's the #1 suspect in the murder of 2 cops, but Mike dismisses the help. The problem is already in someone else's hands. Meanwhile, Chuck decides to test his limits and steps outside, fighting his allergy to electricity. Taking advantage of this window, Jimmy leaves some boxes of legal paperwork there, knowing perfectly well that his brother won't be able to resist the temptation to snoop through the documents. In the corporate world, things heat up. HHM tries to broker a 16-month prison deal for Craig Kettleman, but the couple refuses and fires Kim on the spot. They run straight to Jimmy, since they had bribed him earlier. Jimmy tries to hand the case back to Kim, especially after finding out she was demoted to the cornfield, HHM's corporate basement, for losing the clients. But the Kettlemans leave him no choice. This is where Mike steps in and shows why he's a professional. In the middle of the night, he sneaks into the Kettlemans' backyard, sprays a liquid visible only under UV light on the stolen money, and waits. When the wife puts the cash back, Mike follows her glowing fingerprints right to the hiding spot under the bathroom sink. With the money recovered and handed over to the DA, Jimmy corners the couple. Either they take Kim's deal, or the wife goes to jail for bribery too. With no way out, Craig begs, she cries, and Kim gets her clients back. Jimmy goes back to the fancy office he was planning to rent, has a meltdown kicking the door in frustration, and a second later, answers his cell phone pretending to be his own British receptionist. The guy never switches off. We jump back briefly to 1997. Jimmy is in HHM's mailroom, beaming because he passed the bar exam through an online university from American Samoa. He thinks he's going to become a lawyer at the firm, but Howard ruthlessly clips his wings. Years later, in 2002, Kim is back on top thanks to the Kettleman case, though Howard is taking all the credit in the spotlight. Jimmy doesn't have time for jealousy. He is visiting an elderly client at the Sandpiper Crossing assisted living facility and notices something bizarre in her invoices. The institution is basically robbing the seniors blind. He tries to warn the residents, gets kicked out of the place, and, in a moment of pure creative desperation, writes a legal demand on a piece of toilet paper before being thrown onto the street. Not satisfied, he dumpster dives at the nursing home at night to retrieve shredded documents. Sandpiper's lawyer, Schweikart, even calls to give a friendly warning, but Jimmy ignores it. He spends the night taping the strips of paper together. Chuck takes over the job and finds the golden ticket, an out-of-state syringe invoice. This elevates the case to federal fraud. Sandpiper's firm tries for a quick $100,000 settlement. Jimmy threatens heavy federal statutes, and Chuck, who had been quiet until then, drops a bomb. He demands $20 million. Jimmy almost falls out of his chair, but Chuck assures him the number is realistic. The work excites Chuck so much that when Jimmy comes to visit him later and leaves a box in the trunk, Chuck simply walks out the front door, goes to the car, and grabs the box. He completely forgets about his electrical illness, until Jimmy shouts his name and the illusion shatters. The excitement over the Sandpiper case doesn't last long. Opposing counsel starts burying the McGill brothers in endless boxes of paperwork. Chuck realizes the fight has gotten too big and convinces Jimmy that their only chance of winning is by handing the case over to HHM. Jimmy hates the idea but agrees with one condition in mind: getting an office at the firm right next to his brother. Across town, Mike takes a protection job. He meets in a parking garage with a rookie named Price and two hired muscles. One of them, Sobchak, mocks Mike for bringing nothing but a pimento cheese sandwich instead of a gun. Bad idea. Mike disarms the guy and punches him in the throat in 2 seconds flat. During the negotiation with the buyer, drug dealer Nacho Varga, the payment comes up $20 short. Mike doesn't back down and almost starts a war until Nacho hands over the $20 bill, proving that respect in the underworld is measured in the details. At HHM, Howard gives Chuck a king's welcome with all the power turned off. In the conference room, the firm accepts the case, offers a hefty payout and 20% of the settlement to Jimmy, but refuses to hire him. Jimmy blows up, rejects the deal, and walks out. Kim tries to calm Jimmy down later, but he is blind with rage. Back at his nail salon backroom office, he plugs his phone in to charge and realizes the obvious. His battery was dead because Chuck used his phone in the middle of the night to call Howard. The next day, the confrontation goes down. Jimmy accuses Chuck of blocking his hiring. With nowhere to hide, Chuck finally takes the mask off. He says Jimmy isn't a real lawyer, that he took shortcuts, and that the law is too sacred to be in the hands of someone like Slippin' Jimmy. It's a fatal blow. Jimmy tells him their relationship ends right there, gets in his car, and drives off, leaving Chuck completely alone at his front door. In 1992, Jimmy swings by the local bar to say goodbye to his scam partner, Marco. He's heading to Albuquerque, ready to work in his brother's firm's mailroom. Marco thinks it's a complete waste of Slippin' Jimmy's talent. 10 years later, Jimmy's good guy act is starting to crack. While hosting senior bingo, the balls conspire against him. A streak of bees and the word brother trigger a meltdown. The trauma of Chuck's betrayal surfaces, and Jimmy vents into the microphone, telling the tragic and scatological tale of the Chicago sunroof. Basically, he took revenge on his ex-wife's lover by defecating through the sunroof of the guy's BMW, not knowing his kids were in the back seat. Chuck saved him from prison, and Jimmy says he's been paying for it ever since. He bails on the bingo game and heads back to his hometown Cicero. There, he finds Marco dozing at the old bar. The reunion turns into a marathon of cons, starting with a rare coin sold to a suit-wearing sucker. After an insane week, which ends with Jimmy disappointing a waitress who swore she slept with Kevin Costner, reality calls. His phone is flooded with elderly clients wanting his services. Jimmy tells Marco he has to go back, but Marco begs for one last fake Rolex con. Only this time, when Marco drops in the alley pretending to be passed out, he's not acting. He suffers a massive heart attack. His last words are that this was the best week of his life. At the funeral, Jimmy inherits Marco's ring and gets a call from Kim. A firm called Davis in Maine wants to hire him on the partner track because of the Sandpiper case. Back in Albuquerque, he drives to the courthouse for the interview, but freezes in the parking lot. He looks at Marco's ring. He gets back in his car, drives to Mike's toll booth, and asks the choked-up question, why didn't they keep the millions stolen from the Kettlemans? Mike gives a pragmatic answer about doing his job. Jimmy shakes his head and warns him he knows what stopped him from taking the money, and he guarantees it will never stop him again. He speeds off with a smile on his face. In a glimpse of 2010, Gene gets trapped in the mall's trash room.
No, 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 no! God damn it! No! Come on!
He could use the emergency exit, but the alarm would alert the cops. Instead of risking it, he rots there for over 2 hours until the janitor shows up. To kill time, he carves a message into the wall. SG was here. Back in 2002, Jimmy walks into the courthouse, confirms with Kim that turning down the job wouldn't affect their friendship, and flat out rejects Davis and Maine's offer. To celebrate his new rule-free phase, he goes to the nail salon, drinks the sacred customer-only cucumber water, and rips his lawyer sign off the door. Meanwhile, Price shows up for a meet with Mike, driving a Hummer H2 so ridiculous it's flashy. Overconfident, he fires Mike as his security. Mike warns him it's a stupid move, but walks away. Nacho soon arrives, distracts the guy with compliments about the ride, and finds his real address by snooping in the glove compartment. At the hotel, Kim demands to know why Jimmy threw his big chance in the trash. He explains he's tired of living by his brother's rulebook. To prove how liberating it is, he convinces her to join in on a little con. They pose as wealthy siblings who inherited a fortune and trick a smug stockbroker into buying rounds of wildly expensive tequila. The sucker gets stuck with the bill, and the adrenaline leads the two of them into Kim's bed. But the next morning, she warns him the game's end there. Far from there, Price pulls the genius move of calling the cops over stolen baseball cards. The detectives see the bizarre Hummer, find a hidden stash spot in the baseboards of his house, and obviously realize something is off. Floating alone in the hotel pool, Jimmy realizes the cons aren't as fun without Kim. He swallows his pride and calls to accept the job at Davis and Main. Once in his luxury office, he immediately disobeys a sign on the wall that says "Do not turn off," just to see what happens. The message is clear. He's in the game, but he's playing it his way. The news of Jimmy's hiring reaches Chuck, and the reaction is exactly as expected, a silence loaded with resentment. For Jimmy, though, romance is in the air. At an HHM meeting, Kim rearranges the seating just so she can play footsie with him under the table. Later, she gives him a second-best lawyer in the world travel mug, which fits perfectly into the cup holder of his old Suzuki. But when Jimmy trades the car for a company Mercedes-Benz, irony strikes. The mug doesn't fit in the new car's cup holder. Meanwhile, amateur drug dealer Daniel confesses to Mike that he's going to the police station. Mike, knowing how things work, warns him the detectives will squeeze him until he confesses everything. Since the idiot refuses to let go of his beloved stolen baseball cards, Mike takes action. He tracks down Nacho, plays the card of threatening to tell psychopath Tuco Salamanca everything, and forces a deal. Daniel gives the Hummer back in exchange for the cards, and Mike pockets a good chunk of cash for the service. Back at the courthouse, Jimmy almost loses it during a joint meeting when Chuck decides to show up in a suit lined with a space blanket, purely for intimidation. After the tense meeting, Jimmy gets a call from Mike asking for a lawyer with moral flexibility. Invitation instantly accepted. At the precinct, the detectives are already cornering Daniel. Jimmy steps in, pulls the cops aside, and pulls an absurd lie out of a hat. The hidden compartment in his client's house was meant to store fetish videos that involved sitting on pies. The squat cobbler story is so bizarre that the police believe it. The only setback is that Jimmy and Daniel actually have to shoot a real video to back up the lie. That night, Jimmy celebrates the victory by eating pie at Kim's place. But when he lets it slip that he fabricated evidence by shooting the video, her reaction is anything but amused. Kim is furious at the risk of him getting disbarred and warns him she wants absolutely nothing to do with his illegal activities ever again. Jimmy sizes up the situation and promises she won't. Down in Amarillo, Texas, Jimmy solves the lack of clients in the most slippin' Jimmy way possible, bribing a bus driver. He gets on a bus full of Sandpiper Crossing seniors with some random excuse, and in a matter of minutes, walks out with a bunch of signed contracts. A true genius of shady marketing. Back in Albuquerque, the meeting at HHM is tense. Chuck, whose trouble radar is always on when it comes to his brother, questions the sudden success. Jimmy swears the seniors came to him. Of course, Kim sees right through the lie and soon after gives him an earful, reminding him that her own reputation is on the line. Across town, Mike hands over some cash to his daughter-in-law, Stacy. She's terrified, swearing she heard gunshots in the neighborhood. Mike, being the ultimate protector, spends the night staking out from his car. In the early hours, a suspicious noise, but it's just the paperboy. Except, the next morning, Stacy points out a bullet hole in the wall. Mike knows the trajectory makes it impossible, but he doesn't argue with her. He promises to get them out of there. Meanwhile, Jimmy's frustration with the lack of mail-in responses drives him to shoot a TV commercial aimed at the elderly, in the best style of those melodramatic daytime lawyer ads. The footage turns out great, but instead of asking his boss Cliff for approval, Jimmy just calls the network and airs it. The office phones won't stop ringing and Jimmy feels like the king of the world. The joy is short-lived. That night, his cell phone rings. It's Cliff, and he's foaming at the mouth over the audacity of the unapproved commercial. Jimmy pretends to Kim that the call was a compliment, but he knows he's in deep water. And to top off the night, Mike drives out to the middle of nowhere to meet his new employer for a confidential job. It's Nacho Varga. The request is frighteningly simple. He has a guy who needs to disappear. The bill for Jimmy's actions comes due quickly. At Davis and Main, he is cornered by Cliff and the partners. By some miracle, he isn't fired, but he is put on a very short leash. The worst part is the collateral damage. Kim is demoted to doc review at HHM, the infamous cornfield of big law firms. Jimmy is outraged and tries to play the hero, but Kim clips his wings immediately. She warns him that if he meddles with her bosses, they are done. Frustrated, Jimmy goes to confront Chuck. He lands at his brother's house and finds him wrapped in a space blanket, suffering too much to argue. The next day, the conversation finally happens. Jimmy tries to negotiate, offering to quit law for good if Kim is forgiven, but Chuck is too slick to fall for emotional extortion and pins all the blame on her poor judgment. Meanwhile, Meanwhile, Mike's life takes a much tenser turn. That request from Nacho, the target is none other than Tuco Salamanca. Nacho wants to take out his boss because the guy is using meth and has become a walking powder keg. Initially, Mike suggests a clean sniper job for $50,000. He even goes to test an M40A1, a rifle he knows well from his Marine days, but ultimately drops the idea of pulling the trigger. Instead, he comes up with a plan that is equally brilliant and painful. He calls the cops to Tuco's restaurant and intentionally sideswipes Tuco's car. Tuco loses it, tries to extort Mike, and pulls a gun just as the sirens approach. To ensure the dealer doesn't run, Mike grabs his shirt. As a reward, he takes a brutal beating. Tuco knocks him out right in front of the cops, guaranteeing him years in prison. When Nacho delivers half the payout for the job, he asks the obvious question: why not just kill the guy and take double the money without taking a beating? Mike grabs the cash and walks away, letting the silence answer for him. Flashing back to 1992, we get a bizarre glimpse of a completely healthy Chuck cooking dinner with his wife, Rebecca. They're getting ready to host Jimmy, and Chuck even agrees on a secret signal with his wife in case they want to kick his brother out early. Except Jimmy arrives and, with his absurd charisma, dominates the table with lawyer jokes. Rebecca absolutely loves it. Later in bed, Chuck tries to crack his own joke and fails miserably. The jealousy he feels over Jimmy's magnetism is almost palpable. Fast forward to 2002, Jimmy's routine at Davis in Maine has become a micromanaged hell. Cliff has assigned a junior associate, Aaron, to basically be his babysitter. Jimmy manages a brief escape to try and convince Kim to sue HHM for workplace harassment, but she remains unshakable in her ethical stance. In her own words, "You don't save me, I save me."
You don't save me. I save me.
With his babysitter trailing him, Jimmy can't even bribe a court clerk with a Beanie Baby to push a hearing forward. Aaron shuts the scheme down on the spot, leaving Jimmy frustrated just as he bumps into an old public defender buddy who is drooling with envy over the perks of Jimmy's new corporate gig. Meanwhile, Kim hustles during her breaks and manages to land a whale, Mesa Verde Bank, which would bring in $250,000 in billings. She hands the client to Howard on a silver platter, but he takes the bank and sends Kim right back to the doc review dungeon. The one who tries to intervene, in a twisted way, is Chuck. In a late-night chat, he tells Kim they have something in common. They've both been burned by Jimmy. He drops the bomb that Jimmy stole $14,000 from their dad's corner store, driving the old man to ruin. After thoroughly poisoning his brother's image, Chuck offers to use his influence to get Kim out of the doghouse. Across town, Mike is eating at a diner, but the peace doesn't last. Hector Salamanca, Tuco's uncle, simply sits down at his table. He offers Mike $5,000 to lie to the cops and claim the gun was his, which would get his nephew out of jail. A massive problem knocking right at Mike's door. Jimmy is tossing and turning in his luxury corporate apartment, unable to sleep a wink. The insomnia hits hard and he ends up crashing in his old back room at the nail salon. It's clear that the perfect tailored suit lifestyle just doesn't sit right with him. The next day, things aren't much better for Kim. She's back in her old office at 8HM, but the vibe with Howard is freezing cold. The guy sends her alone to a hearing for the Sandpiper case, knowing damn well it's a lost cause. But Kim is just too good at what she does. She loses the motion, but impresses the opposing counsel, Richard Schweikart, so much that he takes her out to lunch and drops an unrefusable job offer on the table. Meanwhile, Mike is dealing with next-level problems. He gets home and realizes he has uninvited guests. With the patience of a guy who's seen it all, he sets a simple trap using carbon paper under the doormat and cranks up an infomercial on the TV to drown out any noise. When two of Hector Salamanca's goons walk in, thinking they have the upper hand, Mike drops them both in seconds and sends a clear message: try harder next time. But Hector isn't the type to mess around. The next day, Mike is at the pool with his granddaughter and spots the Salamanca cousins on a rooftop aiming an imaginary gun at the little girl. The warning phase is over. Mike goes to Hector and agrees to claim ownership of Tuco's gun to get him off the hook, but demands $50,000 for the risk. It's the price of going toe-to-toe with the cartel, and the old man agrees. To blow off some steam, Jimmy and Kim meet at a bar, pull a brilliant con on a douchebag in a suit, and score a fat check that Kim decides to keep as a souvenir. The next morning, Jimmy encourages Kim to take the new job offer, pretending he's absolutely loving corporate life. But the truth comes out shortly after. Frustrated even by the cup holder in his new Mercedes, Jimmy uses a tire iron to smash the plastic so his old travel mug will fit. You can take the guy off the streets, but you can't take the streets out of the guy. In 1973, a young Jimmy Jimmy learns a harsh lesson at his father's store. A grifter walks in with a fake sob story, hustles Jimmy's good-hearted dad, and gives the kid a reality check. The world is divided into wolves and sheep, and you have to figure out which one you're gonna be. Jimmy makes his choice on the spot and swipes $8 from the register. Back in the present, Jimmy accompanies Mike to the DA's office. The goal is to spin the fake story about Tuco's gun that Hector demanded. The prosecutor doesn't buy it easily, but Jimmy puts on a perfect show as the offended lawyer. The problem is, Mike doesn't have the stomach for Jimmy's theatrics and walks out irritated. With Kim about to interview at the new firm, Jimmy decides it's time to bail on his corporate gig, but there's a major financial catch. If he quits, he loses his hefty signing bonus. So, inspired by an inflatable tube man at a gas station, he decides to get himself fired for cause, or rather, by sheer exhaustion. What follows is a masterpiece of annoyance. Jimmy starts wearing suits in colors that would make a clown cry, runs a loud blender in the middle of the workday, refuses to flush the toilet, and, as the crowning achievement, plays the bagpipes in his office.
Jimmy! Oh, you could hear this through the door? I didn't realize. I'm sorry.
What do you think you're doing?
Of course, his boss, Cliff, can't take it. He sees through the play but fires Jimmy anyway, letting him keep the bonus and his beloved Coco Bolo desk. Free and flush with cash, Jimmy rushes to convince Kim to start a law firm with him. But Kim is grounded and knows Jimmy will never play by the rules. She turns him down and goes to her interview, which is an absolute success, but something still bugs her. While Mike buys his daughter-in-law a new house with cartel money and begins spying on Hector's operations, Kim has an epiphany. She goes to the nail salon where Jimmy has set up his makeshift HQ and makes the perfect counteroffer. They won't be partners, but they'll share a space, each with their own solo practice. She does things her way, he does things his way. Jimmy doesn't even think twice and says yes. At the border, an ice cream truck passes smoothly through inspection, but soon the driver pulls over in the desert, retrieves a gun hidden in a compartment, and drops a popsicle stick into a pile that already marks dozens of runs. It's Hector Salamanca's smuggling machine running perfectly. Jimmy and Kim celebrate their new workspace by eating hot dogs on the street. Kim's strategy is surgical. Hand in her resignation at HHM and call Mesa Verde Bank that very same second to poach her biggest client. The execution is flawless. She beats Howard to the punch and secures the bank. The vibe is pure victory as they visit the old dentist office that will become their new firm. But Howard rushes to Chuck for help. Upon learning that Kim is going to share a roof with Jimmy, Chuck ignores his severe electromagnetic hypersensitivity, goes to HHM, and convinces the bank's owners that Kim wouldn't be able to handle the workload alone. The aggressive tactic works. HHM gets the client back, but the exertion takes Chuck down, and he collapses in the middle of the office. Oblivious to the drama, Jimmy is at a military base shooting a commercial in front of a historic bomber. He uses a client he defended for public masturbation and sells him to the base captain as a decorated war hero. His gift of the gab never fails. However, the smile fades when Kim calls and lets him know Mesa Verde slipped through her fingers. That night, Jimmy goes to check on Chuck. Seeing his brother catatonic on the couch, covered in his classic space blanket, Jimmy spots the boxes of bank documents. In a stroke of dark genius, he takes the files, heads to a 24-hour copy shop, and does meticulous artisanal work doctoring the new bank branch's address from 1261 to 1216. He puts everything back without leaving a single trace of the crime. Across town, Mike is also doing some late-night arts and crafts. After figuring out that the tires of that ice cream truck are the transport method for Hector's money, he spends the afternoon drilling holes in a garden hose with his granddaughter. After dark, when he's alone, he drives massive iron spikes through the holes. It's clear someone is in for a nasty surprise on the road. An isolated dirt road becomes the perfect stage for Mike to show how a flawless heist is done. With a spiked hose across the road, he blows out the cartel ice cream truck's tires, holds up the driver, saws open the tires with a power saw, and walks away with $250,000, all without firing a shot or killing anyone. The guy is methodical. Meanwhile, Chuck strides into the banking board hearing with the confidence of a man who's already won the game, except arrogance comes at a steep price. He recites the new Mesa Verde branch address as 1216, but the documents say 1261. The board delays the hearing. At home, surrounded by paperwork, it finally dawns on Chuck. Jimmy sabotaged him. Word travels fast, and Kim gets her client back. When the two of them go to Chuck's house to collect the files, the tension is heavy. Chuck unloads the exact truth about the fraud, detail by detail, accusing his brother. And Kim? She steps up to the plate. She goes toe-to-toe with Chuck, defends Jimmy tooth and nail, and shatters the older brother's ego by telling him he's just looking looking for a scapegoat for his own mistake. But as soon as they get in the car, Kim punches Jimmy in the arm repeatedly and tells him to drive. She knows exactly what he did.
Kim, what?
Just drive.
For Mike, the perfect plan crumbles that very same day. Nacho meets him and reveals that because the driver was left alive, a good Samaritan stopped on the road to help. Hector Salamanca arrived shortly after and executed the innocent man with a shot to the face. Mike's moral code just cost a random guy his life. Knowing Chuck won't let the document story die, Jimmy races to the copy shop in the middle of the night and bribes the clerk, Lance, to erase the security footage and lie. Minutes later, Chuck and Ernesto pull up. Chuck ruthlessly grills the kid, but the intense exposure to the shop's lights and machines triggers his condition. He passes out, violently cracking his head on the counter. Across the street, hiding in the shadows of an alley, Jimmy watches his fallen brother desperate but paralyzed. Jimmy ignores any risk of being exposed, bursts into the copy shop and yells for someone to call an ambulance. At the hospital, Chuck wakes up and, being the paranoid genius he is, immediately puts the pieces together. He accuses Jimmy of bribing the clerk moments before he passed out. But Ernesto steps in and saves Jimmy's skin, lying that he had called him beforehand. Even Ernesto has realized that Chuck's witch hunt has crossed the line of sanity. And if you think this family's toxicity is recent, a flashback straight to 1999 proves otherwise. Their mother is in a coma at the hospital. Jimmy steps out for a quick bite, and the mother wakes up, calls out for Jimmy twice, and passes away right after. When the younger brother returns and asks if she said anything, Chuck looks him dead in the eye and says no, cold and calculating. In the New Mexico desert, things heat up. Mike is lying on a ridge with a newly purchased sniper rifle, waiting for Hector to step out of a shack. But Nacho positions himself directly in the line of fire, blocking the shot. Unable to shoot the informant, Mike is forced to watch the Salamanca cousins execute the truck driver. Suddenly, his own car's horn starts blaring in the distance. He runs back to find a branch wedged against the steering wheel and a note under the wiper with a single word, "Don't." Someone was watching the watcher. Back home, Jimmy gets an urgent call and goes to see Chuck. The scene is bizarre and disturbing. The living room walls and ceiling are completely lined with aluminum foil. Chuck seems like a broken man, claiming his mind is failing him and taking the blame for the document error. Seeing his brother in such a deplorable state, guilt eats Jimmy alive. To ease his brother's pain and madness, he caves. He confesses to the fraud and the forgery, so Chuck will know he isn't losing his mind. The second Jimmy turns his back and leaves the house, Chuck's fragility vanishes. He stands up, lifts a sheet of foil, and turns off a cassette recorder. The breakdown was the perfect act, and Jimmy walked right into the trap. Flash forward to the future. Living undercover as Gene in Omaha, the paranoia finally takes its toll. During his shift, he points out a mall shoplifter's hiding spot to the cops, but the guilt of being a rat hits him so hard that he yells at the kid to say nothing and get a lawyer. The stress fries his nerves and Gene collapses in the middle of work. Back in 2002, the armed truce between the McGill brothers lasts exactly 5 minutes. After Jimmy confesses to the fraud, they even share a nostalgic memory about a children's book. But Chuck cuts the mood with the coldness of a scalpel, warning him that he won't forget or forgive. He calls Howard over to listen to the tape. Howard, ever the practical businessman, points out that the recording is inadmissible in court and won't bring the bank back to the firm. Chuck just smiles. He doesn't want the bank account. He wants to destroy his brother's career. His first move is dirty. He asks Ernesto to change the batteries in the recorder and triggers the tape on purpose. Ernesto hears the confession.
Changed 1261 to 1216. It was me.
Turn that off! Turn it off!
It all went
Turn it off!
exactly.
The seed has been planted in the right person. Kim is also dealing with her own demons. The bank is back in her hands and she set up the firm with Jimmy, but she knows it was all built on fraud. Her conscience weighs so heavily that she freezes while staring at a simple punctuation mark on a contract, battling her own ethical compass. Meanwhile, Mike tries to figure out who left the note on his car. Knowing he was tracked, he takes his car to a junkyard and strips it down to the bone. The guy's patience would make a NASCAR mechanic cry. After hours of obsessive searching, he finds a tiny tracker inside the gas cap. Instead of tossing the device and running, Mike does what he does best. He turns the tables on his enemy. He gets an identical tracker from his underworld contact, drains the battery on the original device, and waits in the dark at home. In the dead of night, when a goon sneaks over to swap the dead tracker for a fresh one, Mike lets him finish the job. Armed and with the new tracker receiver in hand, Mike gets in his car and starts the hunt. The prey has just become the predator. Night falls and Chuck McGill goes into maximum security mode. He locks everything down and even has a private investigator, Dave Brightbill, pulling watch in his living room. Across town, Mike stays on the hunt. He spends the early hours tailing a bag man, picking up dead drops in isolated spots around Albuquerque. As the sun comes up, the trail leads Mike to a familiar fast food joint, Los Pollos Hermanos. Meanwhile, Jimmy is focused on fixing up the new office and interviews Francesca Liddy. Jimmy asks some bizarre questions but hires the woman on the spot, immediately putting the poor girl to work answering phones because his commercial is airing in minutes. Kim tries to enforce some sort of hiring process but gives up. One of the calls is from Mike, who needs a favor. Mike sends Jimmy into Los Pollos Hermanos to act natural and spy on the bagman. The problem is Jimmy is a terrible spy. He stares at the target, tries to act casual, and when the guy leaves, Jimmy literally shoves his arm into the trash can looking for clues. That's when Gustavo Fring appears out of nowhere, with that perfect manager smile, asking if he needs help. Jimmy makes up a lie about losing his watch in the trash. Gus helps him find it, and Jimmy walks out, swearing to Mike that he didn't see anything unusual, but Gus knows damn well Mike is watching him. The cat and mouse game continues. Mike tails a suspicious Escalade out into the desert, only to find a ringing cell phone sitting on top of the gas cap on the side of an empty highway. On the legal side, the walls are closing in. Ernesto tips Kim off about the tape, and she quickly charges Jimmy $20 to establish attorney-client privilege. She tells him Chuck's plan, assuring him the tape is useless in court and begging Jimmy to just wait and do nothing. But Jimmy doesn't listen. Instead of breaking into Chuck's house in the dead of night like his brother and Howard predicted, Jimmy kicks the door down in broad daylight. He flips out, throws the end of his brother's marriage in his face, and forcefully destroys the tape. Chuck set the perfect trap. Howard and the PI step out of the shadows, ready to bear witness to Jimmy's crimes. In the middle of the desert, Mike answers the abandoned cell phone. It's Gustavo Fring, letting him know he's on his way. Two black SUVs surround Mike, and Gus finally explains himself. He doesn't want actor Salamanca dead, at least not yet. But if Mike wants to hit another cartel truck, Gus will conveniently look the other way. Mike quickly figures out that Gus is actor's competitor trying to choke off his supply line, and makes it clear he has his own plan for revenge. Back in Albuquerque, Jimmy is sitting on the curb, waiting to be arrested. Chuck shows up with his passive-aggressive speech, claiming he's pressing charges for his brother's own good. Jimmy isn't buying it and gives him a reality check. The next time Chuck gets sick, he's going to die alone in a hospital.
And this time, it'll be too much. And you will die there. Alone.
Jimmy gets booked, spends the night in jail, and even has to stomach ADA Bill Oakley laughing at his misery in the hallways. When he gets out on bail, he turns down Kim's help, determined not to drag the new firm and the Mesa Verde account down with him. His case ends up in the hands of Kira Hay, an out-of-town prosecutor, since everyone in Albuquerque knows Jimmy all too well. While Jimmy deals with the justice system, Mike takes a trip down to Mexico. He picks up a package from Gus's doctor and sets a trap worthy of Wile E. Coyote and the Roadrunner, but with firearms and narcotics. He tosses a pair of sneakers stuffed with cocaine over the power lines on a cartel route. When actor's truck drives by, Mike fires a few shots in the air with his sniper rifle. The goons think it's just a hunter, but the shots hit the sneakers, showering actor's truck with cocaine. The result is obvious. The vehicle is busted by sniffer dogs as soon as it hits the border. Chuck, meanwhile, puts on the mask of an understanding brother and convinces the prosecutor to offer a pre-trial diversion agreement. Jimmy wouldn't go to jail, but he'd have to confess to the crimes in writing, which would guarantee his disbarment. It's checkmate. Jimmy realizes he's cornered, but Kim finally convinces him to let her fight by his side. They are going to take Chuck's play and use it against him. A quick flashback takes us to 1999 by the pool at Don Eladio's mansion. Actor Salamanca tries to impress the boss with wads of cash and a bobblehead of Don Eladio himself, but Gus Fring steals the show by delivering perfect, bulky bundles of cash, leaving Hector visibly burning with envy, while Eladio is amused by the situation. Back in 2002, Mike's cocaine play worked perfectly, and the DEA cleans out actor's ice cream shop, but actor refuses to lose his supply chain. He storms into Los Pollos Hermanos with Nacho and his thugs, terrorizes the staff, and demands that Gus transport his drugs from now on. Gus dismisses the employees and accepts the demand. Deep down, he's perfectly satisfied. His plan to squeeze actor worked without a single hitch. The next day, he even gives an inspiring speech to his team, coming off as the brave hero who stood up to criminals. Mike, who refused Gus's thugs payment for the job, gets a visit from Fring himself at his parking toll booth. Gus proposes they work together in the future and reveals why he didn't let Mike pull the trigger in the desert. A bullet to Actor's head would be too humane. Meanwhile, the Kim and Jimmy duo springs into action. Kim uses her professional phone voice to cancel Chuck's door repair, paving the way for Mike to show up pretending to be the handyman. Mike goes in, fixes the door using a power drill that tortures Chuck's ears, takes photos of the entire house filled with stacked newspapers and camping lanterns, and even copies notes from his address book. The photos are a fire inspector's worst nightmare, and Jimmy loves the evidence. The tension peaks at the mediation meeting with the bar council. Jimmy writes the check to pay for the destroyed door and swallows his pride to apologize while looking Chuck dead in the eyes. As soon as the obligation is met, he walks out without another word. That's when Kim drops the bait. She informs Chuck she'll move to exclude the tape at the bar hearing, insinuating that Chuck had made a copy and Jimmy destroyed the copy. Wounded in his ego and intelligence, Chuck falls right into the trap and reveals the exact secret they wanted to hear. The real tape is locked away safely and will be played at the hearing. Kim walks out of the courthouse, meets Jimmy outside, and drops a single word with a smirk. Bingo. Flashback to 2001. Chuck is tearing the wiring out of his own house just to hide his supposed electromagnetic hypersensitivity from his ex-wife, Rebecca. Their reconciliation dinner flows incredibly well until their cell phone rings. Chuck completely snaps, throws the device to the floor, and the night abruptly ends right there, with him refusing Jimmy's help to tell her the truth. Fast forward to 2003, and it's a war zone. It's time for Jimmy's disciplinary hearing before the bar association. Howard even tries to talk Chuck out of testifying to spare the firm's reputation, but the man is blinded by his crusade for justice against his brother. What he doesn't realize is that Jimmy has set the perfect trap. During the setup in the courtroom, the room is required to be cleared of all electronics. On his way in, Chuck bumps into a guy on the stairs, none other than Huell. Later, during the cross-examination, Jimmy uses photos of his brother's house to question his sanity and asks how close he needs to be to sense electricity. Chuck confidently assures him he is completely aware of his surroundings. That's when Jimmy strikes. He asks Chuck to check his own pocket. There's a fully charged cell phone battery inside. Huell had planted the thing almost 2 hours ago, and Chuck didn't feel a thing. When the bar council makes the mistake of comparing Chuck to a schizophrenic, the dam breaks. He unleashes a bizarre, furious rant, listing all of Jimmy's flaws since he was 9 years old, screaming in the middle of the hearing room. When he realizes everyone is staring at him in utter shock, reality sets in. Silence takes over, and suddenly, the electric buzz of the exit sign seems to be screaming in his head. The courtroom meltdown comes at a price. Jimmy escapes disbarment but is hit with a 1-year suspension. The victory tastes pretty bitter, especially since Rebecca realizes she was brought there solely as a psychological weapon. She cuts ties with Jimmy for good, throwing in his face that Chuck was always right about his character. Speaking of Chuck, the guy has hit rock bottom. Isolated at home and encouraged by Howard to move on, he tries to brute force a cure for his own mind, forcing himself to hold the very battery that humiliated him. Meanwhile, on the shadier side of town, Hector Salamanca is pushing his limits. He demands to use Nacho's father's upholstery shop as a new front for his drugs. Nacho knows involving a civilian is basically a death sentence. During a fit of rage over Tuco's prison sentence, Hector suffers a heart episode and drops one of his pills. Nacho discreetly hides the pill with his foot, and you can already see the gears turning in his head. On the flip side, Jimmy is broke and legally barred from practicing law. The problem is he already paid $4,000 for TV commercial airtime he can no longer use. His solution is pure improvisation. He puts on a cheap disguise, tries to sell these slots to local businesses by producing ultra-low budget commercials, and invents a high-energy alias to try and turn a profit: Saul Goodman. Jimmy's life is far from TV glamour. He's doing community service, picking up trash on the side of the road, driving a car that barely starts, and paying for dinner with the last coins in his pocket. He desperately tries to sell his commercials, but ends up shooting one for free just so he doesn't lose his crew. The desperation is so real that, at a bar, Jimmy actually maps out a scam against a rude patron, leaving Kim genuinely freaked out. While Kim tries to deal with the guilt over what they did in court, Nacho's focus is purely on survival. He hires Daniel to get empty capsules so he can swap out Hector's heart medication. Mike, who initially didn't want to get involved, decides to handle the logistics to ensure Nacho doesn't leave any traces, but demands one last piece of intel in exchange. The guy is basically the guardian angel of amateur criminals. Jimmy, meanwhile, goes to his malpractice insurance company to ask for a refund on the policy he won't be using during his suspension year. The agent denies it and informs him that his premiums will skyrocket when he returns to practice. Hearing this, Jimmy breaks down. He cries, puts on an Oscar-worthy performance, and starts lamenting his brother's tragic mental breakdown in court. The agent's eyes widen and she starts taking notes frantically. As soon as Jimmy turns his back and walks out the building's door, the tears vanish and a cynical smirk appears. He went there exclusively to sabotage his own brother's insurance. Back in 2002, Jimmy and Marco break into the abandoned old McGill family store. Jimmy retrieves a childhood coin collection hidden in the ceiling. He holds a grudge against his father, claiming the old man bankrupted the business by being too generous, to the point of giving back a valuable coin. You can already start to understand where Jimmy's elastic morality comes from. In the present, Mike is playing detective out in the desert. Using a metal detector, he finds the body of the Good Samaritan that Hector killed and anonymously tips off the tribal police, Mike clearing his own conscience, his way. However, he realizes there's no way he can spend the money he stole from the cartel without raising suspicion. The solution? He knocks on Gustavo Fring's door at Los Pollos Hermanos and asks him to launder the cash. Gus accepts the deal with a handshake and this heavyweight alliance is officially sealed. Meanwhile, Nacho is literally sweating bullets. He breaks the AC unit at Hector's restaurant to create the perfect distraction. In the middle of the unbearable heat, he pulls off a master sleight of hand worthy of Las Vegas. He swaps Hector's heart meds with fake ibuprofen pills and slips the bottle back into the boss's pocket completely unnoticed. The tension here is off the charts. Across town, Kim has a business lunch interrupted by Howard, who never misses a chance to be passive-aggressive. Having zero patience for it, she writes a check right then and there to pay off her law school loans. Howard later tears up the paper, tells her the debt is forgiven, and throws in her face what a massive headache Chuck has become. Speaking of Chuck, he decides to cure his condition by sheer force of will. He goes to the grocery store with zero protection and survives. Howard even celebrates, but quickly warns him that Chuck's malpractice insurance has become a serious issue. And Jimmy keeps on being Jimmy. He stages a slip and fall in a music store to blackmail deadbeat owners.
You guys have liability insurance, right?
And at community service, he extorts his supervisor by threatening a bizarre lawsuit, all to get a drug dealer out of work and rest his own back for $700. Kim realizes Jimmy's math isn't adding up and takes on a second client to keep them afloat. Jimmy's greed gets the better of him when he discovers that an early settlement in the Sandpiper case would net him over $1 million. Except the lawyers want to drag the lawsuit out for years. With no time to waste, he decides to force the hand of the class representative. Jimmy buys her expensive walking shoes and starts a dirty behind-the-scenes campaign, manipulating the other elderly ladies into isolating the poor woman. The pinnacle of his cruelty happens at bingo. Jimmy rigs the ball so Irene wins, but no one claps. She leaves in tears, and Jimmy, playing the understanding hero, suggests that accepting the settlement will bring her friends back. It's classic manipulation. Far away from there, Mike's money laundering plan moves forward. He goes to Texas and signs the paperwork with Lydia at Madrigal Electromotive, officially becoming a ghost security consultant. The situation at HHM is going up in flames. The insurance company learns about Chuck's breakdown and threatens to double the premiums for all the firm's lawyers. Howard tries to suggest Chuck retire, but the man's ego won't allow it. Chuck's response? He sues the very firm he helped build, threatening to bankrupt HHM if he doesn't get his control back. Nacho's plan faces its trial by fire. The cartel decides Gus's trucks will be the exclusive transport route, leaving Hector foaming at the mouth. His heart gives out. He pops Nacho's fake pills, and absolutely nothing happens. Hector survives on pure hatred. Desperate, Nacho confesses everything to his father, begging him to surrender the shop to the cartel, but ends up getting kicked out of the house. Kim's workload finally takes its toll. She takes exhausting risks to keep up with everything, and on her way to a meeting in the middle of nowhere, she falls asleep at the wheel. Her car rolls into a ditch. By some miracle, she makes it out alive with only a broken arm and cuts on her face. Meanwhile, Jimmy is waiting for her at the office with an expensive bottle of tequila, completely unaware of the tragedy. Kim's crash serves as a massive wake-up call for both of them. At the hospital, Jimmy feels guilty about her exhaustion and promises to fix things. Kim, finally taking her foot off the gas, Gus, cancels all her meetings, rents a stack of VHS tapes from Blockbuster, and decides to rest. They end up giving up their shared office, putting the dream of their partnership on hold. At HHM, the Civil War comes to an end. Chuck tries to bluff with the lawsuit, but Howard is done. In a masterstroke, Howard writes a $3 million check out of his own pocket and buys Chuck out. Stripped of his leverage, Chuck is forced out of the firm to the hollow, obligatory applause of the staff, a deeply bitter victory. The tension finally boils over within the cartel. Hector storms into Nacho's father's shop, forcing the old man to take dirty money. Later, Nacho has his gun drawn, ready to put a bullet in Hector's head, but is interrupted by a meeting with Gus and cartel leadership. When Hector hears that Gus will continue to monopolize the routes, he flies into a rage, followed by a massive heart attack. He takes the fake pills and collapses. The most bizarre part? It's Gus who performs CPR to save his enemy's life. In the chaos, Nacho swaps the pills back, but Gus catches the movement. Jimmy attempts one last apology, visiting Chuck at his house, which is now fully lit with electricity again. His brother's response is cold and brutal. "You've never mattered all that much to me." Broken, Jimmy decides to do the right thing. He stages a hot mic stunt so the Sandpiper ladies can hear him confess his manipulation. Irene gets her friends back. The $1 million settlement is off the table, and Jimmy loses all his elder law clients. Meanwhile, Chuck's mind completely breaks down. The electromagnetic paranoia returns 1,000 times worse. He tears his walls apart with a crowbar, searching for an imaginary wire, and smashes his electricity meter. At night, wrapped in his space blanket, utterly alone and lost, he repeatedly kicks a desk until he knocks over a gas lantern. The house burns down, taking Chuck with it. A tragic and inescapable end. In the future, Gene is in the hospital after passing out at work. The nurse gets stuck while running his social security number through the system, and his panic levels go through the roof. Luckily, it was just a typo, but the peace is short-lived. In the cab ride home, he notices an Albuquerque Isotopes air freshener, and the driver stares at him in the rearview mirror with a look that screams, "I know who you are!" Gene gets out in the middle of nowhere, but the cab just sits there, waiting. The past always comes to collect. Back in 2003, reality knocks on Jimmy's door. Howard leaves a message letting him know Chuck died in a fire. Jimmy and Kim rush to the ruins of the house. The fire inspector says a knocked-over lantern was the cause.
Somehow one of the lanterns was knocked over, and then the inspector says it was over fast.
But Jimmy spots the electrical appliances dumped in the backyard. He instantly pieces it together. His brother's electromagnetic paranoia had returned in full force. Jimmy's grief is absolute silence. He ignores Howard's call about the obituary and spends the night downing tequila with Kim on the couch. Meanwhile, Nacho is sweating trying to ditch the fake pills. He attempts to toss them down a storm drain, but Gus interrupts him for a meeting with Juan Bolsa. The cartel's message is clear. The Salamancas hold the territory, even with Hector out of commission. Later, Nacho finally tosses the pills into a river, believing he's in the clear, but he has no idea that Gus's henchmen planted a tracker on his car. Mike, on the other hand, is bored with the 10 grand in his pocket from his new fake job at Madrigal. He infiltrates the company's warehouse in Las Cruces by stealing an employee's badge, does a walkthrough inspecting every single security flaw, returns the badge, and introduces himself to the terrified manager as their security consultant, Mike Ehrmantraut, the only guy who audits his own money laundering scheme. After the funeral, Howard shows up at Jimmy's house. In tears, he confesses he thinks Chuck killed himself because of him, since he forced him out of the firm. Jimmy, cold as ice, simply replies, "I guess that's your cross to bear," turns his back, and goes to feed his fish. No hugs, no absolution. At the hospital, Hector Salamanca finally comes out of his coma, but his brain function is a huge question mark. A doctor suggests transferring him to a top-tier facility, but Gus Fring makes it crystal clear that he is the one who decides the old man's fate, and Gus is in no rush at all. Jimmy wakes up full of energy, loudly making juice and rushing off to job interviews, acting as if his brother hadn't just been reduced to ashes. Kim notices the manic behavior but can't stop him. During one of his interviews at a copier company, Jimmy spots a very familiar ceramic figurine on the owner's desk. He wings it, delivering an impromptu Wall Street-level sales pitch, and they hire him on the spot. His reaction? He acts offended by the boss's gullibility, turns down the job, and walks out. Later, he looks up the figurine online and discovers it's worth almost $9,000. He immediately calls Mike to pitch a heist, old habits truly die hard. Mike, by the way, is butting heads with Lydia. She's freaking out because he wants to personally inspect every Madrigal warehouse. Mike, with the patience of someone explaining the obvious, tells her that doing the actual work is what makes the cover story bulletproof. At HHM, Howard hands Kim Jimmy's inheritance, a check for $5,000, a seat on a scholarship board, and a sealed letter from Chuck. Kim explodes. She accuses Howard of offloading the guilt of Chuck's suicide onto Jimmy just to hurt him, and throws it in his face that these posthumous gifts are a massive insult. Meanwhile, Nacho's situation crumbles. He and Arturo go to pick up their drug shipment, and Arturo decides to act tough by demanding an extra kilo. The mistake costs him dearly. The second they step out, Gus emerges from the shadows, shoves a plastic bag over Arturo's head, and suffocates him to death, forcing Nacho to watch the whole thing without moving a muscle. Gus's glare is terrifying as he lets him know he knows about Hector's pill swap. From now on, you are mine. Basically, Nacho just traded one psychopathic owner for an even worse one. To sell the lie that Arturo died in an ambush, Gus's crew sets up an action movie-level crime scene in the desert. They shoot up the car, place the body in the driver's seat, and for the ultimate touch of realism, they shoot Nacho twice. Once in the shoulder, once in the gut. He's left bleeding in the dirt until the Salamanca cousins show up, torch the evidence, and drag him to the black market vet's clinic. One blood transfusion later, Nacho survives, but the message is clear. He is trapped in an inescapable nightmare. Oblivious to the cartel's brutality, Jimmy tries to convince Mike to break into the copier place and steal the $9,000 figurine. Mike, who has actual adult problems to deal with, turns the offer down flat. Jimmy doesn't give up. He goes to the vet and gets another guy for the job, Ira. The break-in was supposed to be quick. Ira gets in, swaps the figurine, and the store owner walks out of the bathroom. Turns out the guy had a fight with his wife and decided to sleep at the office. Ira is pinned under the desk, holding his breath while the owner eats pizza, plays solitaire, and listens to a self-help CD. Jimmy comes to the rescue. From outside, he sets off the guy's car alarm, making him sprint down the street chasing the runaway vehicle. Mission accomplished with the classic Slippin' Jimmy signature. Meanwhile, Gus's chess game yields perfect results. Believing Arturo's attack was the work of rivals, the cartel orders Gus to find a local meth supplier, overriding Don Eladio's previous orders. It's exactly what he wanted. He even visits Gail Boetticher's university lab. Gail shows off an incredibly pure product and begs to cook, but Gus tells him the time isn't right yet. At home, Kim finally gives Jimmy the letter from Chuck. Jimmy reads it out loud. It's an old text from back when he worked in the mailroom, full of praise about how proud Chuck was of him. Jimmy reads the whole thing with the coldness of someone reading a grocery list. After all, Chuck's final words to him erased any good from their past. He doesn't shed a single tear, but Kim breaks down sobbing, realizing the irreparable emotional wreckage left in the room. An old memory shows Mike helping his son Matt sign his name in wet cement. The nostalgic flashback brutally contrasts with the present, where Mike is sitting in his grief support group, dropping one of the coldest lines possible. "You wanted me to talk. I talked." The mood instantly drops. While Jimmy tries to escape his boredom by taking a generic job as a shift supervisor at an empty cell phone store, Kim gets a reality check in court. The judge notices she's romanticizing the profession, compares her situation to the movie The Verdict, and tells her to either focus on Mesa Verde's corporate bigwigs or go work as a public defender. Kim, stubborn as ever, ignores the advice and stays in the courtroom. Out in the desert, Gus Fring proves why he's the chess master of the underworld. He uses Nacho and the lethal Salamanca cousins as pawns to wipe out the Espinosas, the cartel's main rivals. The shootout is an absolute massacre. When the smoke clears, Nacho realizes Gus orchestrated the whole thing just to inherit their territory. Mike's patience, already stretched thin, finally snaps at the support group. He exposes one of the members, proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that the guy was making up his dead wife just for attention. Mike tells them straight to their faces that they are all just feeding off each other's misery and walks out. At the phone store, Jimmy finds out from his underworld buddy that selling the stolen porcelain figurine netted a huge payout. The advice he gets is simple. Get a burner phone so you can't be tracked. A light bulb goes off in Jimmy's head and he paints "Privacy sold here" on the store window. A new niche is born, and Mike, after ignoring his daughter-in-law's calls, goes to meet with Gus. The Kingpin knows Mike withheld information about Nacho's plot against Hector, but instead of punishing him, he offers him a new job. Jumping ahead to 2010, right before Walter White's empire crumbles, Saul Goodman frantically tears apart his office wall to retrieve an emergency stash, hands cash to his secretary, and makes a call requesting an emergency extraction. The jig is up. Back in 2003, Jimmy is turning the cell phone store into a tax evasion paradise, selling untraceable phones to paranoid businessmen. Realizing the potential, he puts on an underworld-worthy tracksuit and hits the streets to sell directly to bikers and night shift criminals. The problem with descending into the underworld is that the rules are different down there. He ends up getting mugged by 3 teenagers. Kim tends to his wounds in the middle of the night, and Jimmy finally agrees to see a therapist to deal with his grief over his brother. But the next day, he bumps into Howard in the courthouse bathroom. Howard is a wreck, suffering from insomnia, but reveals he's going to therapy twice a week. Jimmy looks at his former boss's pitiful state, decides therapy isn't a magic fix, and flushes the psychologist's number down the toilet. Meanwhile, Mike is essentially running a Shark Tank for cartel engineers. The goal is to build a massive underground lab beneath a laundromat. An arrogant Frenchman talks too much and is sent packing back to the airport. Next up is Werner Ziegler, a nervous German guy with stomach issues who measures everything by hand. He states that the job is dangerous, expensive, and extremely difficult, but not impossible. His honesty wins over Gus, who hires him on the spot. Kim, increasingly detached from the corporate world, bails on an urgent call from her biggest client just to help a girl with drug charges in court. She gets chewed out and apologizes, but the spark in her eyes shows where her true passion lies. Jimmy, during a probation check-in, delivers a passionate monologue declaring that he's going to get his license back and become a famous lawyer. The old Jimmy is dying, and Saul Goodman is knocking at the door. In 1993, a young Jimmy works in the mailroom and watches his brother Chuck get a standing ovation at the firm after winning a case. He looks at the law library and decides he wants that same respect. It's a lifelong dream. In the present, this dream is crushed at a business lunch. Jimmy spent the night sketching the Wexler-McGill logo, but Kim announces she accepted a senior partner position at a large firm. She'll outsource corporate paperwork so she can have time to be a public defender. The future Jimmy planned with her has just vanished. He swallows hard and supports his girlfriend, but inside, he's devastated. Gus goes to the hospital to visit a comatose Hector Salamanca. In one of the most chilling moments possible, Gus tells a childhood story about trapping an animal that was stealing his fruit. He didn't kill the beast, he just kept it trapped, prolonging its suffering for as long as possible. Gus compares Hector to the animal. He won't let the old man die, just to ensure he suffers more. Jimmy goes to HHM to pick up his inheritance, a measly $5,000. He finds Howard depressed, with the firm making mass layoffs. Jimmy doesn't offer a shoulder to cry on. Instead, he calls Howard a shitty lawyer, but a great salesman, and tells him to stop crying and fight for the firm. Now focused on his burner phone empire, Jimmy bribes the nail salon owner to stash dozens of devices in the back, but he hasn't forgotten the 3 punks who mugged him in the previous episode. Jimmy tracks them down on the street, fakes running away, and lures them into a trap. The teenagers end up tied upside down from the ceiling of a warehouse, surrounded by Jimmy's goons who smash piñatas with baseball bats, missing their faces by mere millimeters. Jimmy terrorizes the kids until they swear loyalty and fear, then walks away, leaving them hanging like actual human piñatas. The mailroom guy is definitely gone. Jimmy and Kim's routines are heading in completely opposite directions. While she splits her time between a bank expansion and public defender cases, Jimmy uses his alter ego, Saul Goodman, to sell burner phones to Albuquerque's criminals. He even takes Huel to see a storefront he plans to turn into his future office. But the big guy isn't impressed. To Huel, a real lawyer should have an office in a skyscraper and a boat. Hard to disagree. At the hospital, Hector is being tested by a doctor. His mobility is almost non-existent, but he still manages to knock over a cup of water on purpose just to ogle the nurse who bends down to clean it up. The problem is, Gus watches this recording. Realizing Hector's mind is perfectly intact, Gus makes the cruelest decision possible. He cancels the treatment. He prefers to keep his rival imprisoned in a useless body. The tension between Jimmy and Kim becomes obvious at her firm's party. Jimmy monopolizes a conversation about skiing, suggesting absurdly expensive destinations like Aspen, and makes everyone uncomfortable. But the real chaos happens on the street. Jimmy is approached by a plainclothes cop who tells him to stop selling phones there. They start arguing, and that's when Huel shows up. Wearing headphones and completely oblivious to what's going on, Huel simply knocks the cop to the ground by whacking him over the head with a bag of groceries. It's the worst timing in history. Now, Huel is facing 2.5 years in prison, and Jimmy wants to play dirty to save him. Kim tries to do it the right way, appealing to the ADA, but when the prosecutor refuses to negotiate and calls Jimmy a disbarred scumbag lawyer, something shifts in Kim. She goes straight to an office supply store, buys a bunch of stationery, and calls Jimmy, telling him she has a better way to handle the situation. Jimmy is on a bus headed to Louisiana, Huel's home state. Armed with different colored pens, he spends the entire trip writing dozens of postcards with fake handwriting, even paying other passengers to write messages. He drops them all off at the local post office and heads home. In the criminal underworld, Nacho is settling into his role as boss. When a dealer tries to pay less than he owes, Nacho rips the earring out of the guy's ear to send a message, but behind the scenes, he's hoarding cash and fake Canadian IDs in a safe. He knows he needs an escape route. The excavation work on the lab is driving the Germans crazy, so Mike takes the crew out drinking. While most of them hit a strip club, Werner stays at a regular bar. The problem is, Werner drinks too much and starts spilling details about a massive underground construction project to a complete stranger. Mike has to step in and issues a chilling warning. Gus doesn't forgive loose lips. Werner swears it was the last time. Meanwhile, Kim and Jimmy's plan goes into motion. The Albuquerque judge is flooded with mail from supposed Louisiana citizens demanding freedom for the hero Huel. The ADA investigates and calls a church she found on a donation website. On the other end of the line, Jimmy, in the nail salon, playing organ music in the background and pretending to be a pastor with a touching story about Huel saving old folks from a fire. It's a con worthy of Catch Me If You Can. The ADA caves and agrees to give Huel just 4 months of probation. The adrenaline rush of the con ignites something in Kim, who plants a kiss on Jimmy in the courthouse hallway. Later, bored out of her mind at a bank meeting, she meets up with Jimmy and makes it clear she wants to pull another scam. At the restaurant, Nacho discovers he's no longer the only one in charge. A new guy is in the kitchen cooking Mexican food. Lalo Salamanca has arrived in town. Kim and Jimmy take their talents to Texas. Using an imaginary baby and a leaking bag of milk as a distraction, they manage to trick a city planning clerk and swap the bank's construction blueprints. They've basically become the Bonnie and Clyde of zoning fraud.
I can't tell you how much this means to me. Really, you're a lifesaver.
We need to stick together. Being a mom,
Jimmy loves the idea of doing this full-time with criminal clients, but Kim still harbors the illusion that they can use their scams for good. Lalo Salamanca wastes no time. He visits Hector and brings a gift, the front desk bell from a hotel they burned down together in the past. Now Hector has his iconic way of communicating. Next, Lalo goes to Gus's restaurant, complimenting the chicken and dropping passive-aggressive threats with a smile on his face. Beneath the laundromat, the pressure finally breaks Werner. During a rock blast, he has a panic attack. Desperate, he begs Mike to let him spend a weekend in Germany with his wife. Mike, cold as ever, tells him the only way he goes home is by finishing the job, but grants him a phone call. Jimmy's big day arrives. He faces the committee to get his law license reinstated and answers everything perfectly until they ask what the law means to him. Jimmy freezes. He fails to mention Chuck once, and the committee denies his reinstatement, calling him insincere. The rejection makes Jimmy snap. He meets Kim on the roof of a parking garage and rejects any suggestion that he should miss Chuck. The argument gets heated, and Kim drops a brutal truth bomb. "You're always down." Jimmy goes home to pack his bags, but Kim stops him, saying they are going to try to work things out. At the warehouse, Mike notices dead pixels on the security cameras. He investigates and discovers the truth. Werner used a laser tape measure to blind the cameras MacGyver style, clipped the padlocks, and bolted. The German engineer has vanished off the grid, and the fallout is not going to be pretty. In a flashback, Jimmy and Chuck share a microphone at karaoke singing ABBA in a rare moment of brotherhood. But in the present, their relationship has become nothing but ammunition. On the anniversary of his brother's death, Jimmy spends the entire day at the cemetery faking grief to garner sympathy from the bar association members, all meticulously orchestrated by Kim. Meanwhile, Mike is on a manhunt to find the fugitive engineer, Werner. The problem is, Lalo Salamanca, always observant and dangerous, notices Gus's crew moving and decides to tail Mike. It's a tense game of cat and mouse, which Mike temporarily wins with a classic trick, jamming jamming a toll booth ticket machine with a gum wrapper, leaving Lalo stuck behind another car and foaming at the mouth. But Lalo doesn't give up easily. He goes to the wire transfer agency Mike visited, crashes through the ceiling of the security booth, kills the clerk, and finds the engineer's whereabouts. Too late for Werner. The German, clueless to the danger, takes a call from Lalo at the hotel and leaks crucial information about the lab's construction. Left with no choice, Mike takes Werner out to the desert. Under the starry sky the Germans so desperately wanted to see, Mike pulls the trigger. A cold, heartbreaking execution that weighs heavily on the viewer's soul. Back in court, Jimmy faces his appeal hearing. He starts by reading a letter from Chuck, but stops midway to deliver a tear-jerking speech about how his brother inspired him, promising to honor the McGill name. There isn't a dry eye in the house. However, the moment the doors close, the mask slips. Jimmy celebrates his brilliant acting, calling the panel of judges suckers, while Kim stares at him in sheer shock. The final nail in the coffin comes right after. He announces he's filed the paperwork for a name change. Saul Goodman is born. Years in the future, the quiet, paranoid life of Cinnabon manager Gene falls apart. A cab driver who used to live in Albuquerque recognizes him at the mall and forces him to say his classic catchphrase. Panicking, Gene calls the disappearer to request a new extraction, but at the last second hangs up and decides to handle the problem himself. Flashing back to 2004, the name Saul Goodman is officially on paper. Jimmy explains to a completely rattled Kim that his new target demographic is the criminals who bought his prepaid phones, and he wastes no time. He pitches a circus tent at night and sells out his entire stock of phones in a carnival-like atmosphere, advertising a 50% discount on non-violent felonies. Across town, Lalo continues sniffing out Gus's secrets. He discovers the cartel's cocaine was stepped on and goes to demand answers. Gus, cold as ice, invents a lie that Werner stole the product and shows him the massive underground construction site, claiming it's just a chicken chiller. Lalo pretends to buy it, but nobody is swallowing that story. Someone else who can't stomach the lies anymore is Mike. After driving the Germans out and landing a well-deserved punch to the face of the arrogant Kai, he's told by Gus that the project is suspended. Gus offers to keep paying him, but Mike, disgusted by the murder he was forced to commit, tells the kingpin to keep his money and walks away. Meanwhile, Jimmy's influence begins to corrupt Kim. Trying to convince a stubborn client to take a plea deal, she ropes Jimmy into an impromptu charade where he plays a hard-ass prosecutor. The theater works flawlessly, but it leaves Kim trembling in a stairwell, struggling with the weight of having manipulated her own client. Saul Goodman's 50% off promo works a little too well. Two junkies go on a crime spree thinking they have legal immunity, which ends with a shattered garden gnome and a car wedged into a suburban mailbox. In the underworld, the pressure on Nacho reaches absurd levels. Gus breaks into his house in the dead of night and delivers an ultimatum. Either Nacho earns Lalo's trust and sabotages the Salamanca operation from the inside, or his father dies. Left with no options, he finds himself forced to play a daily game of Russian roulette. While Jimmy dreams big, touring a mansion with Kim and getting drenched by her in the home's luxurious showers, Mike is spiraling into a personal abyss. Trying to help his granddaughter build a treehouse, he completely loses his temper when the girl asks innocent questions about her late father. Mike yells at Kaylee, killing the mood entirely, and flees from his daughter-in-law's questions. Nacho's chance to shine for Lalo literally falls from the sky. During a police raid, dealer Domingo gets stuck on a fire escape. Watching the scene from afar with Lalo, Nacho takes the initiative. He scales the neighboring building in a suicide move, jumps across the roof, and retrieves several stashes of drugs mere seconds before the SWAT team kicks down the door. The Mission Impossible-style stunt earns him the boss's immediate respect. At the courthouse, Jimmy continues operating at his own pace. He traps ADA Erickson inside a broken elevator, obviously sabotaged by the lawyer himself, and uses the 20 minutes of claustrophobia to negotiate plea deals on almost all his pending cases. Pure hustler efficiency, but the victory is short-lived. On the sidewalk, while celebrating with an ice cream cone, a car hits the brakes hard. Nacho opens the back door and tells him to get in. The ice cream drops to the pavement, and the lawyer realizes the real cartel has just knocked on his door. An ice cream cone dropped on the sidewalk and covered in ants is a fitting metaphor for the level of dirt Jimmy is about to step into. Lalo Salamanca pulls him in for a friendly chat in a garage and drops the bomb. He wants Jimmy to act as the lawyer for the arrested Crazy Eight to pass along messages under attorney-client privilege. Jimmy tries to back out by hiking up his fee, but Lalo simply slaps $8,000 in cash into his hand. Boom, no way out. Meanwhile, Mike is drowning in alcohol. At a bar, a photo of the Sydney Opera House triggers memories of Erner, and on his way home, he takes his anger out by effortlessly breaking the arm of a cocky street thug. The guy has hit rock bottom. In court, Kim tries to focus on her pro bono cases, but Mesa Verde yanks her leash. Her boss sends her to Tucumcari to deal with a stubborn local named Everett Acker, who refuses to leave the land the bank wants. Kim tries everything, even sharing a heartbreaking story from her own childhood late at night to build empathy, but the old man tells her to get lost, claiming she'd do anything to kick him out. Back at the jail, Jimmy pulls his Saul Goodman act on none other than DEA agents Hank Schrader and Steven Gomez. They see right through the theatricals, but the bait is too good to pass up. Crazy 8 gives up the cartel's dead drops in exchange for protection. What Hank doesn't know is that this is all Lalo's grand plan. When Jimmy tries to tell Lalo their partnership is over, the Kingpin flashes that psychopathic smile and says Jimmy will make time. The tension is off the charts. At the end of the day, Kim is so frustrated with the hypocrisy of it all that she starts chucking glass bottles from her apartment balcony into the parking lot below, and Jimmy joins in. The couple that breaks things together stays together. The morning after the bottle-throwing spree, the moral hangover kicks in. Kim tries to do damage control on the Tucumcari case by offering Mesa Verde an alternative plot of land, but the head of the bank, Kevin, puts his foot down. He wants Acker out of his house, period. Jimmy, now fully embracing the Saul Goodman persona, continues pulling rabbits out of hats. He manipulates 2 clients in court, using psychological terror until they agree to pay a fortune. The guy's audacity is so high that he wins a case by putting a look-alike in the defendant's seat just to confuse the witness. It's dirty, brilliant, and leaves the judge fuming. One person who finds none of this amusing is Howard Hamlin. He takes Jimmy out to lunch and, out of nowhere, offers him a job at HHM. The irony of the situation is heavy. Howard tries to play the spiritually enlightened guy, flaunting a license plate that reads Namaste, but Jimmy isn't buying it. His response comes that night, in the form of heavy bowling balls chucked over a gate straight onto Howard's Jaguar. Classic. In the underworld, Gus's plan is moving forward. Hank and Gomez stake out the desert and seize $700,000 from the cartel. Gus gets so anxious waiting for the outcome that he forces a poor Los Pollos Hermanos employee to scrub the deep fryer until he nearly passes out, standard toxic boss behavior. With the bank refusing to budge, Kim crosses an ethical line. She asks Jimmy for a favor, and he heads to Acker's house, acting as the old man's unhinged lawyer to stall the bank completely. Meanwhile, Mike continues his self-destruction tour. He returns to provoke the same street gang as before, but this time, the numbers aren't in his favor. He takes a beating, gets stabbed in the gut, and blacks out. When he wakes up, he's no longer on the streets of Albuquerque. He finds himself in a rustic village, out in the middle of nowhere, Mexico. Mike's recovery in Mexico feels like a forced retreat. He tries to leave with the stitches in his stomach still fresh, but is intercepted by Gus Fring's doctor, who makes it clear the boss ordered him kept alive. Mike explores the compound and finds a fountain dedicated to someone named Max, a detail that explains a lot about the vengeful mind of the man funding the place. Back in Albuquerque, Jimmy is making Mesa Verde's life a living hell. Acting as Acker's lawyer, he uses every ridiculous tactic in the book to delay the demolition of the house. He changes the address on the injunction.
1240, Arroyo Vista.
It's 11:30. Anybody can print out something like that. You got an order signed by a judge.
You know, we could get a surveyor.
Plants pottery shards claiming it's a Native American archaeological site, accuses the soil of being radioactive, and fakes the face of Jesus on a wall. It's a legal freak show that drives the bank suits absolutely insane. Kim's boss, Rich, has already figured out the scam. He realizes she's secretly sabotaging her own client and gives her an out to drop the case. What does she do? She causes a massive scene in the middle of the office hallway, acting deeply offended by the accusation and denying everything in front of everyone. The straight-laced girl is definitely gone. Refusing to back down, Kim and Jimmy decide to go on the offensive directly against the bank owner. Since Mike turns down the PI job, they hire a weirdo who breaks into the banker's home. The guy doesn't find anything overly compromising and suggests a desert kidnapping, because apparently that's his standard corporate solution. Jimmy ends the meeting right then and there, but Kim notices a detail in the photos of the house that makes her crack a lethal smile. In Mexico, Gus finally shows up for a face-to-face chat. He knows exactly how to push the right buttons and gives it to Mike straight. He doesn't just want a goon, he wants a soldier in the war against the Salamancas, someone who intimately understands the need to kill for revenge. We jump back in time for a second to see a young Kim waiting for her drunk mother after school, choosing to walk home in the dark rather than get in her car. That sheer stubbornness explains a lot about the Kim we see today. In the present, Jimmy is turning a nail salon into a production studio for a fake commercial. Kim wants to settle the stubborn client's case by paying the difference out of her own pocket just to get her boss off her back. Jimmy hates the idea and promises to handle the situation. Meanwhile, Mike puts on his best private investigator disguise and manipulates the police into linking Lalo's car to a murder. Using a police radio, he poses as an officer and hands Lalo's exact location to them on a silver platter. The result? Lalo is surrounded by squad cars at a traffic light and arrested without a single shot fired. Back to Jimmy, he sends 2 hookers to ambush Howard in the middle of a fancy business lunch to collect on a fake debt. Classic Jimmy. But the real show happens at the Mesa Verde meeting. He demands an absurd $4 million and blackmails the bank owner with aggressive attack ads and the revelation that their logo is a stolen photo from a Native American artist. The bank caves and accepts all terms. Jimmy comes home thinking he's the king of the world, but Kim is furious. He purposely made her look like a fool in front of her boss, just so her reaction would seem genuine and no one would suspect they were working together. The mood turns incredibly heavy. Kim can't take the lies anymore and drops a brutal ultimatum. Either they break up for good, or they get married. The wedding has all the romance of a trip to the DMV. Jimmy and Kim sign the papers at the courthouse. No rings, with Huel as their witness, purely to secure spousal privilege so they won't have to testify against each other in the future. Now officially married, Jimmy gets a call from Lalo behind bars. The Kingpin wants bail, 0 plea deals, and lets him know that the initials JMM on Jimmy's briefcase now stand for Just Make Money. From his cell, Lalo demands that his rival's restaurant, Los Pollos Hermanos, be burned down. And what does Gus Fring do to avoid blowing Nacho's cover with the cartel? He trashes his own fast food joint, rigs a time bomb with a frozen chicken sliding into a vat of boiling fryer oil, and blows up his own business. It's a terrifying level of dedication. Following secret orders from Mike, Jimmy puts on a show in court, brings in a fake family to cry in the gallery, and secures bail for Lalo. The catch is the amount, $7 million. And Lalo decides that Jimmy himself has to cross the border to pick up the cash. Walking out of the courtroom, Jimmy feels the weight of what he's done when he sees the family of Lalo's victim crying. Howard shows up and rescinds the HHM job offer, revealing he knows about the bowling balls and the prostitutes. Jimmy completely loses it in the middle of the hallway, screaming that Howard is minuscule and declaring to the wind that he is a god in human clothing.
Of what I'm capable of. I'm so far beyond you. I'm like a god in human clothing. Lightning bolts shoot from my fingertips.
Ignoring Kim's warnings, Jimmy heads to the desert near the border. He picks up the $7 million in 2 giant duffel bags from the Salamanca twins, who remain as terrifying and mute as ever. On the drive back, things turn into a scene straight out of No Country for Old Men. Jimmy is surrounded by a convoy of armed men and forced to the ground to be executed. Just when all seems lost, the gunmen start dropping one by one. Mike was hiding with a sniper rifle and saves the day, letting only 1 survivor get away. With their cars destroyed in the shootout, the 2 are forced to trek through the scorching desert carrying the cartel's fortune. Back in Albuquerque, Kim panics over her husband's disappearance and goes to confront Lalo in jail, playing both the lawyer and the wife card. Lalo is amused by her guts and warns her that Jimmy is like a cockroach. He always survives. In the desert, the situation becomes critical. The bag rips, Jimmy hurts his foot, and he finally gives up, lying down in the dirt to die. Mike gives him a reality check, talking about the people who depend on him to survive, which gets Jimmy back on his feet. Soon after, the escaped gunman reappears on the horizon, hunting them down. Jimmy uses his reflective space blanket as bait, drawing the speeding car toward them. Mike doesn't miss, landing a fatal shot and flipping the vehicle. With no water left, in true extreme survival show fashion, Jimmy drinks his own urine from his thermos, and the 2 keep walking. The desert trek finally comes to an end. When Jimmy's cell phone gets a signal, he calls Kim, who collapses in relief at the apartment. Tyrus and Victor rescue the duo. On the ride back, Mike forces Jimmy to stay awake to rehearse the perfect lie for Lalo. His car broke down, and he walked with the money so he wouldn't lose it. Back in civilization, Jimmy walks into the bail bond agency dragging 2 bags carrying $7 million. When the prosecutors demand to know where the fortune came from, he drops the classic excuse that a lawyer doesn't ask about the source of a client's funds. That night, Lalo is released. He buys the broken car story and even calls Jimmy a friend of the cartel, but he drops a bombshell to shake the lawyer. Kim went to visit him in jail. At home, while Jimmy tries to wash away the sand and trauma in the shower, he scolds Kim for risking her life. He hands over her $100,000 cut, but Kim finds his bullet-riddled travel mug at the bottom of the bag and realizes the gravity of his lie. The next day, the trauma takes its toll. The simple sound of a blender sends Jimmy into a panic. Kim tells him she knows he's lying and that she'll wait until he's ready to talk. Instead of opening up, he tells her he had to drink his own urine and rushes back to work. Meanwhile, Gus figures out it was Bolsa who ordered the hit on Jimmy, but decides Nacho is still too useful a pawn to be let go, ignoring Mike's advice. Lalo's instincts, however, kick in. On his way to Mexico, he makes Nacho turn around and finds Jimmy's bullet-ridden car in a ditch. The mobster heads straight to the couple's apartment. The tension goes through the roof. Lalo demands Jimmy repeat his story, unaware that Mike is on a neighboring roof with a sniper rifle aimed right at his head. When Jimmy starts stammering, Kim takes the wheel. She makes up a story about rednecks shooting at the abandoned car for fun and absolutely tears into Lalo. She tells him that if he doesn't trust his own men enough to not send a lawyer to pick up his money, that's his problem. Her dressing down is so surgical that Lalo simply accepts it, turns his back, and leaves for good. The relief is short-lived. With Lalo gone, Jimmy calls Mike, who sums it up perfectly. Kim saved his life. Jimmy finally tells the truth about the shootout, and the two hide out in a hotel. Meanwhile, Gus reveals his master plan to Mike. An elite hit squad is on its way to Lalo's compound in Mexico, and Nacho has to open the door for them. When Nacho arrives at the Salamanca fortress, he quickly realizes he has no cell service and is completely cut off. In Albuquerque, Kim runs into Howard at the courthouse. He pulls her aside to warn her about Jimmy's recent pranks, suggesting she stop following her husband's bad influence. Kim's reaction? She laughs in his face. Back at the hotel, Kim tells Jimmy about Howard's lecture, and it sparks something in her. The two start brainstorming ways to destroy the guy's career just to force a multi-million-dollar settlement in the Sandpiper case. Jimmy thinks she's joking and tries to warn her that this would ruin Howard forever, but Kim turns around and with chilling coldness does Jimmy's classic finger gun gesture.
You're shitting me, right?
Down in Mexico, Lalo is busy kissing up to Don Eladio, even gifting him a Magnum, PI-style Ferrari stuffed with cash, and securing business expansion. But the piece is on a timer. At 3 a.m., Nacho needs to open the compound gate but finds Lalo awake by the fire pit. Nacho improvises. He sets a pan of oil on fire in the kitchen to distract his boss, opens the gates for the mercenaries, and escapes into the night. Except Lalo is virtually indestructible. He uses a henchman as a human shield, throws boiling oil in a hitman's face, escapes through a secret tunnel under the bathtub, and ambushes everyone. After wiping out the squad, he forces the lone survivor to call Gus and report that the mission was a success. Spotting the untouched glass of liquor Nacho left near the fire, Lalo knows exactly who betrayed him. The storm outside perfectly matches the hatred in his eyes. As the sun rises over the Mexican desert, Nacho runs for his life. Hiding in a hole, he gets a call from Tyrus confirming the hit succeeded and telling him to lay low. The truth, however, is very different. Lalo limps his way to the home of a peasant couple. He notices the husband sports a goatee just like his, and the result is as cruel as it is practical. Lalo kills them both, burns the farmer's face, and leaves the body in his own mansion to fake his death. When the Salamanca twins arrive and find the remains, they swear immediate vengeance against those responsible. Across the border, Gus receives word that Lalo is dead, but isn't buying it. After all, his entire team of professional hitmen was wiped out. Mike suggests crossing the border to extract Nacho, but Gus prefers to leave his informant to fend for himself in a dirty Mexican motel surrounded by money and guns, but with no way out. In Albuquerque, Jimmy and Kim try to get back to normal, and she throws away her husband's bullet-riddled mug rug, tossing out what's left of the trauma. At the courthouse, prosecutors press Jimmy about the disappearance of the so-called Jorge de Guzman. Under pressure, Jimmy slips and calls his client Lalo, but manages to cover it up quickly. Later, he and Kim put their plan against Howard into motion, and the execution is pure Saul Goodman. Jimmy sneaks into Howard's posh country club, causes a massive scene by faking a discrimination complaint, and infiltrates the locker room. Ignoring Kim's text to abort the mission, he plants a bag of fake cocaine in Howard's locker. When the bag falls out right in front of Cliff Maine, the seed of doubt is successfully planted. While Jimmy and Kim celebrate the con, Lalo is about to cross the border, hidden in a hay truck. Before boarding, he calls his uncle Hector and accuses Gus of the hit. Hector demands hard proof. Lalo has an epiphany, realizes he knows exactly where to find the evidence, and changes his mind. He executes the coyotes, gives the immigrants their money back, and turns the pickup truck around. The nightmare is heading back to Albuquerque. At Nacho's house, Mike takes charge. He kicks out the guy's girlfriends, cracks the safe, and swaps it for a fake one with an envelope inside, a successfully planted trap to throw the cartel off the scent. Meanwhile, Jimmy and Kim continue their crusade to destroy Howard's reputation. Their next targets? The Kettlemans, who remain the ultimate icons of their own delusions. Jimmy dangles the bait that Howard was coked out of his mind during their case. Right on cue, they fire Jimmy on the spot and run straight to Cliff Maine. Cliff refuses the case, of course, but the seed of doubt about Howard's addiction is now firmly planted. Gus thinks he's won the game. He goes to the nursing home to gloat over Hector Salamanca, offering his condolences for Lalo's death. But Hector, who usually can barely look at Gus without wanting to kill him, shakes his hand and gives a little smirk. Gus freezes. He knows instantly Lalo is alive. Down in Mexico, Nacho's paranoia is justified. He discovers that the guy watching his motel isn't cartel, he's Gus's man. He's been completely thrown to the wolves. Before he can even catch his breath, the Salamanca twins and an army of henchmen raid the place. It's a chaotic shootout, but Nacho manages to steal a truck and peel out, tearing through everything in his path. Back in Albuquerque, the Kettlemans realize they've been conned and try to blackmail Jimmy. Jimmy attempts checkbook diplomacy, but Kim loses her patience. With terrifying coldness, she threatens to report the couple to the IRS. Terrified, the two back down. Jimmy just smiles and sums up the situation. Wolves and sheep. The tension boils over at the lab. With Nacho on the loose and Lalo alive, Gus wants to kidnap Nacho's father to force him out of hiding. Mike refuses to cross that line, and guns are drawn among allies. A bloodbath is only avoided because the phone rings at that exact moment. It's Nacho. Nacho's escape through the desert is suffocating. He hides in an abandoned oil tanker, submerging himself in crude oil to avoid being spotted by the Salamanca twins scouring the area. The next morning, he cleans himself up at an auto shop and calls his dad. It's a heartbreaking goodbye. He knows he's reached the end of the line. Nacho then calls Gus and Mike to propose a final deal. He'll take the fall for the hit on Lalo, clearing Gus's name with the cartel, but in exchange, his father remains untouchable. Mike gives his word, sealing the kid's fate. In Albuquerque, the partners in crime focus on Howard. Using Huell's sticky fingers, Jimmy manages to clone the key to his former boss's Jaguar, but the mood shifts when Ada Erickson tracks down Kim. She reveals that Jimmy's client, Jorge de Guzman, was actually Lalo Salamanca, and authorities suspect Jimmy is the cartel's go-to lawyer. When Kim relays this to Jimmy, she lays her cards on the table. He needs to decide whether he's going to be a rat or a friend of the cartel. Nacho's plan is set in motion. Mike brings him back across the border, beats him up to sell the story, and the two share one last glass of whiskey. The desert rendezvous has everyone: Bolsa, the twins, Hector, and Gus. Mike watches from afar, covering the scene with a sniper rifle. Nacho delivers the performance of a lifetime. He claims he was hired by Peruvians and completely absolves Gus. But he doesn't stop there. Looking deep into Hector's eyes, Nacho confesses to swapping the old man's pills, making sure Hector remembers him for the rest of his miserable days. Using a hidden piece of broken glass, Nacho slices through his zip ties, takes Bolsa hostage, and grabs his gun. But he doesn't try to shoot his enemies. Denying the Salamancas the satisfaction of revenge, Nacho turns the gun on himself and pulls the trigger. A tragic end, but dictated on his own terms. The realization that Lalo survived turns Gus Fring into a prisoner of his own mind. He rents the house across from his own, packs it with heavily armed goons and starts using a secret tunnel connecting the two basements. He even starts wearing an ankle holster. Meanwhile, Jimmy puts the next phase of the anti-Howard plan into action, and it's a masterpiece of chaos. Sporting a fake tan, a tailored suit, and perfectly styled hair, Jimmy becomes a dead ringer for Howard. He steals the Jaguar with the cloned key, picks up a prostitute on the street, and at the exact moment Kim is having coffee with Cliff Main on the sidewalk, Jimmy slams on the brakes and violently shoves the woman out of the car. Cliff sees the whole thing. It's basically Mission Impossible, but purely to ruin a suit's reputation. But it's not all fun and games. After dropping the escort off at a motel, Kim notices she's being followed by a sedan. Having ice in her veins, she doesn't panic. She walks right up to the car, notes the license plate, and confronts the watchers who simply speed off. The courthouse. Jimmy has become a pariah. No lawyer wants to speak to him after finding out he bailed out Lalo. The upside? The city scum loves the news. Suddenly, his waiting room is packed with criminals looking to hire the Salamanca guy. He embraces the title. The truth finally catches up with Kim. Mike approaches her at a diner and explains that the men in the sedan work for him, just as a protection detail, and then he drops the bomb. Lalo is alive. When Kim asks why he told her and not Jimmy, Mike doesn't mince words. Because I think you're made of sterner stuff. That night, Jimmy shows Kim a tiny, weird-smelling commercial space in a rundown strip mall. Without telling him that a cartel psychopath is on the loose and hunting them, Kim swallows her fear, smiles, and tells him to sign the lease. Saul Goodman finally has an office. Kim has a terrible night. She props a chair under the door handle, completely paranoid, while Jimmy sleeps soundly, blissfully believing Lalo is dead. Kim knows the truth, since Mike came clean to her, but she keeps it to herself. Miles away, Gus Fring is so on edge that he spends the middle of the night scrubbing his own bathroom tiles with a toothbrush. But the man isn't the meth kingpin for nothing. He connects the dots, recalls the connections from his restaurant in Europe, and figures out that Lalo might be in Germany looking into the late Werner Ziegler. Just to be safe, Gus heads down into the unfinished underground lab and stashes a gun in the treads of an excavator. A true master of paranoia setting his piece on the board. Meanwhile, the civil war in Albuquerque heats up. Cliff confronts Howard about the alleged escort, and Howard finally realizes he's being framed by Jimmy. His solution? He invites Jimmy to a boxing ring. Our protagonist accepts, takes a humiliating beating, and walks away with a black eye. But Howard doesn't stop at the knockout. He hires a private investigator to tail his rival's every move.
I need to know everything he does, and everyone he talks to.
You got it.
Okay, then.
We'll see you Friday.
Speaking of our favorite lawyer, Jimmy convinces his old receptionist Francesca to work at his shady new office by promising to double her salary. Over in Germany, Lalo is living out his own espionage mission. He cozies up to Werner's widow at a bar, fishes for information, and breaks into her house the next day. The widow comes home early, the dog barks, and Lalo even attaches a silencer to his gun. By the skin of her teeth, she escapes unharmed, and Lalo leaves with nothing but a clear acrylic slide rule, a seemingly useless trophy, but one that hides the path to his next target. A quick flashback shows us that Kim's knack for the crooked life goes way back. Her mom not only covered up her teenage shoplifting, but praised the theft and gave her the stolen earrings as a gift. It explains a lot. In the present, Howard's PI reports that Jimmy has been withdrawing 20 grand in cash. Things look bad for Jimmy. He and Kim are orchestrating the final con against Howard. They visit the underworld vet and score a drug that dilates pupils and mimics a panic attack. The perfect invisible weapon to destroy someone's credibility in public. In Germany, Lalo tracks down Casper, one of Werner's engineers. Casper actually manages to get the jump on Lalo and hits him with an axe, but the Salamanca fakes the pain to draw him in, slashes his face with a hidden razor, and chops off the lumberjack's foot, all without losing his swagger. He's basically Michael Myers, just with charm and speaking Spanish. Back in Albuquerque, the big day of the con, dubbed D-Day, arrives. Cliff offers Kim the opportunity of a lifetime at an Access to Justice Foundation in New Mexico, with a lunch meeting scheduled for the exact time of the scam. She hesitates but goes. Jimmy goes to buy booze for an early celebration and bumps into the real Sandpiper mediator in the checkout line. The detail that brings everything crashing down? The guy has his arm in a cast. Jimmy frantically calls Kim, warning her that the fake photos they took won't fly and telling her to abort the mission. But Kim is cold-blooded. Without blinking, she pulls an aggressive U-turn on the highway and tells him, "It happens today." Lalo is back in Albuquerque, quite literally living in a sewer, watching Gus's laundromat with the patience of a predator. Meanwhile, it's a mad dash. Jimmy and Kim get an actor, bribe the crew, and hastily reshoot the fake photos, this time with the guy wearing an arm cast. The pictures are laced with a dose of that drug from the vet and handed over to Howard by the bribed PI. The Sandpiper case mediation meeting begins, and the trap springs with surgical precision. Howard absorbs the drug through his skin while handling the photos. He starts sweating, his pupils dilate, and when the real mediator walks into the room, Howard loses it. He accuses the retired judge of taking a bribe, demands they fetch the photos from his office to prove the conspiracy, and the pictures on the table just show Jimmy handing back a frisbee in the park. Howard looks completely insane. The multi-million-dollar settlement is forced through for a much lower amount, while Jimmy and Kim listen in over the phone, celebrating their victory as they destroy their former boss's career. Far from their celebration, Lalo calls his uncle Hector and hears clicks on the line. He instantly realizes Gus's phones are wiretapped. In a stroke of genius, Lalo fakes an imminent attack on Gus that very night. Mike takes the bait and pulls almost all the security detail to the boss's house, leaving the laundromat unprotected. Night falls. Jimmy and Kim are watching a movie at home when a drunk, broken Howard bursts into their apartment. He confronts them both, asking why they did it, and vows to dedicate his life to exposing them. But any sense of victory or pity vanishes when the door opens and Lalo Salamanca walks in. Jimmy backs away in absolute panic. Kim begs Howard to leave, but the lawyer has no idea who this smiling guy is.
Who are you? Me? Nobody. I just need to talk to my lawyers.
Oh, is that right? You want some advice?
Lalo pulls out a gun, screws on a silencer, and shoots Howard in the head mid-sentence. The body hits the floor. Lalo shushes them and says, with the utmost calm, that they need to talk. On the beach, a lone shoe washes up in the waves. Then another, followed by footprints in the sand. And finally, Howard's Jaguar left with the door wide open, his wallet and wedding ring on the dashboard. The scene of a tragic suicide has been staged to perfection. Meanwhile, back at the apartment, Lalo sits Jimmy and Kim on the couch, with Howard's body lying on the floor. His plan? To hand over an address and a gun and send Jimmy to kill a guy. Jimmy, in sheer panic, plays a brilliant survival card. He convinces Lalo to send Kim instead, arguing that a woman would draw less attention. He knows it's the only way to get his wife out of that slaughterhouse. Kim drives in a state of shock. At a red light, a police cruiser pulls up next to her. She almost spills everything but freezes. When she arrives at the house, which actually belongs to Gus, she walks up to the door and raises the gun. But Mike appears out of nowhere and disarms her. Gus listens to the story through the surveillance cameras and puts two and two together instantly. Lalo didn't change his plan for nothing. It was all a distraction. And he was right. Lalo infiltrates the laundromat, takes out the guards, and corners Gus in the underground super lab. He even records a video for the cartel boss, laughing in the face of death. But Gus has a trick up his sleeve. He delivers a speech full of pure, unadulterated hatred for the Salamancas, cuts the power, and, in pitch darkness, empties a hidden gun. Lalo goes down with a shot to the neck, yet dies with that same psychopathic smile on his face. The cleanup falls to Mike. He gives Jimmy and Kim their final instructions on how to act to uphold the suicide lie, while his crew stuffs Howard's body into an old refrigerator. In the end, the tragedy reaches its peak. Howard, a straight-laced lawyer who was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, is buried in the same grave as Lalo Salamanca beneath the floor of the super lab, probably the most bizarre roommates in New Mexico history. The day after the tragedy, life pretends to go on. Jimmy tries to use the same speech he heard from Mike out in the desert, telling Kim that one day they'll just forget what happened and move on. But her dead silence makes it clear that the damage is permanent. Down in Mexico, Gus sits by Don Eladio's pool and puts on his best poker face. Hector accuses him of everything, but since dental records confirmed Lalo died at the compound, Eladio dismisses the accusation. Gus walks away victorious, but not unscathed. The boss warns him he can see the hate in his eyes and tells him not to forget who's in charge. Later, Gus tries to unwind by sipping an expensive wine and flirting with a sommelier friend, but the darkness pulls him back. There is no rest for those who play this game. The wait also takes its toll on Mike, who tries to give Nacho's father some closure. He promises that the Salamancas will pay soon, but the old man shatters any illusion of heroism, stating that what he's talking about isn't justice, it's just the same endless cycle of gangster revenge. At Howard's memorial, the coldness reaches a new low. His widow backs them into a corner, and Kim, without blinking, fabricates a cruel lie about seeing Howard snorting cocaine in his office years ago.
And Howard was there at his desk, head down, and he was snorting something.
But that was the final straw. That night, Kim throws in the towel. She gives up her legal career for good and packs her bags. In a devastating confession, she admits she knew Lalo was alive, but kept it from Jimmy because he would have pulled the plug on the Howard scam. She was having too much fun to stop. They realize that together, they are poison. Jimmy breaks. Sometime later, we wake up in an over-the-top mansion with a round bed, a hooker beside him, and he's wearing an earpiece while driving. Grief has created a monster. Jimmy died right there, and Saul Goodman took the wheel for good. Flash forward to 2010, Gene Takovich is tired of just hiding in Omaha. He bumps into an elderly woman named Marion out in the snow. Her electric wheelchair is stuck, but it wasn't an accident. Gene snipped the wire on purpose. Marion is none other than the mother of Jeff, the nosy cab driver who made Gene at the mall. Gene gets into the house, has dinner with the family, and when he goes to take out the trash with Jeff, he turns the tables. Instead of running or being blackmailed, he offers the cab driver a chance to get into the game. To seal the deal, Gene goes to his hidden shoebox and slips Marco's old pinky ring onto his finger. The spirit of Slippin' Jimmy wakes from its coma. The plan is basically a food court Ocean's 11. Every night, Gene brings Cinnabon rolls to the security guards. While one of them eats with his back to the surveillance monitors, Gene times everything on his watch. Exactly 3 minutes of an absolute blind spot. He measures the entire department store and sets up a training course in the snow for Jeff to practice the route. Jeff thinks it's crazy, but Gene drops the ultimate argument. Real crazy was a 50-year-old broke chemistry teacher walking into his office and becoming a multi-millionaire in a year. You can't argue with facts. On the night of the heist, Jeff sneaks out of a shipping crate secretly delivered to the store and starts wiping out the designer clothes. Everything is flawless until the very last second when he slips on the freshly waxed floor and knocks himself out cold. Panic sets in. To stop the guard from turning back to the screens, Gene pulls off the most fake, desperate crying fit of his life, spinning a sob story about being completely alone in the world. The Oscar-worthy performance works. Jeff wakes up, finishes the job, and hides in the bathroom. The next day, Jeff and his buddy celebrate the heist in the garage, thinking they're a crew now. Gene immediately pours cold water on the party. He lists every federal crime they just committed and blackmails them, ensuring mutually assured destruction if they ever think of opening their mouths. He didn't want friends. He just wanted leverage to keep them quiet. Back at the mall, Gene looks at a flashy shirt in a display window. The temptation to buy it and slip back into his old Saul persona screams at him. But with a pained look, he leaves it on the rack and walks away. Back in 2008, Saul Goodman has a bag over his head, tossed in the middle of the desert next to an open grave. In absolute panic, he screams at his kidnappers, "It wasn't me, it was Ignacio," a classic moment of desperation. Cut to 2010. Francesca, after dealing with some unbearable tenants, takes a heavily detoured route to shake off the feds and answers a payphone in the middle of nowhere. On the other end of the line, Gene Takovich wants an update. The empire has fallen, assets seized. Skylar White took a plea deal. Jesse Pinkman supposedly fled to Mexico. But what really hits Gene hard is hearing that Kim called to ask about him. The blow is immediate. He calls the company where Kim works down in Florida. We can't hear the conversation, but the damage is clear. Gene kicks the phone booth to pieces. Back in Omaha, frustration turns into fuel. He recruits Jeff again and gets back in the game. The new scam is ingenious. Gene gets a wealthy Mark drunk at a karaoke bar, faking his own drinking by spitting the alcohol into a hidden flask under his clothes. Jeff then drives the guy home and offers him a water bottle laced with barbiturates. With the Mark passed out on the couch, their partner Buddy sneaks in, photographs all their credit cards and IDs, and leaves without a trace. It's the kind of ghost operation that would make Danny Ocean proud. A routine is established. Gene hoards cold hard cash, starts hitting up strip clubs again, and embraces his old vices. In the past, we see Saul finding out Walter White has cancer, ignoring Mike's warnings that the guy is a dangerous amateur, simply because the purity of the meth smells like money. In the present, Gene zeroes in on a new Mark. The catch? The man also has cancer. Buddy, remembering his own father, refuses to do the job on principle. Gene no longer has the same moral compass. He fires Buddy without blinking, forces Jeff to drive him back to the victim's house, and decides to break into the place himself. In the past, Saul Goodman signs his divorce papers with the coldness of someone ordering a coffee. He treats Kim with a painful level of indifference, completely swallowed up by the persona. On her way out, in the pouring rain, Kim bumps into none other than Jesse Pinkman, who wants to know if Saul is really a good lawyer. Her response says it all. "When I knew him, he was."
When I knew him, he was.
Years later, down in Florida, Kim's life is the picture-perfect image of American suburban monotony, backyard barbecues and sprinkler catalogs. All of this comes to a screeching halt when Gene calls, wanting to reconnect. She tells him to turn himself in. He lashes back in anger. That phone call is the missing trigger. Kim flies to Albuquerque and marches straight over to face Howard Hamlin's widow. She hands over an affidavit confessing to absolutely everything: the smear campaign against Howard's career, the murder committed by Lalo Salamanca, and the cover-up by Gus Fring's cartel. The widow rightfully unleashes all her pain and anger. On the shuttle bus back to the airport, Kim's emotional retaining wall finally crumbles. She breaks down sobbing in a way that carries years of pent-up guilt. Meanwhile, in Omaha, Gene's break-in goes sideways. The Mark wakes up, heads to the bathroom, and then falls asleep sitting on the stairs, trapping Gene on the second floor. Outside on the street, Jeff panics upon seeing a police cruiser that had only parked so the cops could eat. Spooked, he hits the gas, crashes the cab hard, and ends up getting arrested. Gene manages to sneak out, but Jeff calls from jail begging for help. Gene hatches a plan and tells Jeff's mom, Marion, to post bail, accidentally slipping that New Mexico laws are different from local ones. It's enough to make the old lady suspicious. Using the new laptop that Gene himself helped buy, she searches for con men in Albuquerque and finds the old Saul Goodman commercials. Gene walks into the kitchen and is busted. In a moment of pure tension, he rips the phone cord out of the wall and steps closer, threateningly. But when Marion says she trusted him, something snaps inside him. She hits her life alert button to call the police, and Gene makes a run for it. Lost in the desert in the past, Jimmy asks Mike what he would do with a time machine. Mike talks about passing on the first bribe he ever took and checking on his family in the future. Jimmy talks about going back in time, investing in the stock market, and becoming a billionaire. Their priorities have always been crystal clear. In 2010, Gene's luck finally runs out. Hunted by the police, he hides inside a dumpster. While struggling to open the plastic packaging of a burner phone, he drops his belongings and makes a noise. The great Saul Goodman's run ends quite literally in the trash, surrendering at gunpoint. But behind bars, the shark comes back to life. He calls up old acquaintance Bill Oakley and recruits him as advisory counsel. In the interrogation room, facing prosecutors and a furious Marie Schrader, who blames him for aiding the empire that killed Hank, Saul does what he does best. He games the system. He bluffs masterfully and whittles down a nearly century-long sentence to a mere 7 years in a minimum security prison. It's a masterclass in arrogance. His smirk only drops when he tries to use Howard's murder as a bargaining chip, only to find out Kim has already confessed to everything. On the flight back to New Mexico, knowing Kim could lose everything in a civil suit, Saul decides to play his final card. He tells the marshals he has more information to incriminate his ex-wife, ensuring she will be present in the courtroom for his hearing. And there, in front of the judge, Marie, and Kim, he pulls his final trick. Instead of signing his 7-year plea deal, he confesses to everything. He admits to being an indispensable and willing player in Walter White's empire, completely clears Kim of any involvement, takes the blame for his brother Chuck's suicide, and, for the first time in a long time, introduces himself as James McGill. He torpedoes his own deal to win back his soul. On the prison transport bus to a maximum security facility, the other inmates recognize him and start chanting the classic, "Better Call Saul." He is no longer a free man, but he has earned the respect of the underworld. In the end, Kim uses her bar card, which doesn't have an expiration date, to visit him. Sharing a cigarette while leaning against a concrete wall, they revive their old routine from the HHM parking garage. Jimmy got 86 years. As Kim walks away, the two exchange one last look through the chain-link barbed wire fences. Jimmy gives her his classic finger gun gesture, sealing their story with a silent and definitive goodbye. Here we meet Walter White. The very first image we get of him is out in the middle of the New Mexico desert, wearing nothing but tighty-whities and a gas mask, driving a runaway RV with two bodies rolling around in the back. He crashes the vehicle, records a tense farewell video for his family, and stands in the middle of the road with a gun, waiting for the sirens to arrive. Cut to 3 weeks earlier. It's Walt's 50th birthday, and his life is pure frustration. He has a plaque on his wall reminding him that he contributed to research that won a Nobel Prize in chemistry chemistry, but now he teaches teenagers who couldn't care less about the subject. To make matters worse, the guy works a second job at a car wash, where he gets humiliated by his own students when they pull up. At home, his pregnant wife, Skylar, throws him a surprise party. The real star of the night isn't the birthday boy, but his brother-in-law Hank, a hulking DEA agent who loves to brag. Hank appears on TV during a seizure operation and mentions that they seized $700,000. Walt's eyes practically light up, and Hank invites him along for a DEA ride-along. The next day, Walt collapses at work and gets the worst news possible: inoperable lung cancer. Expiration date? 2 years tops. He goes back to the car wash, tells his boss to go to hell, and decides to take his brother-in-law up on that invitation. During the DEA bust, Walt stays in the car and spots a former student of his, Jesse Pinkman, sneaking out of a window. Since Walt has nothing left to lose, he tracks down the kid's house and lays it out straight. Either they partner up and cook meth together, or he turns him over to his brother-in-law. The classic negotiation where one side has no choice. They buy an RV, head out to the desert, and Walt strips down to avoid getting chemical smells on his clothes. The meth he cooks is so surreally pure that Jesse takes it to 2 local dealers, Crazy 8 and Emilio. The problem is that Emilio recognizes the teacher from the police bust and assumes it's a setup. They drag Walt back to the RV to kill him. In an act of desperation, Walt promises to teach them the recipe, but instead of cooking, he mixes chemicals to create a lethal toxic gas, locks the 2 of them inside the RV, and speeds off. This is where the story catches up to the opening scene. The sirens he was waiting for weren't the police. They were fire trucks responding to the brush fire the RV started. Walt survives his first day as a criminal, and curiously enough, the man who was dying of cancer has never felt so alive, returning home with a sudden burst of energy that leaves his own wife shocked. After the adrenaline rush from the night before, reality sets in. We jump back 12 hours and discover that one of the dealers, Crazy 8, is still breathing in the RV. Now Walt and Jesse have a double problem: a body to hide and a hostage who needs to disappear. The next morning, Jesse calls his former teacher's house, pretending to be a telemarketer to demand help. Skylar sees right through the lie and tracks down Jesse's webpage, which is full of bad references. The walls are already starting to close in inside his own home. While Walt steals jugs of hydrofluoric acid from the school's lab, Jesse loses the hostage. Walt ends up finding Crazy 8 stumbling down the street. In a bizarre turn, the dealer recognizes him, tries to run, but smacks right into a tree in a scene straight out of Looney Tunes and passes out. They drag the guy into Jesse's basement and secure him by the neck to a pole with a U-lock. The tension in the house becomes suffocating. They decide to flip a coin to figure out who does what. Jesse gets the task of dissolving Emilio's body in the acid, and Walt wins the grand prize of killing Crazy 8. Walt warns the kid to buy a very specific type of plastic bin to put the body in, but doesn't explain why. Rookie mistake. Meanwhile, Walt can't bring himself to execute the hostage. Instead, he brings him a sandwich, a bucket, and even smokes some of Jesse's weed to try and take the edge off. When his wife presses him about his new friend, Walt makes up a story that Jesse is his dealer and tells her to get off his back. It's a terrible excuse, but Skylar decides to investigate. She shows up at Jesse's house right as he's dragging Emilio's body across the driveway. She warns him to stop selling drugs to her husband and leaves, completely oblivious to the corpse sitting right next to her. Thinking he's being super practical, Jesse decides to dump the body in his own second-floor bathtub and pours the acid all over it. When Walt arrives and finds out what he did, the panic is immediate. The hallway ceiling starts to leak and suddenly caves in. That was why Walt wanted the plastic bin. The acid eats through absolutely everything except that specific material.
That stupid plastic container I asked you to buy.
While they deal with this indescribable gore out in the desert, 2 kids find the gas mask Walt left behind. The breadcrumb trail has officially started. Dealing with human remains makes a man reflect on life. As Walt cleans up the mess, he flashes back to his college days, calculating the chemical composition of the human body and wondering if there was anything more than just matter. But that philosophy doesn't last long when he has to flush away what's left. The situation in the basement is reaching a boiling point. Crazy 8 starts using Walt's name and bringing up details of his life. The dealer managed to pry pry it all out of Jesse by just talking to him. Walt is furious, breaks down the bathroom door where Jesse was smoking, and the two get into a vicious brawl. Jesse takes off in his car, leaving the teacher alone with a hostage who knows way too much. Oblivious to all of this, Hank decides to teach the teacher's son a moral lesson. Thinking the guy is smoking, the DEA agent takes him to a rundown roadside motel. He points to a drug addict with completely rotten teeth as a cautionary example. It's a classic scared straight tactic, delivered with all the subtlety of a bulldozer. Meanwhile, Walt tries to rationalize the murder. He makes a pros and cons list to decide whether or not to kill Crazy 8. The let him live column is long, but the reason to kill him comes down to just one thing. If he lets him go, the dealer will come after his family. Walt heads down with a sandwich for the prisoner, has a coughing fit, passes out, and shatters the plate on the floor. When he comes to, he decides to come clean and admits he has cancer. The two actually share a couple of beers, talk about family, and for a moment, it seems like violence won't be necessary. Walt heads upstairs to get the key to the lock, finally convinced to let the guy go. But before heading back down, he decides to piece the shards of the broken plate together in the trash. And that's when his survival instinct kicks in. A large, jagged piece is missing. Walt goes back to the basement. As he goes to unlock the restraint, he spots the dealer winding up to stab him with the ceramic shard. Walt has no choice. He pulls back hard on the lock, strangling Crazy 8 against the pillar while taking stabs to the leg. As the dealer takes his last breath, Walt cries and apologizes. His innocence dies right then and there in that basement. The next day, the police locate the Desert Cook site, Crazy 8's abandoned car, and the gas mask. Walt returns home exhausted, finds his wife crying in their bedroom, and says he has something important to tell her. There's no running from the truth anymore. Hank is at the DEA office giving it to his team straight. There's a new player in town cooking incredibly pure meth. He describes them as highly skilled operators. Little does he know the criminal mastermind is at home, in his underwear, brushing his teeth in front of the mirror. Walt's secret finally comes out during a family barbecue. He tries to be nostalgic, telling the story of how he met his wife, but Skylar breaks down in tears and the truth drops. He has cancer. The reaction is total shock. Hank immediately plays the tough guy, swearing he'll take care of everyone if the worst happens. Meanwhile, Jesse is dealing with his own demons, or rather, with Mormon missionaries who, in his paranoia-fueled brain, look like a dangerous biker gang. He bolts and ends up getting his foot stuck in his family's patio furniture. His parents let the kid crash for the night, under the old condition that he attends support meetings. In Walt's world, the medical treatment is no joke. Skylar books an appointment with a top-tier oncologist who demands a $5,000 deposit up front. Walt hesitates but ends up using the drug money he hid in the air vent of his house. To make his mood worse, at the bank, he runs into a guy in a BMW with a Ken Wins license plate, talking loudly on a Bluetooth earpiece and being completely obnoxious in line. A true corporate douche, Jesse's truce with his family ends badly when the maid finds a cigarette in his room. The catch is that it actually belongs to his brother. Jesse takes the fall in silence, gets kicked out, and on his way out, when Jake asks for the cigarette back, Jesse crushes it and throws it on the ground. With the cancer already at stage 3A, Walt is reluctant to drop 90 grand on a treatment with no guarantees. His son Junior loses his patience and tells his dad to just give up and die already. A devastating blow. Driving through town, Walt has a terrible coughing fit, hacking up blood at a gas station. And guess who pulls up next to him? The guy in the BMW. Walt grabs a wet squeegee, jams it across the terminals of the guy's car battery, and walks away in silence as the BMW bursts into flames. Far from the exploding gas stations, Jesse tries to rejoin the regular workforce. He puts on a suit and tie for an interview, only to find out the advertising gig consists of wearing a costume and spinning a sign on the street. Badger is already out there doing it. The two share a joint in an alley, and Jesse gives up on the wage slave life right then and there. He's ready to start cooking again. Walt and Skylar attend the birthday party of Elliot Schwartz, Walt's old lab partner, and now the billionaire owner of Gray Matter Technologies. The inferiority complex hits hard. While the rich guests hand over wildly expensive gifts, Walt gives him a packet of instant ramen, which surprisingly Elliot loves, bringing back memories of their broke college days. But the nostalgia fades when Elliot offers Walt a job just to pay for his treatment. The protagonist's pride takes the wheel. He refuses, and on the way out, accuses his wife of orchestrating the charity case. Out in the desert, the Jesse and Badger dynamic isn't working out. Jesse tries to replicate Walt's crystal purity, but the result is cloudy, and he dumps the the whole batch. Badger freaks out over wasting the hard-to-get ingredients. They get into a fistfight, and Jesse leaves his partner stranded in the middle of nowhere. Things at the White household also reach a breaking point. Junior gets caught by an undercover cop trying to buy beer and is brought home by Hank, who thinks the kid is acting out because of his dad's illness. Skyler uses the chaos to stage a family intervention, complete with the classic talking pillow. The conversation is brutal. Junior calls his dad a coward for refusing to fight with treatment. When Walt finally gets the pillow, he's brutally honest. He'd rather die on his own terms than live without being in control of his own life. That conviction doesn't last. The next morning, feeling the weight of his household, Walt caves and agrees to do the chemo, but he outright rejects the financial offer from his wealthy former partners, lying to Skyler that their insurance will cover it all. To pay the actual bill, he pulls up to Jesse's house with a single question: "Wanna cook?" Back in business, Walt lays down the new ground rules. He handles the chemistry quietly behind the scenes. Jesse handles the streets, and above all, no bloodshed. A highly optimistic promise for a guy who already has 2 bodies on his tab. The effects of the chemo don't take long to show. During a cook in the RV, Walt can barely breathe and runs outside to throw up. Jesse spots the radiation marker on his chest, and remembering an aunt who went through the same thing, puts 2 and 2 together. The straight-laced chemistry teacher is cooking meth to leave money for his family before he dies. The current issue is that the profit margins are too low. Jesse is moving small weight, and Walt demands they start selling wholesale. He pushes Jesse to find a new distributor. The target is Tuco Salamanca, a guy who took over the territory and has a reputation as a psychopath. Jesse turns down the idea, but Walt won't take no for an answer and tells him to grow a pair. The meeting goes exactly as expected. Tuco samples the product, is blown away by it, but refuses to pay up front. When Jesse tries to grab the meth back, Tuco uses a sack full of money to beat the kid until his ribs snap. While Jesse ends up in the hospital in a cervical collar, the net tightens at the school. Hank discovers the gas mask from the desert came straight from Walt's classroom lab. The police end up arresting the school's janitor because they found weed in his car, wrapping up the case conveniently. But Walt knows how close he came, and with his hair falling out in clumps from the treatment, he decides to take ultimate control. He shaves his head completely and fully embraces his new persona. Bald and carrying a bag of crystal, he walks into Tuco's office. He introduces himself as Heisenberg and demands $50,000 for the stolen product and the damage done to his partner. Tuco laughs in his face, thinking it's absurd to threaten him while bringing even more drugs. That's when chemistry class begins. Walt picks up a shard from the bag and calmly informs him it isn't meth, it's fulminated mercury. He throws the crystal at the floor, and the explosion shatters the entire office, blowing the windows out into the street.
This is not meth.
Coughing in the dust, Tuco has no choice but to pay every dime. Walt walks out with a bag of cash, gets in his car, and lets out an insane scream of pure adrenaline as police sirens wail in the background. At a PTA meeting, Walt and Skyler are sitting side by side. Things heat up out of nowhere when Walt starts sliding his hand up her leg under the table. They end up going at it in the car, and Skyler asks why the experience was so good. His answer is blunt: because it's illegal. The man is developing a taste for danger. Meanwhile, Jesse's reality is far less romantic. His ribs are taped up, and Walt informs him that Tuco wants 2 pounds of meth. Jesse flips out, pointing out that there isn't enough pseudoephedrine in the entire city to pull off that kind of yield. Regardless, Walt sets up a meeting with Tuco at a junkyard, the most cliched place possible for a drug deal. Tuco is pissed about the shorted amount, but Walt plays hardball, demands more money, and even promises to deliver 4 pounds next time. Tuco agrees, but leaves a warning. Owing him money is a very bad idea. To deliver on the promise, the duo needs methylamine. Walt's solution is peak MacGyver. He extracts aluminum powder from Etch-A sketches to make thermite, a substance that can melt through solid steel. They break into a warehouse at night, steal a massive barrel, and after the RV breaks down, they end up cooking in Jesse's basement right in the middle of a real estate open house. Across town, the White family's adrenaline rush isn't exclusive to Walt. At the baby shower, Marie gifts Skyler an expensive tiara. Skyler goes to exchange it at the store and discovers her sister shoplifted the piece. She nearly gets arrested as an accomplice, but fakes going into labor to escape. When Walt and Jesse return to the junkyard to deliver the new batch, the meth is now blue. Tuco snorts it, gets euphoric, and the deal looks like a total success. That is, until one of his henchmen, No-Dose, speaks out of turn. Without blinking, Tuco beats his own man senseless right in front of everyone, showing exactly who Walt has chosen to get in bed with. The dust hasn't even settled at the junkyard before Tuco peels out, leaving Walt and Jesse staring at the consequences of what they just witnessed. In the car, Walt's methodical mind goes into overdrive. He calculates everything: medical bills, college tuition, the mortgage. The magic number is $737,000. He needs 11 more deals to get out of this life. The problem is the beaten henchman dies, and Tuco returns to the scene furious. He orders his other guy Gonzo to hide the body and gives a silent but terrifying warning to the two cooks. Fear takes over. Walt returns home paranoid, peeking through the blinds and completely losing his grip. Jesse, on his end, buys an illegal gun on the street, suggesting they hit Tuco before he hits them. Walt shuts down the absurd idea, reminding him they aren't professional assassins, but realizes they need a plan. The chemist's solution? Use castor beans to extract ricin, a lethal poison they plan to slip into the next batch. While the two play chemical Russian roulette, Skylar is hitting her own breaking point. When Hank drops by to try and patch things up between her and Marie, she snaps. A husband with cancer, money problems, a teenage son, and a kleptomaniac sister. The complete stress package. The tension peaks when Hank casually texts a crime scene photo to Walt. Gonzo and the other henchmen are both dead at the junkyard. What Walt and Jesse don't know is that Gonzo died by accident, his arm crushed under a car while trying to move his friend's body. They assume Tuco is cleaning house, and that they are next. Desperate, Walt gives Jesse all his cash to skip town, rushes home, and stashes the rest of the money in a diaper box. But the escape ends before it begins. When Walt walks outside, Jesse's car is parked out front. He approaches and sees Tuco in the back seat, holding a gun to Jesse's head. Walt is forced to get in, and the car speeds off.
Let's go.
The kidnapping ends in the middle of nowhere, at an isolated cabin out in the desert. Tuco ditched their cell phones, and his cartel paranoia is running at max capacity. He has no idea Gonzo died in a freak accident and swears the guy was a police informant. Inside the cabin, we meet the real nightmare, Tio, Tuco's wheelchair-bound uncle who doesn't speak, but watches absolutely everything. Tuco empties the hostage's pockets and finds Walt's wallet. Now he knows the infamous Heisenberg is Walter White. The cartel boss's plan is simple and terrifying. His cousins are on their way to take them across the border, where Walt will be forced to cook in a Mexican super lab for whatever remains of his short life. Jesse tries to salvage the situation by offering the ricin-laced meth, covering it up by claiming it has a special secret ingredient, chili powder. It's a desperate improvisation that Tuco immediately rejects, preferring the classic blue. While the Albuquerque police scour the city and Hank tracks Jesse's car, Walt tries Plan B. He uses a momentary distraction to slip the poison into Tuco's food. It would have been the perfect crime if Tio hadn't been watching. The old man furiously rings the bell on his wheelchair. Tuco tries to feed the poison food to him, but the old man knocks the plate to the floor and points a shaking finger directly at Walt. The tables turn. Tuco drags Jesse outside, holding an assault rifle to his head. In a moment of sheer courage, Walt confesses to the poisoning and calls Tuco a degenerate piece of filth. The provocation works. Tuco shifts his attention and the rifle, giving Jesse the perfect opening to smash him in the head with a rock and shoot him in the gut with a pistol. They kick the bleeding dealer into a ditch but can't find the car keys. Hearing an approaching engine, they hide, assuming it's the Mexican cousins. But it's Hank's Jeep. The agent steps out, comes face to face with a wounded Tuco, and the scene escalates into a Wild West shootout. Hank is faster on the reload and drops Tuco with a clean headshot. Hidden from view, Walt and Jesse watch their brother-in-law solve their biggest problem for them. They flee on foot in silence, leaving behind only the incessant ringing of Tio's bell echoing from the cabin. After burying Tuco's gun in the desert, Walt and Jesse need a bulletproof alibi to explain their disappearance. Walt's master plan? Walk completely naked through the aisles of a supermarket until he gets taken to the hospital, faking a fugue state. It's the kind of bizarre idea only a desperate genius could come up with. At the hospital, he puts on a tearful reunion with Skylar and Junior. Meanwhile, Hank gives his statement to the DEA brass about the the Tuco shootout and, naturally, leaves out a few tactical details to ensure he comes off as the absolute hero of the story. Jesse scrambles to scrub the basement lab clean. With Badger's help, he loads all the equipment into the RV and pays a guy to tow the whole mess away. But the peace doesn't last. The DEA raids Jesse's motel room, and Hank tries to squeeze a confession out of the kid in the interrogation room any way he can. Jesse's saving grace is Wendy the prostitute, who proves that loyalty has no price tag by backing up his alibi. Desperate to break the kid, Hank brings out his secret weapon, Hector Salamanca, Tuco's uncle. The old man, however, follows the code of the streets, refuses to rat anyone out, and to make his point crystal clear, soils himself right then and there in his wheelchair. The cops have no choice but to cut Jesse loose. Later on, Hank receives a gift from his colleagues, Tuco's grill cast in acrylic, and makes a point to show it off to Walt. Back home, Walt tries to keep up the charade, but Skylar isn't buying it anymore. She confronts him about a second cell phone and turns her face away when he leans in for a kiss. His wild alibi might have saved his skin with the cops, but his marriage is sinking fast. The noose is starting to tighten for everyone. Jesse is completely broke and goes to collect his cut of the money, but Walt hands him a mere pittance, shifting the blame onto him for everything that went wrong. At home, Walt tries to justify the second cell phone story by claiming it was just his medication alarm. Skylar, having zero patience for his sudden burst of creativity, simply turns her back, gets in her car, and drives off, leaving her husband talking to himself.
Skylar?
Jesse's life, on the other hand, goes into a freefall. His parents discover the meth lab, call a lawyer, and evict their own son, since the house is at risk of being seized by the government. His mother even delivers a slap to the face to seal the deal. Desperate, he asks an old bandmate for help, gets kicked out by the guy's wife, has his motorcycle stolen, and ends up breaking into the impound lot where his RV is being kept. Trying to jump the fence, Jesse falls straight into a porta potty, taking a bath in blue sludge. It is the absolute definition of rock bottom. He ends the night sleeping in the RV, wearing a gas mask just to tolerate his own stench. The next day, after being chased off by the lot owner, Jesse steals his own RV and parks it right down the street from Walt's house. The teacher loses it. He storms into the vehicle, calling Jesse every name in the book until the kid snaps and pins Walt against the wall, a millimeter away from disfiguring his face with a punch. But when Walt dares him to just do it, Jesse backs down. In the end, the dust settles, and Walt gives back half the money. Far from there, Skylar smokes a cigarette in her car, ignoring the disapproving glare of a stranger in the parking lot. The stress is definitely sparing no one. Walt's medical bills keep piling up. He lies to Skylar, saying his wealthy former partners are going to pay for everything, but upon checking his cut of the drug money, he realizes it has practically evaporated. To add to his paranoia, he finds his wife's hidden cigarettes floating in the toilet. Meanwhile, Hank is promoted to a border task force in El Paso for killing Tuco. Everyone at the office treats him like an untouchable legend, a true John Wayne of the war on drugs. But in the elevator, away from prying eyes, he suffers a brutal panic attack. The trauma of looking death in the face is real, and he tries to mask it by ditching work to brew craft beer in his own garage. Jesse rents an apartment from a landlord named Jane and decides he's not going to be anyone's lackey anymore. When he and Walt return to the desert to cook, Jesse lays down the law. They are going to control the distribution themselves. He recruits his friends, Skinny Pete, Badger, and Combo, to sling product on the streets, cutting out the need to deal with another psychopathic middleman. The business model works well until Skinny Pete gets mugged by two junkies. When it's time to hand over Walt's cut, Jesse gives him the shorted amount, writing the loss off as a simple cost of doing business. Walt isn't buying this corporate excuse. He warns him that if word hits the street that their crew can be robbed without consequences, their empire will sink before it even sets sail. In the dead of night, Hank's stress peaks when his beer bottles start exploding in the garage due to the pressure, sounding like gunshots in the dark. Walt's financial problem needs to be solved once and for all. He shows up at Jesse's apartment, places the gun the kid bought on the counter, and gives a clear order. He needs to handle the thieves. Jesse is on a mission to get back what's his. Skinny Pete gives him the lowdown on the junkies who robbed him, a guy named Spooge and his partner. Jesse works up the courage, draws his revolver, and breaks into their house. But instead of two deadbeats, he finds a 5-year-old boy, dirty, mute, and completely neglected by life. The kid just wants to eat and play peekaboo, which throws our meth cook into an improvised and tragic babysitter role. Meanwhile, Walt's web of lies is starting to unravel. Gretchen calls Skylar, who thanks her for paying for the medical treatment. Thoroughly confused, Gretchen shows up at their house. Walt, at the peak of his desperation and pride, corners his former partner, asks her to keep quiet, and later meets her at a fancy restaurant. Instead of apologizing like a functional adult, he unleashes all his pent-up resentment, accusing her of getting rich off his research. Walt's final response to Gretchen's compassion? A resounding and blunt "fuck you." From then on, he makes up a story to Skyler that his former friends are broke.
They're broke.
Back at the House of Horrors, the junkies finally arrive. Jesse tries to play the lethal criminal. Spooge reveals that their money is inside a stolen ATM in the yard, which he tries to bust open with a sledgehammer. In a moment of distraction, when Jesse gives in to play with the kid, he gets bashed over the head with a bottle and is knocked out cold. When he wakes up, the situation reaches the peak of bizarre. Spooge is underneath the ATM trying to drill into it while relentlessly cursing at the woman. Her response? She simply tips the machine over, crushing his head with a sickening crunch. Without batting an eye, she snatches the drugs from the corpse and passes out on the couch. Jesse, in absolute panic, wipes his fingerprints, grabs the cash spewing from the machine, and calls the cops. Before fleeing, he puts the little boy outside and tells him to never go back in there. A small, solitary moment of humanity amidst total chaos. The legend of Heisenberg is already crossing the border, even earning its own cartel-style narco corrido song. But the reality behind the myth is far less glamorous. Walt tries to contact Jesse, who has fallen off the map. He heads over to the kid's apartment, bumps into the new landlord Jane, and finally gets in to find Jesse traumatized and high. Seeing a guy's head get crushed by an ATM isn't the kind of image that fades after a good night's sleep. Far from there in Texas, Hank realizes he's moved up to the big leagues, but not in a good way. At the new DEA office in El Paso, he's the only one who doesn't speak Spanish, and the only one laughing at his own jokes. His colleagues openly mock him, making it clear he's viewed as nothing more than a political blowhard. Since Jesse refuses to leave the house, Walt steps up to the front line and goes to meet the street-level dealers at a museum. To his surprise, the three of them are terrified and hand over the money down to the last penny. The reason? Word on the street is that Jesse crushed the junkie's head on purpose. Walt, always ready to feed his own ego, doesn't deny it. He returns to Jesse with a bizarre motivational speech, comparing the kid to a blowfish, a small fish that puffs up to scare off larger predators. Jesse buys into the idea and puts on the predator persona. While Skyler gets her old job back with her former boss Ted, Hank faces true terror in the Mexican desert. The DEA team finds the decapitated head of the informant Tortuga mounted on the shell of a giant tortoise. It's the kind of macabre message that only the cartels can deliver. Hank, disgusted, retreats to the car, once again becoming the butt of his colleagues' jokes. But that retreat saves his life. One of the agents tries to lift the head and triggers a hidden explosive. The desert turns into an instant inferno, and Hank, dazed amidst the carnage, uses his own belt as a tourniquet to save a mutilated colleague's life. Far removed from all this insanity, Jesse works up the courage to go out to the yard, chats up Jane, and admits his real name. The two end up holding hands, waiting for the cable TV signal to come back. A rare breath of peace. Badger sits at a bus stop and is soon approached by a customer. With the street smarts of a brick, Badger suspects the guy is an undercover cop, but ends up falling for the urban legend that cops aren't allowed to lie about their identity. He makes the sale and gets slapped with handcuffs right on the spot. Across town, Hank locks himself in his bedroom, silently dealing with the nightmare from the desert. Walt tries to offer advice, but Hank puts on his tough guy mask and makes a triumphant return to the Albuquerque office. The first piece of news he happily receives? The arrest of Badger with the famous blue meth. Knowing his friend might spill the beans on the whole operation, Jesse points Walt toward the solution. They don't need a criminal lawyer, they need a criminal lawyer. Enter Saul Goodman. Walt tries to pass himself off as Badger's uncle, offers a $10,000 bribe, and is thrown out of the office in the blink of an eye. Since diplomacy failed, it's time for Plan B. At night, wearing ski masks, Walt and Jesse throw Saul into the RV and take him to an open grave out in the middle of nowhere. Saul goes into an absolute panic, screaming cartel names like Ignacio and Lalo. But as soon as Walt has a coughing fit, the lawyer recognizes him.
Regardless of what you do to me. Mr. Mayhew? recognize your car.
Realizing he's dealing with amateurs and not cartel hitmen, Saul makes them both put $1 in his pocket, activating attorney-client privilege right there in the dirt. Saul's corrupt mind soon finds the perfect way out. For 80 grand, he brings in Jimmy In-N-Out, a guy whose literal profession is going to jail for other people, to take the fall as Heisenberg and close the DEA's case. The stage setup nearly falls apart when Badger tries to make a deal with the wrong bald guy on the plaza. Walt, watching from afar, spots the mistake, hits the gas, and swerves his car in front of Hank's vehicle, blocking the cops' line of sight. This gives Jesse the perfect window of time to run in and shove Badger in the right direction. Jimmy gets busted, and the charade is a success, even though Hank's gut tells him there's a loose piece in this puzzle. After hours, Walt is in his empty classroom when Saul Goodman simply walks through the door. The lawyer makes it clear that tracking him down wasn't hard, and delivers his final pitch. Walt needs a Godfather-style consigliere if he wants to survive in the underworld without ending up dead or behind bars, and Saul is exactly the guy for the job. Walt goes in for tests to check his cancer and spots an ominous white spot on his lung. He immediately assumes the worst. The end is near. After a little crash course in money laundering from Saul, he realizes that once the bills are paid, there's barely 10 grand left for his family. The clock is ticking. To secure everyone's future, Walt feeds Skyler a lame excuse and drags Jesse out into the middle of the desert. The mission is a marathon cook, and they deliver 42 pounds of meth, which would fetch nearly 700 grand for each of them. But the victory is short-lived. When Jesse left the keys in the RV's ignition, it drained the battery. They are stranded in the middle of nowhere in scorching heat. To make matters worse, Walt tries to jumpstart the battery with the generator. Jesse spills gasoline. It all catches fire, and the kid extinguishes the flames, using all the drinking water they had left. With no cell service and a dead battery, they bake in the sun. Walt starts coughing up blood, accepting that he's going to die right there. But then his scientist brain kicks in. Gathering coins, galvanized metal, and chemicals, Walt builds a battery from scratch in pure MacGyver style. The engine turns over, and they manage to make it back to civilization. In the doctor's office comes the plot twist. The tumor hasn't grown. In fact, it is shrunk by 80%. He's in remission, and the blood was just from an inflamed esophagus due to severe coughing. The family celebrates. But when Walt is alone in the bathroom, he stares at his own reflection and simply pummels the towel dispenser in pure rage. He was ready to die, and now he'll have to live with the monster he created to survive. We see men in hazmat suits bagging up a pink teddy bear, alongside 2 body bags in the White family's driveway, a clear warning that things are about to get much worse. In the present, Skyler throws a party to celebrate Walt's remission, but the vibe isn't exactly pure relief. By the poolside, Hank starts telling his DEA war stories, leaving Walt's son fascinated. Walt, visibly bothered by the boy's adoration for his uncle, decides to assert his authority in the worst possible way, forcing Walt Jr. to take shot after shot of tequila, ignoring Hank's protests, until the kid pukes in the pool. The atmosphere becomes unbearable. Trying to escape the tension, Walt becomes obsessed with household repairs. He discovers dirty water, leaks, and wood rot, deciding to fix it all himself. He even buys a new water heater, paying in cash with a blood-stained bill. Totally normal. Meanwhile, Skyler goes back to work and grows increasingly close to her boss Ted, engaging in some heavy flirting as she struggles with the guilt of not being as happy as she should be about her husband's recovery. As for Jesse, he tries to get closer to Jane, but the girl hides him when her dad shows up. After a fight, she tries to make amends by sliding a drawing under his door. The climax happens at a home improvement store. Walt spots a meth head buying obvious meth cooking supplies. At first, his teacher instinct kicks in, and he even gives the guy a tip on buying the right kind of matches. But shortly after, Walt marches out to the parking lot, stares down the junkie's hulking partner, and drops the line that changes everything. "Stay out of my territory." With an icy glare, he watches the two scurry away in fear. Heisenberg is here to stay.
Stay out of my territory.
Walt and Jesse's empire begins to crumble when Combo, slinging in a new territory, is gunned down in the middle of the street by rival dealers. Jesse is devastated by his friend's death. Skinny Pete bails on the business, and just like that, their distribution network is gone. The problem is, they are sitting on nearly 40 pounds of product, and with Walt needing 200 grand for a lung surgery, desperation hits hard. They go to Saul Goodman, who sets up a meeting at a fast food joint, Los Pollos Hermanos, with a high-level distributor. The catch is that Jesse shows up late and high, loses his patience, and leaves. Walt stays and waits. It takes hours for him to put the pieces together and realize that the mild-mannered restaurant manager was, in fact, their contact. The manager's name is Gus, and he rejects the partnership on the spot, stating that Jesse is an addict and people like that can't be trusted. Walt begs for a chance, promising to deliver all the product on short notice if necessary. While Skylar discovers her boss is committing tax fraud but decides to stay at her job, even singing him a sultry Marilyn Monroe-style happy birthday, Jesse completely spirals. Jane introduces him to and the two nod off into a catatonic state. It's at this exact moment that Walt's burner phone vibrates in the ceiling tiles of his classroom with a text, Pollos. Gus has given him 1 hour to deliver the product in exchange for over $1 million. Walt rushes to Jesse's house, breaks down the door, and finds his partner completely passed out from the drugs. He finds the meth stash beneath the sink, but his phone rings again. It's Skylar. She's gone into labor. Walt stares at the screen, processes the information, and shoves the drugs into a trash bag, bolting out the door. He chose the money. After delivering the roughly 40 pounds of meth to Gus, Walt rushes frantically to the hospital and finally holds his newborn daughter. The moment would be perfect had he not left $1 million hidden in his car, and if Ted, his wife's boss, wasn't there keeping her company. While Walt tries to juggle his double life, Jesse goes into full panic mode. The drugs are missing from his apartment. What he doesn't know is that it was Walt himself who broke into the place and took it all. Walt simply ignores his partner's calls until Jesse confronts him at the school. The argument is brutal. Walt refuses to hand over Jesse's cut, nearly $500,000, claiming the guy would blow it all on drugs and be dead within a week. Walt's situation at home also takes an absurd turn. Walter Jr. creates the website SaveWalterWhite.com to collect donations for his dad's surgery. Saul Goodman loves the idea and suggests using a Belarusian hacker to launder the drug money through the site. But Walt's wounded pride can't handle his family thinking he's living off charity. Back at the apartment, things spin out of control. Jane's dad, Donald, catches Jesse high and threatens to call the cops, but Jane promises to go to rehab. Only as soon as her dad leaves, she finds out about the money and blackmails Walt. Either he pays up or she exposes the great Heisenberg. Walt caves. He delivers the cash, and Jane literally slams the door in his face. With the money in hand, the couple dreams of fleeing to New Zealand, but their eyes quickly drift back to the drugs on the nightstand. Later, at a bar, Walt vents to a stranger about not being able to help his nephew. In a tragic twist of fate, the stranger is Donald, Jane's father. He advises Walt to never give up on family. Inspired, Walt heads back to Jesse's apartment. He finds the two of them passed out. While trying to wake his partner, he accidentally bumps Jane onto her back, and she starts throwing up and choking. Walt instinctively moves to help, but stops. In one of the most cold-blooded decisions of his life, he watches the girl die, eliminating his problem for good. Those mysterious scenes with the hazmat suit guys and a pink teddy bear in the pool finally begin to make sense. Back at the apartment, Jesse wakes up and desperately tries to perform CPR on Jane. Panicking, he calls Walt, having no idea that his partner simply watched her die hours earlier. Walt promises to handle it, and soon enough, Saul sends in the cavalry, a man named Mike Ehrmantraut. Mike cleans up the drugs, stashes the money, and slaps Jesse around a bit to snap him out of shock, drilling him on exactly what to say to the paramedics. By the time the ambulance arrives, Donald also shows up. The agony of seeing his daughter carried out in a body bag is absolute, and he leaves with nothing but a sketch she had drawn. The devastation in Jesse's life is total. Walt later finds him holed up in a derelict crack house, sobbing with guilt, and checks him into a high-end rehab clinic. Meanwhile, Hank and the DEA continue their hunt for Heisenberg, completely unaware that their prime target is so close that his new distributor, Gus Fring, literally drops a donation into the police fund collection jar for Walt's surgery. It's the kind of audacity only a true drug lord possesses. The time comes for Walt's surgery. As the nurse administers the muscle relaxant, Skylar asks where his cell phone is. Completely hopped up on the meds, Walt answers, "Which one? Never trust a sedated patient."
Your cell phone, did you bring it?
Which one? I'm pretty sure he didn't bring it, Mom.
The surgery is a success, but the marriage is not. That one line prompted Skylar to dig into everything. She discovers that his former partners never paid for the treatment and that the whole fugue state story was a lie. With her bags packed, she demands that Walt move out. And if Walt's personal life imploded, the outside world is going down with it. Donald, Jane's father, returns to his job as an air traffic controller. Consumed by grief, he zones out at the radar and mixes up an aircraft's flight call sign. In the skies above Albuquerque, two airplanes collide collide head-on. Out by the pool, Walt hears the explosion and watches debris rain down on his backyard. Amidst the wreckage, a pink teddy bear splashes right into the water. In a Mexican village, worshippers crawl through the dirt toward a Santa Muerte shrine. Among them, 2 men in suits and silver-tipped skull boots rise and leave an offering, a drawing of Heisenberg. The message is clear, and the storm is coming. In Albuquerque, the news covers nothing but the mid-air collision caused by controller Donald Margolis. Walt knows exactly how much blood is on his hands. In a sudden fit of a guilty conscience, he throws all his drug money into the barbecue grill and sets it on fire, only to regret it 3 seconds later and toss it all, including himself, into the pool to put out the flames. Walt's moving out yields a scene worthy of a comedy of errors. Hank comes over to help with the bags and nearly breaks his back lifting a heavy duffel bag. He jokes, asking if there are cinder blocks inside. Walt, completely deadpan, replies, $500,000 in cash. Hank laughs. Sometimes the best camouflage is telling the truth right to the detective's face. At school, Walt tries to cope with the tragedy in the worst possible way. During an assembly about the plane crash, he takes the mic and tries to console the students using statistics, pointing out that far more people could have died if the planes had been bigger. The principal has to step in before he keeps digging his own grave. The tension with Skylar reaches a breaking point when she shows up at his new apartment with divorce papers. She puts the pieces of the infinite cash together and deduces he's a marijuana dealer. Walt corrects her mistake and finally comes clean. He cooks meth. Skylar strikes a cold deal, promising not to tell Hank anything as long as Walt signs the papers and disappears from their lives. While Jesse in rehab accepts that he is now the bad guy, Walt meets with Gus Fring. The drug lord offers $3 million for 3 months of work. Surprisingly, Walt turns him down. He says he already has enough and that family is more important. Far away, the 2 men with the skull boots cross the border hidden in the back of a truck full of immigrants. When one of the passengers recognizes them as cartel hitmen, the cousins don't say a word. They execute everyone in the truck, set the vehicle on fire, and calmly walk away down the road. The problem has officially crossed the border. Walt is at his breaking point, minding his own business while driving. He gets pulled over and ticketed for his windshield, which was cracked by the airplane debris. He tries to argue, completely loses his cool with the cop, and ends up getting pepper sprayed in the face. The result? He lands in the back of a squad car. Hank bails his brother-in-law out of the station, and Walt confesses that Skylar has cut him off from their kids. The vibe at the White household is pure hell. Walt Jr. even lashes out at his mom, furious because he thinks she's being unfair, while Hank starts piecing together the theory that Walt had an affair. But Walt's problems go way beyond marital drama. Tuco Salamanca's cousins have crossed the border. They visit old Hector at the nursing home and, using a Ouija board and the bell on his wheelchair, spell out the cartel's next target, Walter White. Meanwhile, Jesse tries to reconnect with his family, but his dad makes it crystal clear he's not welcome in their newly renovated home. Hurt, Jesse uses his rehab money and some genius blackmail from Saul Goodman regarding the old meth lab in the basement to buy his parents' house for a bargain. Walt tries one last Hail Mary with Skylar, showing up with a giant pizza. She slams the door in his face. Frustrated, he tosses the entire pizza onto the garage roof. Classic. But Walt's heartbreak almost cost him his life. Saul sent his fixer, Mike, to keep an eye on the White residence. Mike watches as the Salamanca cousins slip into the house wielding a polished axe. Walt is in the shower, completely defenseless. His saving grace is a text message the cousins receive with a single word, pollos. They back off immediately. Walt steps out of the shower, completely unaware that he just dodged the Grim Reaper. And Walt, stubborn as a mule, refuses to give up his territory. He gets the pizza off the roof and decides he's going to break into his own house. Skylar arrives, sees her ex-husband making himself at home, and calls the cops. But since there's no domestic violence and his name is on the deed, the police wash their hands of it. Walt bunkers down in the living room, grading his students' papers as if it were a normal Sunday. Living together turns into a cold war. Skylar gives him the ultimate silent treatment. So much so that when Walt tries to use her bathroom and gets no response, he just pees in the kitchen sink. She even considers divorce, revealing to her lawyer that Walt cooks meth, but backs down to protect the hero dad image for Walt Jr. Across town, Jesse is grieving in the worst way possible, relentlessly calling Jane's voicemail just to hear her voice. When the number is finally disconnected, the last piece of her vanishes. Devastated, Jesse takes the RV out to the desert to do the only thing he knows, cook. Hank isn't doing so hot either. His trauma with the cartel has left him with severe PTSD. Instead of heading to his new promotion in El Paso, he takes out his panic by picking a brutal bar fight, beating the hell out of 2 guys. The Salamanca cousins still want Walt's head, but Gus Fring demands they wait until their business is concluded. Walt gets a stay of execution, but at home, things are crumbling. He drops a duffel bag stuffed with cash on the table, trying to prove to Skylar that he did it all for the family. She listens in silence. Later at dinner, while Walt serves food thinking he's making up ground, Skylar drops the bomb. She slept with Ted, her boss. Point Skylar. Walt's bruised ego does the talking. He goes to Ted's company and tries to hurl a massive potted plant through the guy's office window, but the glass doesn't even crack, and Walt gets unceremoniously tossed out by the employees in a humiliating fashion. Mike, always in the shadows, picks up the teacher. Saul Goodman tries to stage an intervention in his office. When Walt finds out the lawyer bugged his house and heard every detail of the cheating, the conversation turns into a wrestling match on the floor, and Saul fires his client on the spot. The stress is so high that Walt even tries to kiss the school principal in the middle of a meeting and ends up getting placed on administrative leave. While Walt's marriage goes down the drain, the blue meth is back on the streets. Jesse cooked solo, traded a bit of it for gas with a cashier, and now wants to get into Gus's circuit. He shows the new batch to Walt, expecting at least a modicum of respect, but is met with a barrage of arrogant criticism. Walt refuses to be the bridge between Jesse and Gus. Hank, desperate to dodge the El Paso transfer, grabs onto this new blue crystal lead with both hands. He tracks down the convenience store where Jesse used the meth and scores an ATM camera shot pointing right at the gas pumps. Despite Walt's refusal, Saul and Mike broker a direct deal between Jesse and Gus. Jesse makes the drop in the desert, but Gus's henchman only hands over half the cash. In his car, Walt is stopped at a red light. The radio reports that Jane's father attempted suicide, and the guilt hits him hard. Suddenly, Gus's henchman pulls up alongside him, tosses a bag of money through Walt's window, and deadpans, "Your half." Walt sits there, staring at the money with the weight of everything he's destroyed resting on his shoulders as the light turns green. We go back in time a bit to see what Jesse did with that RV money early on. Instead of being smart, he blows almost all of it at a strip club with his buddies and ends up buying a stolen RV out of sheer dumb luck. In the present, Skylar is enjoying the heated floors at Ted's house, but it's clear she's uncomfortable with the level of intimacy. Meanwhile, the walls are closing in. Hank is like a bloodhound on the trail of that RV. He even breaches the roof of one, only to scare a pair of elderly folks playing cards in their underwear. It would be a comical scene if he weren't so dangerously obsessed. He refuses to take the new gig in Texas. The only thing he wants is Heisenberg. Knowing Walt's massive ego, Gus drops the perfect bait. He takes him to an industrial laundry facility and unveils an immaculate underground super lab. It's the Disneyland of chemistry. Gus knows how to manipulate him and drops the golden line. A man provides for his family, even when he is not appreciated or respected or even loved. That hits Walt right in the chest. At home, things fall apart. Skylar finds the mountain of dirty money in the closet, talks to a lawyer who warns her of the danger, and shortly after, discovers that Walt simply signed the divorce papers and left. To make matters worse, Walt hands over half the money to Jesse in Saul's office. Jesse is so pissed about being used as a pawn by Gus and Walt that he storms out and smashes Walt's car window with a rock. But the real danger comes from Hank's snooping. He tracks down the previous owner of the original RV and, in her deceased son's bedroom, comes face to face with a game-changing photo, the old owner posing with none other than Jesse Pinkman. Things put the pedal to the metal and don't let up. Jesse is cooking up a batch so good on his own that he decides to get the old crew back together, but little does he know Hank is camped out on his street, watching his every move and piling up fast food trash in his car. Walt, on the other hand, is in heaven with his new assistant, Gale, a guy who knows everything about chemistry and recites poetry. But the piece is short-lived. Hank calls Walt asking for info on Jesse and the RV. You can practically see Walt's soul leave his body. He goes into full panic mode, calls Saul, and races to the junkyard to have the vehicle destroyed before it's too late. The problem is that Jesse, thinking Walt is trying to screw him over, rushes to the junkyard and brings Hank trailing right behind him like a shadow. The scene is agonizing. Walt and Jesse are locked inside the RV in dead silence while Hank tries to pry the door open. The day is saved by the junkyard junkyard owner, Old Joe, who uses his razor-sharp legal knowledge to stop Hank from entering without a warrant. Since Hank decides to wait them out right there, Walt plays the dirtiest card imaginable. He has Saul's secretary call Hank, posing as a police officer, to tell him Marie was in a horrible car crash. Hank leaves in a blind panic, clearing the way. By the time he finds out at the hospital that he's been played, the damage is done. The iconic RV is crushed into a metal cube in the compactor. But the tension is far from over. The cousins are out for blood, and Gus, to protect his own investment in Walt, makes a cold, calculating decision. He redirects the target, giving the cartel permission to kill a DEA agent instead, and that agent's name is Hank Schrader. Hank's pent-up rage boils over in the worst way possible. After the fake call about his wife, he goes straight to Jesse's house and beats him until he passes out. It's brutal, ugly, and instantly destroys Hank's career. He gets suspended and stripped of his gun and badge. At the hospital, Jesse's face is disfigured, but his mind is set on revenge. He swears he's going to destroy Hank's life, and if he gets caught cooking, he'll give up Walt in a heartbeat. Walt realizes he's holding a grenade with the pin pulled. To pacify Jesse, he does the only thing he can. He fires poor, brilliant Gale from the super lab and offers the partner position back to Jesse, splitting the millions 50-50. Jesse accepts, and the criminal charges against Hank magically disappear. But Hank has much bigger problems coming his way. After shopping at a mall, he gets an anonymous call in his car. A distorted voice delivers a warning. He has exactly 1 minute before 2 men arrive to kill him. Without a gun, without a badge, and with nowhere to run, the air gets unbearably heavy. The minute passes. The cousins appear in the parking lot armed with military-grade weaponry. What follows is one of the most tense shootouts ever filmed on TV. Hank acts purely on survival instinct. He pins one of the brothers between his car and another vehicle, stealing his gun and trying to fight back. He takes severe hits to the chest and arm. The situation seems impossible, especially when the other brother goes to the trunk to fetch an axe to finish the job. With his fingers slipping from so much blood, Hank manages to load one last hollow point bullet into the chamber and shoots the assassin right in the head at the very last millisecond. The axe falls to the asphalt, inches from a bleeding Hank, ending the attack. Jesse is being wheeled out of the hospital, totally battered, when an ambulance pulls up. He stands up to peek and comes face to face with Hank, bloodied and fighting for his life. The smirk on Jesse's face when he sees this and tells Skinny Pete he's great shows just how deep his grudge goes. Meanwhile, at the super lab, Walt tries to fire Gale using a flimsy, "You're classical music and I'm jazz" excuse. Jesse rolls in making a racket, marveling at the equipment, leaving Gale utterly confused by the bizarre swap. The mood quickly sours when the news of the shootout finally reaches Walt. The hospital is pure chaos. Marie is completely unhinged, kicking Hank's colleagues out of the waiting room and dumping the blame squarely in Walt's lap over the whole Jesse story. And to the surprise of absolutely everyone, Skylar steps up and defends her husband. Behind the scenes, Gus Fring proves why he's the Grand Master of the board. He handles the cartel's accusations over the phone while setting the perfect trap. Walt, meanwhile, goes to check on the surviving cousin in the ICU. The hitman has no legs left, but his sheer rage upon recognizing Walt makes him throw himself onto the floor, crawling like something out of a horror movie before the doctors restrain him. Gus shows up at the hospital donating fried chicken to the entire police force. It's the perfect distraction. While the cops eat, Mike slips into the ICU, administers a lethal injection to the surviving cousin, and walks out, tossing the syringe in the trash like it's just another day at the office. To tie up loose ends, Gus's cartel contact, Bolsa, is ambushed and gunned down by federales in his own home. Gus listens to the gunfire over the phone, gives a subtle smirk, and snaps his burner phone in half. The logistics of Gus Fring's operation are a criminal work of art. Bags of meth marked with invisible ink and hidden inside buckets of Los Pollos Hermanos fry batter. In the lab, the yield exceeds the quota. Jesse wants to keep the surplus, but Walt insists on shipping it all. Jesse does the math and realizes that out of the $96 million Gus will rake in, they're only taking home $3 million. He's discovering what it's like to be a disgruntled contract employee. At rehab, Jesse vents about his tyrannical new boss and agrees when the group leader calls the situation Kafkaesque, even though he has no idea what the word actually means. The irony is that he's more focused on getting back into the criminal underworld than getting better. Complaining to his friends that being an outlaw with responsibilities is no fun, he starts rigging the lab's scales files to skim off the top. His genius plan? Have Badger and Skinny Pete infiltrate the support group to peddle meth to recovering addicts. Meanwhile, Hank regains feeling in his legs, but his insurance refuses to cover the best physical therapy. This is where Skyler shows terrifying coldness. Ignoring Walt's internal panic, she offers to foot the bill with the story fabricated down to the smallest detail. Walt had developed a card counting system and won a fortune in illegal blackjack games. The lie flows so naturally that even Walt is blown away by his wife's talent. Right after closing a new multi-million-dollar deal with Gus, having deduced that the boss orchestrated the hit on Hank to weaken the cartel, Walt hears from Skyler herself that she knows, deep down, he's to blame for what happened to his brother-in-law. At 2 in the morning, Walt stares at the blinking light of his apartment's smoke detector. Paranoia is knocking at the door. At the lab, he notices the output numbers aren't adding up. Instead of suspecting Jesse is skimming the product, which is exactly what's happening, he fixates on a much deadlier enemy, a fly. Walt declares the insect a severe contamination. The hunt turns into a cartoonish obsession, with him throwing shoes, breaking lights, and nearly falling off a catwalk straight onto the concrete floor. When Jesse clocks in for work, he finds the lab locked and Walt completely unhinged. To calm his partner's madness and save the batch, Jesse takes drastic measures and spikes Walt's coffee with sleeping pills. The effect hits hard. While Jesse balances on a ladder trying to kill the bug, a groggy Walt, fighting his own demons, opens up. He spirals into a dark monologue, calculating that the perfect moment for him to have died would have been the night he met Jane's father at the bar. The weight of his guilt almost drives him to confess his involvement in the girl's death. Jesse, laser-focused on the fly, doesn't grasp the gravity of what Walt is saying. He finally swats the insect, eliminating the threat, and takes over the cook while his partner passes out on the couch. At the end of their shift, the truce shatters quickly. Walt warns Jesse that if he's stealing product and Gus finds out, he won't be able to protect him. Jesse, with his typical defensive arrogance, denies everything. Back at his apartment, Walt wakes up to a familiar buzzing. He looks up, and there's another fly, resting perfectly on the smoke detector. A flashback of Jesse and Jane at a museum serves as a bittersweet reminder of what he's lost. But reality comes knocking fast. Hank is in the hospital, strapped to a physical therapy harness, enduring excruciating pain with every step and dealing with it the only way he knows how, with pure anger. Skyler, meanwhile, takes the reins and assures Marie she will cover the medical bills. Down in the lab, Walt's paranoia reaches new heights. He even cuts off Jesse's complaints by shushing him, convinced Gus has bugged the place. Speaking of Jesse, he and his crew are still trying to push the blue meth on the rehab group. The problem is that Badger and Skinny Pete have a shred of morality and can't bring themselves to sell to recovering addicts. Jesse decides to show them how it's done and approaches Andrea. Jesse's plan to be a ruthless drug dealer falls apart when he meets her 5-year-old son, Brock, but the real gut punch comes shortly after. He finds out Andrea has a younger brother named Tomas. Suddenly, what was strictly business becomes extremely personal. Meanwhile, Skyler and Walt need to launder the money to pay for Hank. Saul tries to pitch his brilliant idea of buying a laser tag arcade, but Skyler has zero patience for amateur hour. She shoots the idea down instantly, demanding they buy the car wash where Walt used to work, since it's the only story the IRS would actually believe. As a bonus, she reveals she never signed the divorce papers. After all, spouses can't be compelled to testify against each other. The episode's tension peaks at a meticulously arranged dinner at Gus's house. As he hands Walt a massive knife to chop garlic, Gus serves up a heavy dose of psychological intimidation and a very clear piece of advice. Rich men never make the same mistake twice. Jesse doesn't care about advice or prudence. He hatches a plan to have Wendy deliver ricin-laced burgers to the gangbangers, but Walt shuts it down. To Walt, it was a turf war gone wrong, and killing the guys now solves nothing. But Jesse makes it clear he's doing it with or without his help. The problem is that Mike has already sniffed out the chaos. Gus's fixer pays a surprise visit to Walt's house and shares a chilling story from his days as a beat cop about a wife beater he merely scared instead of arresting, which led to a tragedy. The moral of the story is a direct warning to Walt: no more half measures. Basically, it's time to handle the Jesse problem once and for all. Gus decides to step in like a high school principal dealing with problem students, but with way more death threats. He forces Walt, Jesse, and the dealers to sit down together. After being pushed, Gus yields, orders peace, and forbids the dealers from using children in their operation. Jesse swallows his rage and shakes hands with his friend's murderers. At the hospital, hospital, Marie cures Hank's stubbornness with an unbelievable wager. She bets she can arouse him under the sheets, and if she succeeds, he agrees to go home. Incredibly, it works. But the street truce is incredibly short-lived. Andrea calls Jesse in a panic, and the tragedy is confirmed. Thomas's body has been found. Jesse snaps. He breaks his sobriety by snorting meth, grabs his gun, and marches toward the gangbangers on an obvious suicide mission. The dealers draw their weapons. Jesse is a split second away from being turned into Swiss cheese when, out of absolutely nowhere, Walt's Pontiac Aztek comes speeding in and brutally runs the dealers over. Walt steps out of the car, grabs one of their guns, shoots the survivor in the head, and barks a single order to his shell-shocked partner: "Run!"
Run.
After using his own car as a weapon against Gus's employees, Walt has a colossal problem on his hands. Out in the desert, flanked by Mike and Victor, he tries to justify his actions to Gus. Surprisingly, Gus allows the partnership to continue, but the trust is completely gone. The punishment comes quietly, but it's lethal. Gale is back in the lab. Gus begins instructing the chemist to master Heisenberg's recipe as quickly as possible, using Walt's cancer as a convenient excuse. But Walt isn't stupid. He instantly realizes that the moment Gale learns to cook solo, he and Jesse become dead weight. The clock is ticking. Jesse is hiding out at the exact laser tag joint Skylar had rejected. When Walt meets up with him, the two reach the darkest conclusion of their entire journey. Gale has to die. Jesse doesn't want to be a murderer, so Walt takes the responsibility of pulling the trigger. But Gus's guard dogs are relentless. Before Walt can go after Gale, Victor intercepts him at the lab with a lame excuse about a chemical leak. When Walt steps into the laundry, he sees Mike waiting. It's the end of the line. In an act of pure desperation, Walt begs for his life. He offers to give up Jesse and gets permission to call his partner. Mike thinks it's a trap to lure the kid in, but Walt gives the heaviest order of his life over the phone. Jesse has to kill Gale now. Mike and Victor realize they've been played a second later, but it's too late. Jesse shows up at Gale's door. The terrified chemist, realizing what's about to happen, offers all his money and pleads for his life. With eyes full of tears and the gun violently trembling in his hands, Jesse hesitates, but pulls the trigger. In the good old days, Gale was thrilled to be unboxing the equipment for the super lab. In a flashback, we see him make the fatal mistake of praising the purity of the blue meth to Gus, calling the chemist behind it an absolute genius. Oh, the irony. It was exactly this sincere praise that put Walter White on Gus's radar and sealed Gale's own doom. Back in the present, Jesse walks away from Gale's apartment in total shock. He pulled the trigger. Victor arrives shortly after, pushes past the nosy neighbors and spots the body. He realizes the area is compromised, but manages to intercept a catatonic Jesse, dragging him back to the lab at gunpoint. Down below, the vibe is like a funeral. Walt and Mike stare each other down. When Walt sees the state Jesse is in, the reality sets in. The plan worked. Gale is dead, but there's a lethal snag. Victor was spotted at the crime scene. Mike has no choice but to call the boss. To make matters worse, Victor decides to play short-order cook. He fires up the equipment and starts cooking the meth himself, just to prove he memorized the recipe by watching, and that Walt is expendable. Then Gus Fring makes his entrance, and his silence is deafening. He walks down the stairs, ignores Walt's frantic justifications, and slowly zips up an orange hazmat suit. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Gus picks up a box cutter. Walt goes into full panic mode. But instead of attacking the cooks, Gus grabs Victor and slices his own henchman's throat wide open in front of everyone. The message is crystal clear, bathed in blood. Gus takes off the stained suit and utters his only words of the day: "Get back to work." After dissolving Victor's body in acid, Walt and Jesse end up at a diner. Walt is paranoid, convinced Gus is going to kill them at the first opportunity. Jesse, however, understands the game. Gus only kept them alive because he needs them, but he made damn sure to show them that their lives are now a living hell. Meanwhile, the police investigate Gale's apartment, and sitting right there in the living room, overlooked by the officers, is a massive notebook bearing the words "Lab Notes." Walt's paranoia reaches its peak. He seeks out a black market arms dealer and buys a .38 caliber revolver. He even practices his quick draw at home, like a Western movie sheriff preparing for a final duel against Gus Fring. Jesse, on the other hand, is dealing with trauma in his own way, packing his house with people, blasting music at max volume, and doing drugs. He buys an absurdly massive sound system and bankrolls an endless party with Badger and Skinny Pete. The logic is simple. If the house is crowded and loud, he doesn't have to be alone with his own thoughts. Not even Andrea escapes the chaos. She shows up, but Jesse just tells her to use the money he gave her to get her son out of that neighborhood. At the Schrader house, living together has become a nightmare. Hank channels all his physical therapy frustration into buying rocks online, or rather, minerals, as he insists on correcting an increasingly exhausted Marie. Meanwhile, Skylar is determined to launder the family's money by purchasing the car wash from her husband's former boss. She goes to Bogdan, lays the numbers on the table, and makes a reasonable offer, but Bogdan asks for $20 million out of pure spite. He refuses the sale and even calls Walt a coward for sending his woman to handle his business. At the lab, Walt discovers he will no longer have access to the boss. Tyrus, Victor's replacement, is his new shadow. Desperate, Walt goes to Gus's house at night armed, but his phone rings before he even crosses the street. It's Tyrus, telling him to go home. The surveillance is absolute. Out of options, Walt tries to recruit Mike at a bar, suggesting that they are in the same boat and that Gus will discard them at any moment. Mike's response? A brutal punch that drops Walt to the floor, followed by 2 kicks to the stomach, just to make sure the message was delivered. The party at Jesse's house finally ends. Everyone leaves. For the first time in days, silence takes over. Desperate, he cranks the music up to maximum volume and cowers in front of the speaker, trembling, swallowed by his own guilt. In the lab, trust has hit rock bottom. Gus installs a motion sensor security camera that tracks Walt's every move. Like a rebellious teenager, Walt flips off the lens, but the truth is, he's cornered. He tries to vent to Jesse, who couldn't care less. Jesse is so numb that all he wants to know is if Walt wants to go go-karting. Faced with a refusal, Jesse goes racing alone, screaming his lungs out on the curves to try and clear his head. Meanwhile, Marie finds a peculiar way to deal with her unbearable husband. Her kleptomania returns in full force. She starts visiting open houses, making up fake lives, and stealing small objects from the owners. The game ends badly when a real estate agent catches her stealing a picture frame and the police are called. The one who saves her skin is Tim, a detective friend of Hank's. Taking advantage of the visit, Tim asks Hank for a favor, to look at a notebook seized at a murder scene, filled with chemical notes. Hank dismisses it at first, but late-night boredom wins out, and he finally opens Gail Boyditcher's diary. Across town, Skylar won't take no for an answer. When she tells Walt that Bogdan insulted his manhood, Heisenberg's wounded pride takes the wheel, and he decides the car wash will be bought at any cost. Using Saul's contacts, Skylar orchestrates a brilliant scam. She sends a fake environmental inspector to the site, who fabricates a severe contamination issue and threatens Bogdan with daily fines and $200,000 in upgrades. The old man panics and ends up selling the business to Skylar for an even lower price than her original offer. Walt is so thrilled that he buys a $320 bottle of champagne to celebrate. Skylar immediately scolds him, reminding him that they need to pretend they are broke and that such luxury could raise suspicions. But in the end, she cracks a smile and suggests they drink it all to destroy the evidence. Far away, Jesse's house has become a den. Bored, he tosses stacks of cash into the air in the living room, just to watch the junkies scramble and fight over it on the floor. And outside, in the dark of a car, Tyrus watches everything. Mike is pinned down inside a Los Pollos Hermanos refrigerated truck. 2 cartel gunmen force the vehicle to a stop, execute the driver, and riddle the trailer with bullets. Thinking they've killed everyone, they open the doors. Bad idea. Mike emerges from behind the crates, dispatches them both, and walks out of the truck with nothing but a grazed ear. The guy's routine isn't for everyone. Meanwhile, Walt and Skylar are rehearsing the perfect lie about Walt's gambling addiction to justify buying the car wash. Skylar accepts the role of the nagging wife so Walt can look like the provider hero, but she makes it clear who's really directing this script. At Hank's house, the tension spikes. The wheelchair-bound brother-in-law plays a DVD of Gail singing karaoke, evidence from the murder. Walt breaks into a cold sweat. During dinner, he sneaks into Hank's bedroom and finds the police case file. There are photos of the body and a copy copy of the notebook. When Hank almost catches him red-handed, Walt plays it cool and ends up looking through the file with him. Hank thinks Gale was Heisenberg. He even points out the dedication to WW and jokes that it might be for Walt. For a second, anyone's heart would stop, but Walt has the ice in his veins to raise his hands and say, "You got me," before spinning a lie that the initials stood for the poet Walt Whitman. The problem is that Hank reveals they found a fingerprint at the crime scene. Walt panics, rushes to Jesse's house, and demands answers about the unrecovered bullet casing. Jesse, completely numb and sick of being badgered, simply pays 2 random guys from his own party to throw Walt out. Jesse has hit rock bottom to the point where, when a junkie steals his duffel bag full of cash, he doesn't even blink. The next day, Mike brings the bound thief and the money back, but Jesse still doesn't care. This raises a red flag for Mike, who warns Gus, the kid has become a liability and needs to be dealt with. The response is swift. Walt arrives at the lab and has to cook alone. He goes to Jesse's house, breaks in through the window, and only finds his cell phone. Desperate, Walt growls at the security camera, demanding to know where he is. He doesn't know it, but Mike has already put Jesse in a car, and the two are heading out to the middle of nowhere. Believing his partner has been eliminated, Walt goes into survival mode. He drives like a maniac, tells Saul to transfer all his money to Skylar if he doesn't return, and leaves a passionate goodbye voicemail for her. With a revolver on the passenger seat, he storms into Los Pollos Hermanos demanding to speak with Gus.
Try our breakfast chicken chalupa combo meal?
Gus Fring.
He sits down, stares down the cameras, and waits for the showdown. But the phone rings. It's Mike, and Jesse is on the line, alive and well. Out in the desert, the tension is palpable. Jesse has keys locked between his knuckles, ready to fight for his life as Mike opens the trunk and grabs a shovel. Jesse braces for the attack, but Mike simply walks past him and digs up a dead drop of cash. All of this is just a collection route, and Jesse has been demoted to a bored passenger. Back at the lab, Walt freaks out trying to handle the heavy barrels alone, screaming at the camera that he needs his partner. At the same time, he has to sign the car wash paperwork. Skylar listens to his goodbye message, and, touched by Walt's vulnerability, the two end up sleeping together. Mike and Jesse's road trip drags on until the last stop. A guy armed with a shotgun approaches the car. Jesse doesn't think twice. He throws it in reverse, rams the vehicle into the gunman, and speeds himself and Mike out of there. The adrenaline hits, and Mike, impressed by the kid's reflexes, even lets him smoke in the car. The next day, a proud Jesse returns to the super lab, announcing to Walt that he now has 2 jobs, cook and bodyguard for Mike. Only it was all just an act. Gus orchestrated the fake attack in the alley just to snap Jesse out of his depression and make him feel like a useful hero, a masterstroke. Everything would be under control if not for Walter White's ego. At a family dinner, Hank praises Gale's genius as the likely Heisenberg. With his pride wounded and a few glasses of wine in him, Walt can't stand seeing someone else take the credit. He dismisses Gale's notebook, calling it mere copying, and plants the idea in Hank's head that the real Heisenberg is still out there. The seed sprouts quickly. The next morning, Hank dives back into the case and notices a subtle yet fatal detail. Why would a vegan guy like Gale take notes on a napkin from a fried chicken joint? The war with the cartel enters a new round. Gunmen ambush another Los Pollos Hermanos truck, but instead of shooting, they lock the guards in the trailer and redirect the exhaust pipe to suffocate them. They take only a single bucket of batter containing the blue meth. The message is clear. At home, Skylar connects the dots. Listening to Walt's old voicemail and researching Gale's murder, she asks her husband to admit that the family is in danger. Walt's ego finally explodes. He spits in her face that he is not in danger. He is the danger. He tells her he is not the one who opens the door and gets shot. He is the one who knocks. Terrified by the real monster standing before her, Skylar grabs the baby and flees the house. To vent his frustration, Walt goes to the car wash to finalize the purchase and humiliates Bogdan. He forbids his ex-boss from taking his framed first dollar bill, shatters the glass right in front of him, and uses the bill to buy a soda from the vending machine. Petty, but 100% in character. On the streets, Mike and Jesse's new dynamic is put to the test when they go after the junkies selling the meth stolen from the truck. Jesse uses a brilliant and chaotic strategy. He starts digging a random hole in the front yard. The resident meth head becomes obsessed with the trench, takes over the shovel, and clears the way for Jesse to enter the house. He knocks out the shotgun guy with a bong, and Mike recovers the stolen bucket, which comes with a message from the cartel demanding a meeting with Gus. At the lab, Walt tries to warn Jesse that the fake robbery was Gus's manipulation to drive a wedge between them, but the kid has already bought into the idea that he is valued. Irritated and looking to provoke, Walt pays the laundry women to clean the super lab. The stunt costs dearly. Tyra simply deports the women back to Honduras, rubbing it in Walt's face, who's really in control. When Skylar decides to return home, she finds a red Dodge Challenger in the driveway, an impulsive gift from Walt to buy his son's affection. She demands he return the car so as not to ruin their money laundering cover. Walt tries to pull the old card that everything he does is to protect the family, but Skylar hits back with the harsh truth. Someone has to protect the family from the man who supposedly protects them. Jesse's mind has become a minefield. He tries to burn off the tension by gunning down mutants in a video game, but flashes of Gale's murder keep haunting him. The trauma is heavy and obvious. Meanwhile, Skylar performs a diplomatic juggling act to return Walt's sports car for a minimal restocking fee. But Walt doesn't do compromises. Pay a restocking fee? No. Much better to do donuts in an empty parking lot. Set the car on fire and call a cab to drive away while watching it explode. Saul manages to reduce the stunt to a $52,000 fine, but Heisenberg's ego is priceless. The pressure of working for Gus is driving Walt insane, leading him to manipulate Jesse. He goes to the kid's house and uses the lowest tactic possible, bringing up the murder of Jesse's girlfriend's little brother, shifting the blame onto Gus's shoulders. Jesse sees right through the act, knowing Walt just wants to use him as a hitman, but ends up agreeing to kill the boss at the first opportunity. Walt even prepares the perfect poison, ricin, and Jesse hides the vial inside a cigarette. On the business side, Skylar panics. Walt delivers an absurd volume of cash in 50s, proving that his $7 million annual revenue is impossible to launder through a simple car wash. It's like trying to empty the ocean with a bucket. But the real danger comes from where no one expects. Hank, still recovering, goes to Los Pollos Hermanos with his nephew. Gus, friendly as ever, offers a drink refill. Hank accepts, keeps the cup, and takes it to the precinct. In front of his bosses, he sounds like a conspiracy theorist, linking Gale to a fast food chain, until he lays his cards on the table. The fingerprints of Gustavo Fring, the model businessman, are a perfect match to those found at Gale's crime scene. Gus Fring knows how to savor revenge. He visits old Hector Salamanca at the nursing home just to narrate, with sadistic pleasure, how his cousins and Juan Bolsa were eliminated. It's psychological torture in its purest form. But Gus's peace doesn't last long. The police call him in for questioning, and it's impossible not to admire the man's coldness. In front of Hank and the investigators, he delivers a flawless, rehearsed lie. Gale was a recipient of his foundation's scholarship, and they had dinner together to discuss an investment. He ties up every loose end, even justifying the inconsistencies about his past in Chile by blaming the bureaucracy of the Pinochet regime. The police buy the story, but Hank notes one detail. If Gus was such good friends with Gale, why didn't he call the cops when he heard about his death? Hank's investigation forces Walt into his worst possible nightmare. Believing he's fooling his brother-in-law, Hank asks Walt to drive to the restaurant and plant a GPS tracker on Gus's car. Cornered, Walt goes inside Los Pollos, warns Gus about the tracker, and plants it with the boss's own permission, trying to play both sides to survive. And to make his paranoia worse, he realizes Jesse is hiding messages and meetings with Gus. The true essence of this war, however, is revealed in the past. We flash back to 1989 in Mexico. A younger Gus and his partner Max try to strike a deal with the cartel leader, Don Eladio, but their audacity exacts a brutal toll. Hector Salamanca shoots Max in the head, forcing Gus to look at his dead partner's body. The cartel only spared Gus's life because they knew who he was in Chile. Back in the present, Gus faces a wheelchair-bound Hector. The hatred between the two isn't just about business. It's about blood. And Gus is willing to spill as much of it as necessary. Hank's net keeps tightening, but the GPS on Gus's car only shows a clean commute from home to work. Too clean. Hank gets suspicious, keeping Walt in a state of constant panic, forcing him to invent flimsy excuses to stop his brother-in-law from investigating the Los Pollos distribution center. While Walt deals with drug lords, Skylar delivers an Oscar-worthy performance at the IRS. To save Ted from an audit that could spill over onto the car wash, she puts on a low-cut top, pretends to be a completely clueless bookkeeper using amateur software, and convinces the agent that the fraud was just sheer incompetence. The problem is that Ted now owes the government over $600,000 and is completely broke. At Gus's distribution center, the tension with the cartel erupts. A sniper drops one of the henchmen right in front of Jesse and Mike, and here we see why Gus is the boss. He walks straight toward the gunfire, chest out, staring down the sniper. Like a villain who knows he has plot armor, he understands the cartel needs his distribution network intact. They won't kill him. At night, Jesse has dinner at Gus's house. The rice and cigarette is in his pocket, but Gus prepares a stew for them to share from the same pot, neutralizing any chance of poisoning. During the conversation, Gus asks if Jesse can cook Walt's formula by himself. Jesse spots the trap and warns him, if they kill Walt, they'll have to kill him too. Walt doesn't buy Jesse's excuses. He tracks his partner's car, finds out about the dinner, and breaks into his house. When Walt finds the untouched cigarette and confesses to bugging the vehicle, Jesse's patience evaporates. The argument turns into a brutal, desperate brawl between the two, smashing furniture and destroying whatever was left of their partnership. Bloodied and defeated on the floor, Walt hears Jesse's final sentence: "Get out and never come back." Jesse, Mike, and Gus board a plane to Mexico, and the vibe is like a silent wake. Meanwhile, at the White House, it's Walter Jr.'s 16th birthday. Skylar tries to make up for her husband's absence by surprising their son with a new car in the driveway. Only the car is a PT Cruiser. The kid says thank you out of politeness, but the disappointment is palpable, because giving a teenager a PT Cruiser borders on cruelty. Across town, Ted is called into Saul's office and discovers that a great aunt from Luxembourg has left him an inheritance that perfectly matches the amount he owes the IRS. Instead of finding it suspicious or paying off the debt that could send him to prison, Ted does the obvious. He goes straight out and buys a new Mercedes. Skylar finds out, goes to confront him, and in the middle of the argument, throws in his face that she was the real source of the money. Down in Mexico, the cartel takes the trio to their super lab. The head chemist mocks Jesse, thinking he's just an amateur. Jesse, however, channels the energy of his old teacher. He takes control of the situation, trashes the filthy conditions of the lab, and announces that no one is cooking anything until the place is spotlessly clean. A true Gordon Ramsay of meth. His attitude leaves Mike and Gus visibly proud, and the result speaks for itself. The purity hits 96.2%. But the joy is short-lived when the cartel informs them that Jesse now belongs to them. Back in Albuquerque, a physically and mentally broken Walt gets a visit from his son. He breaks down in tears, blames his gambling addiction for his bruises, and in a Freudian slip that hurts to watch, calls Junior Jesse before falling asleep. But the real spectacle happens at Don Eladio's mansion. By the same pool where his partner Max was murdered years prior, Gus seals the peace by offering a premium bottle of tequila. Eladio is suspicious, so Gus takes the first shot to prove it's safe. The entire cartel drinks along. Minutes later, Gus excuses himself to the bathroom, folds a towel on the floor, and forces himself to vomit with the calm of someone brushing their teeth. Outside, the drink takes effect. The entire cartel starts to drop dead. Mike strangles a henchman trying to help but ends up taking a bullet to the gut during the escape. With Gus poisoned and Mike bleeding out, Jesse takes the wheel and floors it out of the compound, leaving a trail of bodies behind. The getaway car screeches its tires into an abandoned warehouse in Mexico, which actually hides a top-tier field hospital. The medical team focuses 100% on saving Gus from his own poison, ignoring a dying Mike because, according to the doctor, Gus is the one who signs the checks. When Jesse goes to get blood for Mike, he notices the fridge has bags separated for all three of them, prepared well in advance. Gus predicted every variable with a Batman level of prep. As soon as Gus is stabilized, they tell Jesse that Mike will need a week of bed rest, and the two begin a 6-mile trek to the border. On the way, Jesse makes his message clear. He won't cook if Gus kills Walter. Speaking of problems, Ted continues to refuse to pay the IRS. Out of options, Skylar asks Saul for help, who sends his A-team, Kuel and Kubi, to pay a friendly visit. They force Ted to sign the check. Panicking, Ted tries to make a run for it inside his own house, trips over a rug, and hits his head on a kitchen island, breaking his neck. The guy survived the wrath of the mob and the IRS, only to be defeated by interior design. Meanwhile, Hank asks Walt to drive to an industrial laundromat to investigate a lead. Knowing it's Gus's lab, Walt panics and simply swerves his car into oncoming traffic, causing a crash so they don't have to stop there. Gus's patience with Walt finally runs out. Walt is taken out into the middle of the desert with a hood over his head. Gus formally fires him and warns him that since Hank got too close, the DEA agent will be eliminated. If Walt tries to warn anyone, his wife and children will also die. Walt runs desperately to Saul's office, asking for for the contact of the guy who erases identities. He needs $1 million and his bags packed yesterday. He breaks into his own house, climbs into the crawl space beneath the floorboards to get his cash reserves, and discovers that most of it is gone. Skylar appears, crying, and admits she gave the money to Ted. Walt goes into shock. He lets out a terrifying scream that slowly turns into a maniacal, hysterical laugh. The phone starts ringing, with Marie warning that the DEA received a tip that the cartel is coming to kill Hank, and Walt just stays down there, lying in the dirt, laughing as his entire world collapses. The White household turns into a chaotic mess of suitcases and panic. The DEA arrives to escort Hank's family to a safe house, and Walt decides to stay behind, accepting his fate. Alone by the pool, he spins a snub-nosed revolver on the ground. The gun points at him twice. On the third spin, it points to a potted plant. Gomez heads to the laundromat to investigate, but even with sniffer dogs, he can't find the entrance to the super lab. Down below, Jesse stands paralyzed as Gus warns him over the phone that Walt was the one who orchestrated the police investigation. Jesse repeats that he won't cook if anything happens to his former partner. The focus shifts drastically when Jesse receives a terrifying phone call. Andrea's son, Brock, is in the ICU. While trying to process the shock at the hospital, Jesse goes out for a smoke and realizes the cigarette with the ricin vial is missing from his pack. The math in his head is simple and horrifying. Walt knew about the ricin. Walt needed him to hate Gus. He breaks into Walt's house armed and furious, demanding he confess. This is where Walt delivers the performance of a lifetime. With a gun to his head, he turns the tables completely. He convinces Jesse that Gus stole the cigarette and poisoned Brock precisely so Jesse would kill Walt for him. The manipulation is so flawless that Jesse lowers the gun and decides Gus needs to die. Jesse refuses to return to the lab and throws a fit at the hospital on purpose, knowing it would draw his boss's attention. It works. Gus personally visits the hospital to lay down the law, but grants Jesse the rest of the week off upon hearing about Brock's condition. As Gus walks back to his car in the parking garage, Walt is on the roof of a nearby building with binoculars and a homemade detonator in his hand. The trap is set, but Gus, out of nowhere, stops in his tracks. He looks around, scanning the buildings, and, as if an internal alarm went off, decides to turn around and leave the car behind. Walt's perfect plan crumbles right before his eyes. Heart in his throat, Walt rushes to the parking garage and manages to disarm the bomb on Gus's car. The plan failed, and time is running out. He meets Jesse at the hospital to try and hatch a new ambush, but the conversation is cut short when detectives show up to interrogate Jesse about the ricin comment. With his back against the wall, Walt breaks into Saul's office, only to be extorted by his secretary, who demands $25,000 for information on the lawyer's whereabouts. He rushes home to get the money, but knows he can't just walk in. Using his neighbor as bait, he confirms there are hitmen inside. In a sequence of pure survival, Walt crawls through the crawl space, grabs the cash, and escapes by the skin of his teeth. Meanwhile, Saul learns a golden detail from Jesse. Gus visits the nursing home to psychologically torture Hector Salamanca. Walt doesn't waste a second. He goes to the nursing home and proposes an unthinkable alliance to his old enemy. Join forces to kill the man they both hate. Hector agrees to play his part. He demands to speak to the DEA and spells out unprintable curses to Hank, all just so Gus's men will spot the commotion. The bait is cast. Gus takes it. He goes to the nursing home to execute Hector personally. The room is cleared. The lethal injection is prepared. But when Gus orders Hector to look at him, the old man finally complies. Hector's expression shifts from sorrow to pure hatred, and he furiously starts ringing the bell on his wheelchair. The bell triggers Walt's bomb. The explosion rips the room apart. Gus still manages to walk out into the hallway, adjusts his tie in a Terminator-esque moment, and then drops dead, half of his face blown off. Walt hears the news on the radio and smiles. He storms the super lab, executes the guards, frees Jesse, and the two torch Gus Fring's empire to the ground. On the hospital roof, Jesse tells him that Brock is going to pull through and that he wasn't poisoned by ricin, but by a common plant called Lily of the Valley. Walt comforts him, assuring him that Gus had to die anyway. Walt calls Skylar, who is in shock watching the news, and says just 2 words: "I won." The camera then pans to Walt's backyard, revealing a potted Lily of the Valley plant. The poison poisoning wasn't an accident. Walt orchestrated everything. We flash forward to the future. A much older Walt with a full head of hair, a disheveled beard, and a fake identity celebrates his 52nd birthday alone at a Denny's. He heads to the parking lot, hands an envelope of cash to his arms dealer, and opens the trunk of a car, revealing an M60 machine gun. Whatever he's planning, it's war. Back in 2009, right after the lab explosion, Walt rushes home to cover his tracks, throwing away the plant he used to poison Brock. Skyler confesses she's terrified of him now, but Walt is too busy celebrating with a glass of whiskey until he remembers one terrifying detail: the security cameras in the lab. Down in Mexico, Mike learns of Gus's death and drives furiously back to Albuquerque. He intercepts Walt and Jesse in the desert and puts a gun to Walt's head. Jesse steps between them, forcing a truce. They need Mike's help because the laptop with Gus's recordings is already sitting in the police evidence room. Since they can't just burn the place down, Jesse comes up with a brilliant idea: use a giant junkyard electromagnet. A test run on a box truck works, and they set the plan in motion. Meanwhile, Skyler visits Ted at the hospital. His head is locked into a halo brace due to his spinal injury, and he's scared to death of her, promising he'll never breathe a word. Skyler, fully embracing her new mob wife persona, simply replies, "Good." At the police station, the magnet plan goes into action. Walt parks the truck outside and cranks the power to the max. The magnetic pull is so absurdly strong that it destroys everything in the evidence room and even tips the truck over. During their getaway, Mike doubts it worked, but Walt drops the most arrogant line in the world: "Because I say so." And he was mostly right. The laptop was wiped, but the chaos shattered a picture frame belonging to Gus, exposing the account numbers to his secret offshore bank accounts in the Cayman Islands. To crown his new era, Walt heads to Saul's office, where the lawyer tries to jump ship. Walt corners him and decrees, "We're done when I say we're done." Back home, he hugs a terror-stricken Skyler and whispers that he forgives her. The fall of Gus Fring didn't just shake Albuquerque. The fallout was global. Over in Germany, Peter Schuler, a Madrigal electromotive executive, realizes the police are at his door. Rather than getting arrested, he locks himself in the bathroom and uses an AED on himself to end it all. Meanwhile, Walt decides to clear his name with Jesse in an Oscar-worthy display of manipulation. He creates a fake rice and cigarette filled with salt and hides it inside Jesse's Roomba. When the kid finds the cigarette, he breaks down in tears, begging for forgiveness for almost killing Walt over the poisoning. Walt hugs Jesse, playing the understanding mentor, ensuring the kid's loyalty is once again unbreakable. With Jesse in his pocket, Walt tries to recruit Mike for a new meth operation. Mike turns him down flat, calling Walt a ticking time bomb waiting to go off, and Mike has his own problems. Hank and the DEA have seized all the money from Gus's secret accounts, including the $2 million Mike had stashed away for his 10-year-old granddaughter. Enter Lydia, a high-strung Madrigal executive. She hands Mike a list with 11 names of Gus's former employees and suggests he whack them all before they spill the beans. Mike refuses, assuring her his guys are solid, but Lydia doesn't trust anyone and hires one of Mike's own men to do the job. After coldly dispatching the traitor, Mike heads over to Lydia's mansion to nip the problem in the bud. Mike puts a gun to her head. Lydia panics and makes a bizarre request: not to shoot her in the face, so her young daughter will find the body and not think her mother just abandoned her.
Don't shoot me in the face. Please. I don't want my daughter seeing me.
This macabre detail gets to Mike. He holds off on pulling the trigger, but strikes a deal. If Lydia can supply the methylamine they need to cook, she lives. Shortly after, Mike calls Walt to let him know he's in. At home, Skyler's situation is suffocating. She is sinking into depression, barely able to get out of bed. Walt lies down next to her and starts kissing her neck, assuming her silence is just guilt over her affair with Ted. He tells her he understands and that they both did what had to be done, completely oblivious to the silent tears of his wife, who is now sleeping next to a monster. Mike pays a strategic visit to the prison to ensure Gus's former employees keep their mouths shut, promising that everyone will be compensated. Meanwhile, Walt decides it's time to move back home. He unpacks his things like it's the most natural thing in the world, even stumbling across Gail's poetry book, while Skyler watches with a look of sheer terror. At Saul Goodman's office, the new alliance is finalized. Mike handles the business and distribution, while Walt and Jesse take care of the chemistry. The search for a new lab ends when Walt gets a brilliant idea after seeing a pesticide pest control tent. The plan is genius. Cook meth inside bug-infested houses using a mobile lab. No one would ever suspect a residence covered in a toxic fumigation tent. In his personal life, Walt continues pulling the strings. He pays a visit to Jesse's house, leaving little Brock visibly uneasy, and in a casual conversation, manipulates his partner into breaking up with Andrea under the guise that secrets destroy relationships. It's the level of cynicism we've come to expect from Heisenberg. The stress of living with this monster finally breaks Skylar. While working at the car wash, she has a nervous breakdown and screams hysterically at Marie. To cover it up, Walt pulls out the perfect ace up his sleeve. He tells his sister-in-law about Skylar's affair with Ted and the accident that put him in the hospital, securing Marie's silence and pity. But the honeymoon phase of the new venture is short-lived. When it's time to split their first payout, Mike takes a massive chunk of the profits to cover legacy costs, basically buying the silence of Gus's jailed goons. Walt is furious to see he's making less money now than when he was an employee. His arrogance speaks volumes when he suggests to Jesse that Gus didn't kill Victor just to send a message, but because he tried to cook on his own. Walt's message is loud and clear. No one crosses him and gets away with it. Walt's ego is completely out of control. To prove it, he sells his beat-up old Aztec for a measly $50 to a mechanic and rolls back home driving a brand new Chrysler 300, followed by Walter Jr. in a Dodge Challenger. Skylar panics when she sees the luxury cars in the driveway, but Walt just tosses 20 grand on the counter and confirms it. He's back in the business. The vibe at home is stifling, especially on Walt's 51st birthday. Skylar arranges the traditional bacon numbers on his plate, but the apathy is absolute. During dinner with Hank, who has just been promoted to a senior management role at the DEA, and Marie, Skylar reaches her breaking point. Without a word, she walks into the pool and submerges herself, sinking to the bottom, as if wanting to disappear. The desperate stunt works, and Marie and Hank take the kids to stay with them for a while. When Walt confronts her, Skylar lays her cards on the table. She knows she can't outsmart her husband's manipulations. She can't go to the police, and she can't stop his crimes. Her only remaining strategy is to keep the kids away and wait for Walt's cancer to come back and solve the problem. It's a cold and brutal declaration.
Hold on. Bide my time. And wait for the cancer to come back.
Far from there, the business is also on shaky ground. The DEA raids Lydia's warehouse in Texas, arresting her inside guy. When Jesse goes to pick up a barrel of methylamine, Lydia points out a tracker planted on the bottom of the drum. Mike, practical as always, decides it's time to kill the executive, but Walt intervenes, insisting that the flow of the product will not stop under any circumstances. Later, after Jesse gifts his partner an expensive watch for his birthday, Walt shows off the accessory to Skylar in their dark bedroom. He drops a veiled warning. The person who gave him that watch wanted him dead a few weeks ago, and today he's loyal. In Walt's twisted mind, it's only a matter of time before Skylar falls in line too. A kid rides his dirt bike through the desert, stopping only to catch a tarantula and put it in a glass jar. It's a peaceful scene that will soon collide head-on with the brutality of the underworld. At the DEA office, Walt cries crocodile tears in front of Hank, lamenting that Skylar doesn't love him anymore. The second his brother-in-law leaves the room to grab a coffee, the sorrow instantly vanishes. Walt plants a bug on his computer and a receiver inside a picture frame. It's an Oscar-worthy performance, all to gain an edge on the investigation. Using the wiretap, Walt, Mike, and Jesse interrogate Lydia in Houston. Mike is one step away from pulling the trigger, but the bug reveals that it was the Houston DEA field office that planted the trackers, proving Lydia didn't set them up. Desperate to stay alive, she plays her final card. She reveals the route of a freight train carrying 24,000 gallons of methylamine, passing through a dead zone with no cell reception. The plan that takes shape is worthy of a modern western. With the help of Todd and one of Saul's fixers, they stage a breakdown on the tracks. While the engineers try to clear the crossing, Jesse and Todd crawl under the train cars to siphon the methylamine and replace it with the exact same weight in water, tricking the way stations down the line so no one notices the heist. The tension reaches its absolute limit when a good Samaritan shows up to help clear the tracks much faster than anticipated. The train starts moving while Jesse and Todd are still connected to the high-pressure hoses. By some miracle, they manage to disconnect and drop to the tracks as the steel wheels roll by mere inches away. The adrenaline of victory washes over the group. They celebrate the perfect heist, no casualties and no witnesses. But the celebration suddenly freezes. On the other side of the ditch, the kid on the dirt bike is watching them in silence. He waves, Todd waves back, draws his gun, and fires. Back at the pest control warehouse, the mood is funeral-like. Jesse, understandably sickened, goes outside for a smoke. When Todd comes out and drops a shit happens kind of remark, Jesse answers with a punch to his face. Todd's fate goes to a vote. Jesse wants him out, but Walt and Mike prefer to keep him close at the fumigation front to ensure his silence. Mike, as always, delivers the message by pinning Todd against the wall. The heat from the DEA intensifies. Mike spots a tail at the park and leaves a note reading "fuck you" under a trash can for the agents. Skylar is also at her breaking point, crying to her sister about being a terrible mother, only to discover that Walt shifted the blame onto her by using the Ted affair as an excuse. The guy's manipulation knows no bounds. Things take a turn for the worse when the news of the missing boy airs on TV. Walt whistles a cheerful tune as if nothing happened, and that completely breaks Jesse. He and Mike decide to cash out and sell the stolen methylamine for $5 million each to a distributor named Declan, but Walt refuses. He tells Jesse how he sold his share in gray matter for pennies in the past, and today it's worth billions. He's not in the meth business anymore. He's in the empire business. The dinner at the White House with Jesse as a surprise guest is the most awkward thing ever seen. Pure, knife-cutting tension. Skylar excuses herself, and Walt throws it in Jesse's face that the business is all he has left, and that his wife is just waiting for the cancer to kill him.
That she was counting the days until my cancer came back. My wife is waiting for me to die.
In the dead of night, Walt attempts to steal the methylamine, but Mike anticipates the move and zip-ties Walt's arm to a radiator pipe. In an evil MacGyver-type moment, Walt uses the cord from a coffee maker to burn through the plastic, escapes, and hides the product. When Mike and Jesse arrive demanding answers, Walt smiles and says he has a plan where everyone wins. Walt's plan out in the desert is pure ego. He refuses to sell the methylamine to Declan and instead offers a deal where Declan distributes the blue meth in exchange for 35% of the cut. To seal the deal, Walt points out that his rival's meth is second-rate trash dyed with food coloring and demands the kingpin say his name. When Declan finally caves and mutters, "You're Heisenberg," Walt replies with the classic, "You're goddamn right." Mike takes his cut, tells Walt to pull the bugs from the DEA office, and exits stage left. Jesse also wants out with his $5 million, but Walt tries to manipulate him by weaponizing his guilt over the kid's death and telling him cooking is the only thing he's good at. Jesse sees right through the game, refuses the blood money, and walks away. Peace doesn't last long. Mike's lawyer, Dan, gets busted by the DEA depositing money in a bank to buy the silence of the jailed crew. Walt, playing his usual suffering husband act in Hank's office, overhears the news through the wiretap and calls to warn Mike. The ex-cop is at the park with his granddaughter and is forced to make the worst decision of his life: abandon the little girl right there so he isn't arrested in front of her. Mike needs his getaway bag from the airport. Jesse offers to get it, but Walt insists on going himself. And of course, he opens the bag and finds Mike's gun. They meet down by a river. Walt demands the names of the jailed men. Mike refuses, throwing it in his face that Walt's pride and ego destroyed the perfect operation they had going with Gus Fring, and gets in his car. This wounds Walt's ego beyond repair. He grabs the gun and shoots Mike through the window. Mike speeds off but crashes his car. Walt finds him sitting on a log, bleeding out, and suddenly realizes the shot was pointless. He could have just gotten the names from Lydia. When he tries to apologize, Mike cuts the bullshit. "Shut the fuck up and let me die in peace." With Mike out of the picture, Walt assumes total control. He and Todd dispose of the body, and when Jesse asks about his partner, Walt simply says he's gone, and that the jailed crew is his problem now. The next meeting is with Lydia. She hands over the list with the names of Mike's 9 guys, and suggests expanding their meth sales to the Czech Republic. The proposal saves her life, as Walt had the ricin capsule hidden under his pork pie hat the entire conversation. To tie up the loose ends, Walt hires Todd's uncle Jack, the leader of a white supremacist gang. The request is insane: kill 10 men across 3 different prisons within a 2-minute window. Jack says it's complicated, and Walt, with pure kingpin arrogance, tells him to figure it out. The result is a brutal Godfather-esque montage, with all the targets being shanked or burned alive simultaneously. Hank is devastated when he gets the news. With the coast clear, a 3-month marathon begins. Walt and Todd cook non-stop, The meth ships to Europe, and Skylar tries to launder the cash, until she finally gives up and takes Walt to a rented storage unit. Inside, there is a mountain of cash the size of a car, neatly stacked in bundled piles. She can't even count it anymore, she just weighs it. Looking at the pile, she asks him how much is enough before he stops and gives them back the normal life they used to have. Reality seems to set in. Walt visits Jesse, who greets him with a gun hidden behind his back, scared out of his mind. But Walt just makes small talk and leaves 2 duffel bags at the door containing Jesse's $5 million. Upon arriving home, he tells Skylar he's out. Everything seems perfect. The family is having a backyard barbecue and total harmony. Hank goes to the bathroom and, to pass the time, picks up a book by Walt Whitman. On the very first page, he reads the inscription, "To my other favorite WW, it's an honor working with you. Fondly, GB." In that exact moment, the memory clicks. Gail Boetticher, Walter White. Hank's world comes crashing down right then and there, in what is arguably the worst bathroom break in television history.
To WW, my star, my perfect silence.
A flash forward throws us straight into an apocalyptic scenario. The White residence is fenced off and derelict, skateboarders are using the empty pool, and the word Heisenberg is spray-painted across the living room wall. Walt, now packing a machine gun in his trunk, breaks into the remains of his own home just to retrieve that ricin vial hidden behind an electrical outlet. The terrified look on his neighbor's face when she sees him on the street says it all. Back in the present, the panic belongs to Hank. He walks out of the bathroom with the Walt Whitman book in his hand, genuinely sick to his stomach, and abruptly leaves the party. On the drive home, the realization hits him so hard he suffers a panic attack at the wheel and crashes into a neighbor's yard. Safe in his garage, the detective puts the pieces together. Gail Boetticher's handwriting from the lab notes matches the inscription to his brother-in-law perfectly. The monster he had been hunting was sitting on his couch this whole time. Meanwhile, Walt thinks his biggest problem is dealing with Lydia complaining that the meth purity has dropped to 68%, or hiding from his family that his cancer has just returned. He even tries to pacify Jesse, swearing up and down that Mike is alive, but the kid knows Walt's hands are stained with blood. Drowning in guilt over the murders, Jesse starts tossing bundles of cash onto neighborhood lawns in the dead of night. The tension peaks when Walt notices the book is missing from his bathroom and finds a GPS tracker identical to the DEA's on his car. He goes straight to his brother-in-law's house to confront him. The moment the garage door closes, the masks come off. Hank punches Walt in the face with everything he's got, laying all the atrocities he committed on the table. And Walt, standing before the man who hunted him for a year, he doesn't back down. He tells Hank his cancer is back and he won't live long enough to see the inside of a jail cell. When Hank mutters that he doesn't even know who Walt is anymore, Walt drops the most chilling warning possible. "If you don't know who I am, then maybe your best course would be to tread lightly." Jesse finishes his depressing Robin Hood tour spinning on a playground merry-go-round, staring into the void in the middle of the night until he's picked up by the police. Meanwhile, desperation takes over Walt. He realizes Hank got to Skylar first. The detective corners his sister-in-law in a diner, throws a recorder on the table, and tries to force her to give up her husband before he escapes. But Skylar realizes Hank doesn't want to protect her legally. He wants Heisenberg's head at any cost. With no way out, she makes a scene in the middle of the restaurant, repeatedly screaming, "Am I under arrest?" forcing Hank to let go of her arm and back off. With the family in the DEA's crosshairs, Walt needs to hide his fortune urgently. Saul has the brilliant idea of sending Hank on a trip to Belize, the friendly underworld code for a hit, but Walt snaps, making it clear that family is strictly off limits. Instead, he orders his guys to empty the storage unit. It's almost comical seeing Huel laying on the literal mountain of millions like Scrooge McDuck, but the job gets done. Walt loads the 7 barrels of cash into a van, drives to a Navajo reservation, and spends the day and night digging a hole in the desert. To remember the location, he saves the GPS coordinates on a lottery ticket. The situation at home spirals out of control. Marie corners Skylar, finds out her sister knew everything all along, and responds with a slap to the face and an attempt to kidnap baby Holly. Hank steps in and orders his wife to give the child back, but the family damage is permanent. Exhausted and covered in dirt, Walt passes out in his bathroom. When he wakes up, Skylar is tending to him. Knowing the cancer is back, he offers to turn himself in, as long as she ensures the money goes to their kids. But Skylar is cold and pragmatic. Hank has no hard evidence. Their best move is to stay quiet. Out in the desert, Lydia also solves her own product quality issues. She brings in Todd's uncle's white supremacist gang to wipe out the rival cartel in a swift and brutal shootout. With no concrete proof to show the agency, and fearing the end of his career, Hank gets a glimmer of hope from the least expected place. Jesse Pinkman is at the police station.
It's your old pal Jesse Pinkman. Pinkman? Won in the card game. Lucky night at the casino. Jesse, did you have a lucky night?
Hank walks into the interrogation room thinking he finally has the ultimate trump card. He reveals to Jesse that he knows everything about Heisenberg, trying to convince him to flip for good. But Jesse, hardened by so much manipulation, just gives him a cynical look and a resounding, "Not for you." Saul Goodman soon shows up to bail the kid out and give him a hell of a scolding for throwing his money away. Cornered by his brother-in-law, Walt decides to use the deadliest weapon in his arsenal, psychological warfare. He and Skyler set up a meeting with Hank and Marie at a Mexican restaurant, creating the most incredibly tense and awkward atmosphere possible. With no diplomatic resolution, Walt simply leaves a DVD on the table and walks away. When the Schraders hit play at home, it's a horror show. The video is a choreographed confession where Walt cries and accuses Hank of being the true drug mastermind, the man who forced him to cook meth using his DEA protection. The cherry on top, Walt reveals that he paid for Hank's $177,000 medical bills with drug money. With that dirty money on his hands, any accusation from Hank would sink his own career. Absolute blackmail. With Hank momentarily paralyzed, Walt meets Jesse in the desert and suggests he use Saul's disappearer to vanish and start over with a new identity. Jesse explodes. He demands Walt stop acting, drop the motivational speech, and admit he just wants to get rid of him, asking if he's going to be murdered just like Mike. Instead of arguing or threatening him, Walt steps forward and pulls the kid into a tight hug. Jesse breaks down crying on his shoulder. The plan moves forward. Jesse is going to Alaska. At Saul's office, he pockets his weed and bumps into Huel on his way out. Later, waiting for the extraction van by the side of the road, Jesse reaches for his stash and can't find it. His mind races, and the pieces fall into place in a terrifying way. If Huel pickpocketed the weed so easily, that's exactly how he lifted the ricin cigarette right before Brock was poisoned. Blind with rage, Jesse lets the getaway van drive off. He goes back, beats the hell out of Saul at gunpoint, and forces the truth about the poison out of him. The kid doesn't want to run anymore. He steals the lawyer's car, breaks into the white residence, pours gasoline all over the living room, and prepares to burn this empire of lies to ashes. Walt parks down the street from his house, hops the fence, and walks into a living room soaked in gasoline. No fire, no Jesse. Just a CD covered in meth residue left in Saul's abandoned car, proving his former student is completely off the rails. He goes into frantic cleanup mode. He hires a professional crew, makes up an absurd story about a gas pump malfunction, and ships the family off to a hotel, trying to cover the tracks of the near arson. That night, in a secret meeting with Saul and Kubi, the lawyer suggests the most obvious underworld solution, putting a hit on Jesse. Walt threatens the guy just for suggesting it, but the real shock comes later. When Skyler pries the truth about the incident out of him, her reaction is cold and direct. What's one more? Yes, his own wife is suggesting murder, proving that the White family's morality went down the drain a long time ago. What Walt doesn't know is that Jesse didn't back down on his own. Hours earlier, just as the kid was about to strike the lighter, Hank showed up, gun drawn. Instead of shooting, Hank heard Jesse break down in tears and reveal that Walt had poisoned someone. The DEA agent not only spares the kid, but hides him in his own house. Even Marie is thrilled to host the junkie, as long as it helps take down her brother-in-law. Hank records a full video confession, detailing years of crimes and murders. But a junkie's confession won't convince a jury, so he sets a trap. He wires Jesse and sends him to meet Walt at a public plaza. But the plan goes south. Jesse spots a giant random guy near a bench and, panicking that it's a hitman, backs off. He calls Walt, warns him that he's going to get him where he really lives, and hangs up. Cornered and fearing for his family, Walt pulls out his phone and calls Todd, ordering his neo-Nazi uncle's services for one last job. At Uncle Jack's compound, the biggest concern isn't hiding bodies, but getting the drug's color palette right. Their corporate buyer, Lydia, is annoyed because Todd's meth doesn't have that classic blue hue. So when Walt calls ordering a hit on Jesse, Jack sees the perfect opportunity. The price for the hit isn't money. Walt has to cook one more time to teach Todd how to make the blue magic. Out of options, he agrees. The problem is finding the target. While Walt pathetically tries to use Jesse's ex-girlfriend as bait, Hank and his partner Gomez are playing 3D chess. They stage a gruesome photo of Jesse and drop it in front of Huel, Saul's bodyguard. The guy can't even handle 10 seconds of pressure. He sings instantly, revealing that Walt rented a van to hide millions in barrels.
Where you took it from there?
A van, huh? How much money we talking?
7 barrels worth.
7 barrels?
Hank delivers the checkmate. He knows the rental van didn't have a GPS tracker, but Walt has no idea. Desperation knocks on the door of Skyler's car wash shortly after. Walt receives a photo of an unearthed barrel and a call from Jesse, threatening to burn $10,000 a minute if he doesn't get there fast. Walt drives like a lunatic out into the desert, confessing over the phone to the murders he committed to save Jesse in the past, trying to justify his actions to protect his fortune. He skids to a halt at the reservation, ready for a confrontation, but the place is empty. The realization hits him hard. He was tracked. Walt hides and calls Jack, telling him to bring his whole crew to save him. But upon seeing that the approaching vehicles are carrying Hank, Gomez, and Jesse, his family instinct speaks louder. He calls off Jack's attack over the phone, steps out of hiding, and gives himself up. Hank handcuffs Heisenberg. He savors the victory of a lifetime, reads him his rights, and calls Marie ecstatic. The mood is one of absolute triumph until the convoy of neo-Nazi trucks appears on the horizon. Jack ignored the cancellation. Guns are drawn, badges are completely ignored, and as Walt screams in desperation from the back of the SUV, a massive shootout erupts. Silence returns to the desert as soon as the dust settles. Gomez lies dead on the ground. Hank, shot in the leg and out of ammo, tries to crawl for his life. Walt is dragged out of the SUV and does the only thing he knows how to do under pressure. He tries to buy his way out. He begs for his brother-in-law's life and offers the $80 million buried right beneath them. But Hank understands all too well the kind of monster standing in front of him. In one of the coldest and bravest moments of the entire story, Hank looks Walt in the eye and tells him he's the smartest guy he ever met. But he's too stupid to see that Jack made up his mind 10 minutes ago. Jack fires. Hank drops dead. Walt falls to his knees in absolute shock as his empire crumbles around him. The neo-Nazis unearth the fortune. They take almost everything but leave a single barrel for Walt. In a bizarre show of respect, driven now only by pure hatred, Walt points underneath one of the cars, giving up Jesse's hiding spot. Before the thugs take the guy away to be forced to cook, Walt makes sure to twist the knife one last time. He looks Jesse in the eyes and tells him he watched Jane dying and chose not to save her. The tragedy engulfs the city in a matter of hours. Marie, thinking her husband is won, forces Skyler to tell Walter Jr. the truth. The kid's reaction is complete denial until reality kicks the front door in. Walt rushes in, ordering everyone to pack their bags. Skyler connects the dots, realizes Hank is dead, and snaps. She grabs a kitchen knife and attacks her husband. The two roll on the floor in a brutal physical fight until Junior throws himself on top of his dad and calls 911. Right there, surrounded by his own terrified family on the living room floor, Walt realizes he has become the monster in the house. He flees but commits one last desperate act. He kidnaps baby Holly. Skyler runs down the middle of the street screaming, trying to catch up to the truck in visceral despair. Later, while changing her diaper in a dingy public restroom, the baby babbles "Mama." That drop of innocence breaks Walt for good. Knowing the police are tapping the phones, he calls Skyler. In a calculated performance, he plays the perfect abusive husband, insulting his wife and taking all the blame to clear her name while crying silently on the other end of the line. He leaves his daughter safe at a fire station and gets into an underground extraction van. Walter White ceases to exist. Saul arrives at the vacuum repair shop and meets Ed, the guy who specializes in making people disappear off the map. While waiting for his fake papers in the basement, he discovers he's not alone. Walt is already there, fuming and pacing back and forth like a caged lion. At Marie's house, the DEA discovers that Jack's gang got there first, breaking in just to steal Jesse's confession tape. Jack watches the tape, laughing, until he hears Jesse ratting out Todd. Furious, he grabs his gun to take the guy out, but Todd intervenes. His motive? To keep cooking meth to impress Lydia. Jack picks up on his nephew's crush and decides to spare Jesse for now. Down in the bunker, Walt wants hitmen for revenge. Saul gives it to him straight. The White family is in the crosshairs of the law, their assets are frozen, and Walt's best move would be to turn himself in and take the fall. Walt tries to pull a Heisenberg and intimidate the lawyer, but a violent coughing fit strips away any authority he had left. Saul coldly informs him that their partnership is over and walks away. Meanwhile, Skyler is threatened in her own home by Todd and other masked men. The message is clear: keep her mouth shut about Lydia. It works. Later, Lydia tries to cut ties with the gang but quickly changes her tune when she learns they are producing 92% pure blue meth with Jesse as their slave. Walt is taken to his new destination, an isolated, freezing cabin in New Hampshire. The former kingpin of the drug empire is now entirely alone in the middle of nowhere. In captivity, Jesse manages to pick his handcuffs with a paperclip and makes a run for it, but is cornered at the fence. In despair, he begs them to kill him. The punishment, however, is 1,000 times worse. Todd takes him to Andrea's house and shoots her in the head in cold blood, while a gagged Jesse is forced to watch from the car. It's stomach-churning. Months go by. Walt, now bearded and frail, pays Ed $10,000 just to play cards with him for an hour. Desperation hits him so hard he calls Flynn to try and send him money, but his son screams into the phone, wishing him dead. Defeated, Walt calls the DEA and leaves the phone off the hook so they can trace it. But as he waits at the bar, he sees Gretchen and Elliot on TV, ruthlessly downplaying his contribution to the creation of their company. Walt's ego flares up. When the police arrive, all they find is a half-empty glass of whiskey. Trapped in the New Hampshire cold, Walt steals a car and heads back to Albuquerque. He breaks into Gretchen and Elliot's mansion. The homeowner even tries to defend himself with a little cheese knife, which is almost comical. Walt forces the couple to put his remaining millions into a trust for his son, using laser sights aimed at their chests to guarantee the job gets done. The brilliant detail is that the hitmen are just Badger and Skinny Pete with laser pointers. Through them, Walt discovers that the blue meth is still on the market and deduces that Jesse is alive, and Jesse truly is, living an absolute nightmare. Chained up and covered in scars, he is forced to cook for the neo-Nazi gang, escaping the daily torment only through daydreams of a normal life. On his 52nd birthday, Walt arms himself with an M60 machine gun and retrieves the ricin hidden in his old house. He intercepts Lydia and Todd at a diner and sets up a final meeting with the gang. Lydia sips her chamomile tea, thinking she's in control, completely oblivious to the fact that Walt had already spiked her stevia packet with the lethal poison. In a quiet farewell, Walt visits Skylar. For the first time, there are no excuses or lies. He admits that he built his empire not for his family, but because he liked it and it made him feel alive. He hands her the coordinates to where Hank is buried, looks at his children one last time, and leaves. That night, Walt enters Jack's compound. Weaponizing the leader's pride against him, Walt accuses him of partnering up with Jesse. Offended, Jack orders his men to bring the shackled kid in, just to prove he's nothing but a slave. It's the perfect distraction. Walt tackles Jesse to the ground, shielding him, and remotely triggers the M60 mounted in the trunk of his car. The machine gun unleashes a hail of bullets through the wall, tearing the place apart. With the gang down, Jesse strangles Todd with his own chains, while Walt finishes Jack off with a bullet mid-sentence. Shot in the abdomen, Walt hands his gun to Jesse, but the kid refuses to shoot him. Todd's phone rings. Walt answers and calmly informs Lydia that she has been poisoned. Jesse escapes, speeding away in the car, screaming through tears of relief and agony. Walt, bleeding heavily, limps his way into the lab. He admires the equipment affectionately, leaving a bloody handprint, and drops dead on the floor with a faint smile on his face. It is the absolute end of Heisenberg. Jesse Pinkman is standing by the river, side by side with Mike Ehrmantraut, two men who have seen it all, talking about the future, as if they still had one. Jesse says he's decided to get out of the drug business. Mike asks what he plans to do with the money. Jesse replies that he wants to put things right, fix what's broken. Mike looks at him with the heavy eyes of someone who has tried the same and failed, telling him that's the one thing he can never do. If he were Jesse's age, Mike says, he would head to Alaska and start over from scratch. The advice hangs in the air like a promise no one knows will be kept. Cut to the present. Jesse is behind the wheel of Todd Alquist's El Camino, driving like his life depends on it, because it does. He just escaped Jack Welker's compound, and every second counts. Spotting a line of police cruisers heading the opposite way, he quickly swerves into a driveway and kills the headlights. The sirens fade. His heart keeps racing. With nowhere to go, Jesse heads to the only place that makes sense, Skinny Pete's house. When he knocks on the door, Skinny Pete and Badger are playing video games like the outside world doesn't exist. Pete answers and takes a second to recognize the guy standing in front of him. Jesse is a wreck. Skinny, dirty, his face scarred, with a look in his eyes that says more than any words could, but they don't ask questions. They hide the El Camino, put food on the table and offer him a room to sleep in. The next day, Skinny Pete and Badger are glued to the TV, watching a press conference about the previous night's shootout. Jesse wakes up, but he doesn't wake up in peace. He wakes up inside a nightmare. A violent flashback of his captivity at Jack's compound invades his mind, and before he can process where he is, he's drawn his gun and aimed it at the only two guys trying to help him. Pete and Badger stay calm. They speak softly, slowly, until Jesse comes back to the present and lowers the revolver. They convince him to take a shower, shave, and try to look human again. But beneath the clean skin, the damage remains the same. Jesse knows he needs to get out of Albuquerque. He rips a page from Skinny Pete's phone book and calls old Joe, the guy who solves automotive problems no questions asked. Joe shows up with a tow truck and agrees to take the El Camino for free, professional courtesy for old business. But when he starts scanning the car, the LoJack anti-theft system goes off. That means the cops are tracking the signal. Joe doesn't even finish his sentence before booking it out of there. That's when Skinny Pete shows that beneath his laid-back exterior, there's a working brain. The plan? Badger takes Pete's Ford Thunderbird and ditches it near the Mexican border to distract the cops, while Jesse escapes in Badger's Pontiac Fiero. Pete even reaches into his pocket, hands Jesse some cash, and gives him his own beanie to use as a disguise. Neither of them hesitates. Neither asks for anything in return. Jesse hits the road, and in his rearview mirror, he sees something that confirms the urgency of the situation. A whole convoy of police cruisers heading the other way, straight for Skinny Pete's house. A flashback pulls us back to a time Jesse would rather forget. He's in the cage, at Jack's compound. Todd shows up with that polite, spine-chilling smile and says he needs help with a chore. The two head over to Todd's apartment, where Jesse helps him install a camper shell on the El Camino. Inside the apartment, Jesse spots the body of Todd's cleaning lady, Sonia. Todd killed her because she found the cash he was hiding inside hollowed-out encyclopedias. He says this as casually as if describing a household inconvenience. He mentions needing a little engineering to build a new stash spot. The two of them roll Sonia's body in a rug and bury her out in the desert in total silence. Back in the present, Jesse is listening to the radio when a news report mentions an unidentified woman whose death by poisoning has been linked to Walter White. He grips the steering wheel. He keeps driving until he reaches Todd's apartment. Upon arriving, he's almost spotted by a neighbor, but manages to slip inside using Todd's keys. On a TV in another apartment, Jesse catches his own parents giving an interview, begging him to turn himself in. His mother's face, his father's voice, it hurts in a way no beating in captivity ever could. But he can't stop now. Jesse spends the entire night tearing the apartment apart looking for the hidden stash. He empties drawers, rips cabinets off the walls, turns everything upside down. Nothing. Hours pass, and his frustration morphs into desperation. It's only when morning light starts creeping through the window that, by pure luck, he finds it. The money was stashed inside the refrigerator door. Todd, in his methodical, deeply unsettling way, had built a custom compartment in there. But the victory lasts exactly as long as a single breath. Two guys in police windbreakers show up at the door, Neil and Casey. Jesse hides under a flipped mattress and pulls his gun when Casey enters the bedroom. It turns into a standoff. Jesse with his gun aimed at Casey, Neil with his gun aimed at Jesse. Neil tries to negotiate, coaxing Jesse into surrendering. But within seconds, Jesse figures out the truth. These two aren't cops. They're criminals after the same cash. Jesse reveals where the money is hidden, but Neil dictates the split, a third for each of them. Jesse has no choice. He walks out of the apartment with his cut in garbage bags. But out on the street, he spots something that changes everything. A welding company logo on Neil's truck. In that instant, a memory clicks. He's seen that guy before, at Jack's compound. Using the phone book page he ripped out at Pete's house, Jesse looks up the only man who can make him disappear. He finds best quality vacuum and spots the red minivan he recognizes from his previous encounter with the disappearer. Inside the shop, Jesse tries to remember the secret passphrase, stumbling over his words, but eventually slaps the bag of cash on the counter, $125,000. Ed Galbraith, the owner, looks at him with the patience of an accountant and explains, that amount only covers the previous aborted pickup. A new extraction costs another $125,000. Jesse scrapes together everything he has, Pete's money, Badger's money, Todd's cut, and comes up $1,800 short. Ed refuses. refuses. Jesse begs. He says he's going to stay right there until Ed changes his mind. Ed picks up the phone and dials 911 with the same calm as someone ordering a pizza. Jesse thinks he's bluffing, until a police cruiser pulls up outside. Jesse hides while Ed gives the cops a fake description. Later, from his car, Jesse calls Ed and promises he'll get the cash. Ed agrees to keep the deal on the table, but the clock is ticking. That night, at the Pinkman residence, Jesse's parents are washing dishes when the phone rings. It's Jesse. His voice is calm, almost serene. He tells them they did the best they could, that none of this is their fault. The choices were his own. He asks them to come pick him up, as if he's ready to turn himself in. His parents leave the house. 2 unmarked police cars tail them immediately. A third remains parked out front. Jesse was counting on this. He slips in through the back door, heads to the safe in his parents' closet, and grabs 2 handguns. Before leaving, he looks up the address of Neil's welding company in the phone book. He arrives at the location to find the property quiet, but not for long. A car pulls up, dropping off a group of strippers hired to entertain Neil, Casey, and 3 other buddies. Jesse waits in the shadows, patient. Another flashback. In Jack's meth lab, Neil is doing welding repairs on the metal framework holding Jesse's tether. Kenny, one of the goons, doubts the structure will hold and bets Neil $50 that Jesse can break it. To test it, Kenny forces Jesse to run back and forth across the lab, still chained to the harness, like an animal. Neil watches. He smiles. He wins the bet. That is the man Jesse is about to face. Back in the present, Jesse waits for the strippers to leave. Then he walks into Neil's office, coming face to face with him. Neil sees that Jesse is armed with a .22 and, instead of showing fear, proposes a duel, an old-fashioned shootout. Neil reveals a .45 tucked in his waistband and seems confident he has the upper hand. What he doesn't know is that Jesse has a second gun concealed in his jacket pocket. Neil goes to draw. Jesse is faster. He fires the hidden gun. Neil drops. Casey grabs a weapon and tries to retaliate, but the shootout ends with him on the floor too. The remaining 3 guys freeze. Jesse takes their driver's licenses, looks them dead in the eye, and warns them. If they breathe a word about what happened here, he'll hunt them down. The 3 of them run for it. Jesse grabs Neil's share of the money, opens the gas cylinders in the office, and walks away. The explosion blows the entire building to pieces. No traces left. In the second-to-last flashback, Jesse is in a hotel room talking to someone on the phone. We soon realize the room next door belongs to Walter White. The 2 are at the very beginning of it all. They take the RV, head to a diner, and grab lunch. Walt gets discouraged when Jesse says the latest batch of meth will take 6 months to move, but Jesse assures him his family will get every penny they're owed. Walt, in a rare moment of genuine humanity, asks about Jesse's future. He suggests college, marketing maybe, or business. And then he says something that hangs heavy in the air, that Jesse is lucky because he didn't have to wait his whole life to do something special. That line carries a very different weight when you know what comes next for both of them. In the present, Ed parks a moving van at a rest stop in the Alaskan mountains. An SUV is waiting. Ed opens a hidden compartment in the back of the van, and Jesse climbs out. The air is freezing. The mountains are massive. Everything is quiet. Ed goes over the details of his new identity. Jesse is now Mr. Driscoll. Jesse hands Ed a letter addressed to Brock Cantillo. We don't know what it says. We don't need to. The gesture says enough. As Jesse hits the road, one final memory comes back. Jane Margolis. She talks about her philosophy of going wherever the universe takes you and then corrects herself. She says it's better to make those decisions yourself, to choose your own path instead of letting the path choose you. Jesse smiles. For the first time in a long time, a real smile. The Alaskan mountains stretch out before him, endless and covered in snow. An open road, a new life. Mike was right. He can't fix the past, but he can choose what comes next.